On September 20th, 126, the first year of the universe, Yelisod personally dealt with the traitors who spread rumors and sowed strife, and announced the transactions of these traitors and the evidence of receiving money from the Tiani mercenary group to all soldiers. Although the army has temporarily stabilized, Yelisod is very clear that if the next battle fails to achieve results, there will be crisis factors in the army that will collapse on their own. Moreover, according to the information received by Yelisod, the Tiani mercenary group has already prepared everything. On the contrary, due to internal problems on their side, their actions have slowed down, and many bases have been attacked by Tiani mercenaries from time to time. The regiment's guerrilla troops made trouble. As long as the Tiani mercenary group fights within these 10 days, it can be said that the Dion army is not fully prepared to fight. On September 25th, 126, the first year of the universe, the Miewang troops officially began to work. Dion's army is not ready for battle yet. About 1,500 kilometers away from the Marcus fortress, the two armies officially engaged in a battle. The front of the battle between the two armies exceeded 200 kilometers. The terrain included mountains of different heights, plains, and forests. At this moment, the entire world began to pay attention to this battle because it was a key battle related to the fate of the Dion Empire. Almost the entire world, from the leadership down to the common people, are watching the live broadcast. The two armies have officially started fighting. Black Sword, Tianwei, Mirror, and Slaughter were all dispatched. The Cross Vanguard, the Bloodthirsty Wolf Squad, the Tekka Group, and the Shadow Mad Dog Squad were dispatched. On the battlefield, in the sky and on the ground, countless light beams and missiles staggered, and fireworks exploded from time to time. The Wang destroying force in outer space also launched a missile bombing, targeting the Dion army in the rear. Marcus Fortress and some bases have launched missiles from outer space, with the purpose of interfering with the extermination forces in outer space. The Outer Space Defense System intercepts most of the outer space missiles, and the remaining few outer space missiles are intercepted by the Outer Space Extermination Fleet. The troops in charge of guerrilla warfare attacked bases that were launching missiles in outer space. The troops of the two sides on the battlefield have long-range attacks, dogfights, and close combat. The headaches for the Dion army are those fighters such as the Air Overlord, Mobius Zero, etc., which will also cause some damage to their bodies in terms of lethality, especially the artillery backpack equipped by the Air Overlord, which is the same as the armored monster. Can't stand an attack. Dion's army has eliminated fighters very early. Since the development of Wingbird, a MS that can transform into a bird, Dion's army has eliminated fighters. There is no new generation of development and research on fighters. The fighter planes sent out by the Tiani mercenary group made Dion's army feel helpless on many battlefields. To deal with these fighters, you can only send winged birds to transform into bird forms to deal with these smaller fighters. Although the Blue Holy Machine also has the ability to fly, it is more than enough to deal with these fighters. But using the Blue Holy Machine to launch fighters is a bit overkill. And what the Blue Holy Machine really has to deal with are those mass-produced Gundams, not used to fight fighters. Therefore, the bird-shaped Wingbird is somewhat incapable of dealing with fighters such as Skylord and Mobius Zero because it is not as good as these fighters in terms of speed and maneuverability. In addition, the wired guided gun of the Mobius Zero makes the winged bird hard to defend against in all directions. It will not only cause a certain amount of damage to it, but also affect the entire movement of the winged bird. The Magic Mirror, Evil Mirror, and Holy Mirror of the Mirror Royal Knights against Takaten. Gandalf is now the master of the Mirror Royal Knights. Originally, the Mirror Royal Knights were larger than Takaten and Mobile Ghost in the shell combined. However, due to the many wars and the shortage of personnel, coupled with the increasing number of Takaten, the scale of the two parties has been comparable. Moreover, to deal with the Mirror Royal Knights, there is actually no need to send Taihuachuan specially. The Tiani mercenary group has already developed many live ammunition weapons. Any MS can equip it, which is the main reason why the size of the Mirror Royal Knights is getting smaller and smaller. A Shurdian telescopic halberd and an evil mirror are used for close combat. Both fought with their respective weapons and shields. When it hit the shield, besides making a loud sound, sparks burst out at the same time. Even the collision of weapons also erupted sparks. When Shurdian and Xiejing were fighting weapons at the same time, they turned on the thrusters at the same time, using thrust to overwhelm their opponents. The thrust of the two is equal, and neither can hold down the other. Gandalf drives his holy mirror and is besieged by Gundam Astaroth, Gundam Simon Rivetal, and Gundam Gushin Deep Reforged. The holy mirror just wanted to break out of the siege, and he would also be chased by Bail Gundam riding a horse, and there would be a long-range sneak attack by Gundam Hwala and Gundam Frausius. Gandalf is not Chaplin. He was besieged by 6 Gundams like this, but he had no chance of surviving. Fortunately, there are other special Holy Machine Ace pilots to help him deal with part of the Gundam. Otherwise, Gandalf should not be besieged to death. Gundam Simon Livital, Gundam Guzan Deep Reforged, and Gundam Fraus are entangled by 3 special holy machines. Bailai swung his spear and axe with both hands, and the holy mirror turned over to avoid the attack, and used a special metal shield to block the Y-Nano laminated sword as high as Astaroth. Gundam Hwala aimed at the target with a 210mm anti-material rifle and fired, but the holy mirror still dodged. Just when Gundam Hwala was about to fire the second shot, several evil mirrors had rushed to its vicinity and fired at it. Bai Jinyu can only give up the target first and deal with the evil mirror attacking her. Deputy Head, I'm under attack here. I have to deal with the enemy first. After killing them, I'll come to support you. After receiving the notice from his subordinates, Maris could only join forces with Lieutenant Wan Yuhao to deal with Gandalf. Maris knew clearly that even if he joined forces with Lieutenant Wan Yuhao, he would not be able to defeat Gandalf, not to mention fighting alone. As the head of the regiment, Anton did not deal with Gandalf. The main reason was that Anton didn't want his subordinates to rely on him all the time. They had to figure out how to deal with a strong enemy. And he, Anton, drives the Gundam Barbatos Sirius to deal with other bodies. The Holy Mirror flashed left and right to avoid the gunshots and cold weapon attacks of Bail Gundam and Gundam Astaroth one after another. Moreover, when the Holy Mirror avoids the enemy's attack, it can counterattack with the gun in its hand. Bail must be defended with the Shield of Bail, specially designed and developed by Long Fei, and the Shield of Gundam Astaroth. Sheng Jing also used the scimitar in his hand to cut across the forelegs of the horse with a movement like a sword. Fortunately, Harrow, who was controlling the Hell Horse, reacted quickly and raised his forelimb to avoid the danger of breaking his foot. This was exactly what Gandalf wanted, and the Holy Mirror thruster pushed forward, rushing in front of Bail. Bailai immediately stabbed with a spear and axe. Holy Mirror immediately blocked it with a scimitar, switched weapons with his left hand at the same time, took out another scimitar, and stabbed at Bail Gundam's cockpit. Fortunately, Gundam Astaroth used the Y-Nano-layered sword to block it. Lieutenant Wan Yuhao was sweating coldly for a long time. Fortunately, the deputy head reacted quickly, so that he did not die under the opponent's attack. Bailai immediately let go of the spear and axe, took out Baeli's sword from his waist with both hands, and attacked the Holy Mirror with both swords. After the Holy Mirror failed in one blow, he quickly backed away. Gandalf looked at the 2 Gundams in front of him. In terms of body performance, the performance of these 2 Gundams was actually higher than his Holy Mirror, but the pilot skills were not as good as his, so they couldn't play the true performance of these 2 Gundams. Gandalf smiled wryly in his heart. If the pilots of these 2 Gundams could display the performance of these 2 Gundams, he would definitely lose to the opponent in a single fight. Suddenly a sense of crisis came from his left side. The Holy Mirror immediately retreated. A flame flashed in front of the Holy Mirror, and a sandstorm erupted when it hit the ground. It turned out that the shot just now was a Gundam Hwala 210mm anti-material rifle, and Bai Jinyu had already killed the evil mirror that was attacking her, and continued to snipe the target. Gandalf used his new human sensing ability to discover that the other 3 ace pilots of his colleagues were still fighting with the other 3 Gundams. In the current 3-on-1 situation, Gandalf is confident that he can handle it, and he also believes that the 3 Gundams that can be counter-suppressed. If the 3 of you had better skills, now I can only find a way to stay away from you as much as possible, or separate you from each other and attack one by one. Maris and the others knew Gandalf's strength. Although he was not as good as Anton technically, he was definitely above Zhouya and no less than Li Xiuqing. Melis and the others' driving skills are not as good as Zhouya's. They can only slightly suppress Zhouya in a 2-on-1 situation, but they will be suppressed by Li Xiuqing in a 3-on-1 situation. Gandalf fired the signal flare at this moment, hoping that other colleagues could open the 3 Gundams. As long as he was fighting alone, Gandalf was confident that he could kill one of them within 5 minutes. When the Outer Space Extermination Force launched the second wave of missile bombing, it also invested troops. The airdrop transport ship dropped the MiZ troop, and the atmospheric transport ship, cannon type. And Burgo 3 landed to the destination using the atmospheric parachute landing equipment. The delivery cabin opens, and MS of various styles also land at the destination. Ma is also sent to the surface of Mars to fight, opening the heat-insulating air cushion to block the high temperature from the friction of the atmosphere. Countless MS and mobile fortresses landed from outer space to attack the enemy plane. There were also some guerrilla tactics of ambushes or hit-and-run tactics in the rear of Dion's army. Dion's army, which has been attacked by several parties, has been hindered a lot in terms of deployment. The location where Scobio, Viper, and Bilge 3 were located, with their powerful firepower, the local Dion army was suppressed by firepower and unable to resist effectively. However, the Dion army has developed an anti-beam plate, which is to support an alloy plate with a height of 20 meters, a width of 10 meters, and a thickness of 5 meters, which can resist Burgo 3's beam cannon for a certain period of time. This prevented Dion's army from retreating steadily due to the suppression of firepower for the time being. Although Dion's army is fighting at home, it does not have any advantage in terms of quantity and combat quality of soldiers. On the contrary, it was also suppressed by the Miao troops in all directions. What's worse is that no new types of airframes have been developed. The current standard-equipped airframes have already been mastered by the Tianyi Mercenary Corps in terms of their performance and weaknesses, and they have developed some weapons to target them. The Tianyi Mercenary Regiment has developed a lot of special machines, so when many Dion troops encounter different machines, they may not be able to effectively deal with them due to the relationship between the machines or weapons. This caused more serious losses to the Dion army than to the Miao army. Fortunately, some ground warships of the Dion army have the repair technology for factory warships in outer space, and damaged bodies can come to ground warships for repairs. Similar to the external maintenance device of the Tianyi Mercenary Group, there are also many external maintenance devices on the Wang Slayer's side, which can allow damaged airframes to be repaired, thereby reducing losses. Dr. Cordelia arranged for the landing of newly developed weapons on the number 4 mobile fortress downs, and dozens of them landed in the battle area in the Great Zamrama. If the Big Zamlu is driven by ordinary humans, multiple pilots, including adjusters, must operate at the same time. New humans only need to have the Sekimus system to be controlled by one person. The Great Zamlu landed on the ground, and when the Dion army saw the Great Zamlu, the idea of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps developing a new mobile fortress flashed in their minds. Of course, it also includes the audience watching the live broadcast. A pair of retractable combat claws on the legs of a Grand Zamru grips 2 Lacerda in the form of a scorpion. With a twist of the combat claws, the 2 scorpions were turned into scrap iron. Other MS and mass-produced holy machines fired at Big Zamlu. The Big Zamlu I-stand generator can shield most of the armed attacks, and countless beams, cannons, and particle cannons cannot penetrate the I-stand. Big Zamlu began to counterattack. The main weapon had 2 high-energy mega cannons and several diffusion-type megaparticle cannons, which were fired at the same time. The wings on the back of the Newt are to activate the energy shield, which still cannot stop the high-energy mega cannon of Great Zamru. Where the high-energy mega cannon said, there must be many fireworks, and these fireworks are the bodies destroyed by the high-energy mega cannon. The diffusion-type megaparticle cannon also caused a lot of losses to Dion's army. The armored monster can take down the diffusion-type megaparticle cannon with its strong defense, but other organisms may not be able to bear it. In addition to these energy weapons, the Big Zamlu also has 2 4-unit missile launchers. The missiles launched are still self-guided missiles. In the case of close range, many grabbing bodies were directly bombed by missiles before they could react. Great Zamru's powerful firepower caused Dion's army to suffer considerable losses. Moreover, The rear of the Great Zamlu is equipped with a large booster, and the body has extremely high mobility. With a large booster, a large Zamru quickly attacked a fighting wolf-form Fenrir. A pair of fighters directly clamped Fenrir's head and tail, twisted and turned, and Fenrir's head was directly twisted off. Then destroy it with the high-powered mega cannon. Big Zamlu also used the high-energy mega cannon to fight against the alloy plate of the beam, and the same 2 or 3 shots could not penetrate the alloy plate. The fourth high-energy mega cannon fired through the anti-beam alloy plate, directly piercing the body behind the alloy plate. Although the alloy plate has a great anti-beam ability, it also has a good defense ability against kinetic energy-type firearms and weapons. But Great Zamru's mechanical claws can unscrew it or twist it into scrap iron. When some organisms use physical melee weapons to destroy the alloy plate, they find that a few times with an axe can make a big hole. Dealing with the body hiding in the alloy plate is not a frontal attack. Use a large number of energy weapons to shoot through the alloy plate. You can use other fighters or Murasame and ritual in fighter form to throw explosives, such as high explosive bombs or incendiary bombs. Bombs and more. Of course, there are other ways of attacking. One unit will attack from the front, and then transfer several units to disperse for a cross attack, or transfer to the rear to make dumplings. After receiving the information about the alloy plates, Long Fei aroused his interest. Long Fei asked the troops to send those alloy plates to the Gondwana-class MS mothership where he was, and communicate the current combat data of the alloy plate to the Age system. Let the Age system handle it, and the Age system will give the answer directly, which can be directly penetrated by the developed electromagnetic spiral gun. Soon, all the troops immediately asked the Air Overlord to deliver electromagnetic spiral guns to the mobile suits fighting on the front line. The Royal Knights of Carnage and the Shadow Rabid Dogs face off again. Li Xiuqing's XS and the Shekue mobile fortress driven by his old rival Wenceras played against each other again. Of course, the troops led by the two were also fighting. Cyclops, Ogre, and Shekue don't have suspension devices, so they can only change their backpacks. Although they have the ability to fly, their speed and mobility are not ideal. It can't be compared with the speed and mobility of the Knight series MS, Zamzaza, and Livigelu at all. Cyclops and Ogres also suffered in sky battles. In land battles, Cyclops and Ogres can still fight back and forth with their opponents. But what makes them a headache is the Black Knight, who can use his stealth ability at any time to strike a fatal blow from somewhere. In addition to holding the elf cannon, XS is also equipped with an electromagnetic spiral gun. Many MS in the Shadow Mad Dog team are equipped with electromagnetic spiral guns, and of course there are some solid and live ammunition weapons. The reflective beam shields held by these mobile fortresses were either destroyed by electromagnetic spiral guns, or were severely injured by other physical combat weapons. Shekue was not surprised. The reflected beam shield was destroyed by the electromagnetic spiral gun. Shekue used his head and 10 fingers to launch a beam of light to fight back. Under the control of Li Xiuqing, XS dodged all the beam attacks one after another, and Alice used the reflex-wired anti-cannon unit on her legs to reflect the emitted beams back. Shekue was attacked by his own beam. Fortunately, his armor has a certain ability to resist the beam. Wenceras was a little annoyed. In the sky battle before, he was not a nimble XS opponent at all, and the reflective beam shield was destroyed by the opponent. Now in land battles, XS fight on land all of a sudden, and fly to the sky to attack Shekue all of a sudden. After all, whether it is in the sky or on land, it is simply not as flexible as the XS. What annoyed Wencelas even more was that his old opponent was still an ordinary human being. Although the diffuse particle cannon on the chest has a wide attack range, Li Xiuqing has no way to dodge it at all. Even if it is controlled by Alice, it cannot be completely dodged. However, XS has an eye stand that can completely carry the diffusion particle cannon, and there is also a leg-reflecting wired control cannon unit to reflect the diffusion particle cannon back. Shekue is also equipped with 4 huge floating cannons. 4 huge floating cannons scattered in all directions, chasing the XS to outflank the XS. Li Xiuqing sneered when he saw the 4 floating cannons. He was very experienced in dealing with them. XS makes somersaults like a gymnast, and the beam cannon on the back and the beam cannon on the thigh are fired from different angles under the control of Li Xiuqing. What the kind of action is this? Wenthless exclaimed as he saw it. It was the first time he had encountered someone manipulating the mobile suit to fight like this. The 4 huge floating cannons were directly pierced by the beam cannon. Wenceslas was very unwilling, and then opened fire. Siakue fires a beam cannon from his belly. Hey! Li Xiuqing sneered, and the elf cannon in XS right hand fired. The moment the 2 beams of energy collide. Dididididididi. The siren sounded, and Winthras was very shocked. The attack power of the beam cannon was not as good as that of the XS spirit cannon. Siakue immediately dodged to the side, and the elf beam was delivered from in front of him. Alice launches the wired cannon on the head to cooperate with Li Xiuqing's frontal attack, and the beam cannon on the back attacks continuously. Siakue dodged the beam cannon continuously and also paid attention to the wired anti-cannon, but Alice immediately activated the leg-reflecting wired anti-cannon unit. Siakue was attacked by the wired control cannon, but it didn't cause much damage because the energy shield of the body directly took it off. Winceras didn't expect that he was suppressed by his opponent, and found that his opponent seemed to have AI assistance. Wenthless didn't feel unhappy at all, because there was no meanness on the battlefield, only victory and defeat. Although Siakue wanted to rush up and attack XS, his speed was not as fast as the opponent's, and XS would not fight Siakue head-on. Siakue immediately fired beams from his head, chest, stomach, and 10 fingers. XS dodged continuously and circled behind Siakue. Although Siakue turned around, he couldn't keep up with XS. The elf beam cannon counterattacked. Although Wenthless reacted earlier with his keen sense of crisis, but he held it too big, and his speed was not fast enough, and his right leg was directly smashed by the elf beam cannon. Siakue, who lost a leg, immediately lost his sense of balance. When he fell to the ground, the whole machine was on the verge of falling. Then, Li Xiuqing seized the opportunity. XS drew out the beam saber with his left hand and directly attacked at close range, cutting off Siakue's other leg. Knowing that he was defeated, Wenthless immediately activated the thrusters and fled the scene. Siakue retreated while attacking. Li Xiuqing didn't give his opponent a chance. The XS elf beam cannon and the 4 beam cannons on the back attacked the target, and Atlas controls the wired cannon on the head and the reflex wired cannon unit on the legs. Li Xiuqing is responsible for the frontal attack, and Alice is attacking the target from a tricky angle. With the careful calculation of Alice and the seamless cooperation of Li Xiuqing, the wired artillery hit the propeller of Siakue's backpack. Not good. Wenceslas felt bad. Siakue's speed became a little slower, and his movements became a little sluggish. XS launches the leg beam cannon, and the 2 beam cannons directly make Siakue's energy shield reach the threshold limit. Siakue continued to resist, attacking XS. XS then dodges. Alice uses the leg reflex wired artillery unit to reflect part of Siakue's diffusion cannon back to Siakue. The reflected diffusion cannon directly became the last straw to break Siakue's energy shield. Siakue's body exploded countless fireworks one after another. The wired artillery unit hit Siakue directly and continuously on the head. Looking at the many jumping screens around the screen, Winthras knew that the head was severely injured, causing damage to the head camera and affecting the cockpit screen. XS then launched the elf beam cannon. Although Winthras sensed the crisis and responded immediately, Siakue suffered a lot of damage, which made his movement slow. The lower body was directly swallowed by the elf beam. Winthras could only press a button on the right. The upper body of the machine exploded, and a small core fighter popped out. When the thrusters of the small core fighter are sprinting at full speed, the XS immediately attacked with the Vulcan cannon, and the propeller of the small core fighter was pierced by the Vulcan cannon, causing the entire body to fall to the ground. XS immediately landed on the ground and reached out to tear open the cockpit door of the fighter. Unwilling to be arrested as a prisoner, Winthras took out the spare pistol in the cockpit and prepared to shoot himself. The XS cockpit opened, and Li Xiuqing, who was wearing a Spartan suit Type 2, landed directly, grabbed Winthras' right hand holding the gun, and pulled it up. Although Winthras reacted quickly, he punched Li Xiuqing's throat with his left hand. Li Xiuqing grabbed the opponent's fist with his right hand and hit the opponent's head with a head hammer. Winthrus was wearing a helmet. Otherwise, the head hammer would have smashed his head and left a spider-like crack in the helmet. Li Xiuqing subdued his opponent with an arthroplasty, and then hit Winthrus on the back of the neck with a hand knife, knocking him unconscious. The news that Li Xiuqing had taken Winthrus quickly spread throughout the Miawang army. The comatose Wenceslas had his hands cuffed behind his back, and he was thrown on the ground. Finally, someone poured a bucket of water to wake him up. Winthrus looked at several Tianyi mercenaries around him. One of them lifted him up, and another Tianyi mercenary reached out and grabbed his hair, pulling his lowered head up. Another Tianyi mercenary used his mobile suit to take a picture of Winthrus being captured in distress. Wenceslas shouted angrily, "Scholars can be killed and not humiliated." But the Tianyi mercenaries at the scene turned a deaf ear to it, and the Tianyi mercenaries who were in charge of taking pictures passed the photos to their superiors. In less than 5 minutes, the largest projected photo popped up from the Wang Slayer camp, which was a picture of Wenceslas being captured in a state of embarrassment. All Dian troops who saw this huge photo on the battlefield were greatly shocked. When the commander of the Dian army saw the photo, a flash in his mind. If possible, he would also like to capture the 8 directly subordinate troops of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps, even one of the regiment leaders, and use the same method to project a huge photo. Strike back at the enemy. At the scene, many international media war reporters from various countries used drone cameras to broadcast the battle live in different locations. The massacre of the head of the Royal Knights was captured and soon spread throughout the world. On the other hand, during the live broadcast of the reporter and the battle between the two armies on the front line, the Miawang troops dispatched many guerrilla troops to attack many bases and troops who came to the front line to support them. Some bases were even infiltrated by guerrillas. The fact that guerrilla troops can sneak into the base without anyone noticing it is not because the stealth technology is so advanced that Dion's anti-stealth devices cannot detect it. In fact, it was the inner ghosts of Dion's army who either secretly let these guerrillas in or told them the location of the underground tunnel, even including some gate codes. All of them were told to the Tianyi mercenary group, cause part of the base to be entered by ground guerrilla forces into the base control room, and then close the Wall of Titan or Wall of Zeus. Moreover, before closing these protective covers, the ground guerrilla forces placed some explosives in the arsenal and the cockpit of the aircraft. These bombs were turned on the moment they were closed, causing heavy losses to the base in an instant. The MS troops of the guerrilla army immediately suppressed the base. After the base had no defensive function, it was quickly suppressed and controlled. Because of the relationship between Minov particles and neutron jammers, Marcus Fortress was unable to receive news of the occupation of these bases in the first place. Although there are relatively ancient communications such as telegrams, those telegram codes, Erwuzi also told the Tianyi mercenary group that these telegram codes include some codes. Even if Fortress Marcus sends out telegrams every few hours to inform them of the current situation, the Tianyi mercenaries will still use the telegram codes they have mastered to deceive Fortress Marcus. However, the cunning rabbit has 3 caves. Yelisod was always worried that there would be some youngsters inside, so he told the Tianyi mercenary corps some telegram codes and some codes, and made some special telegram codes for this reason. A few hours later, after receiving the telegram that everything responded normally, Yelisod always felt a little disturbed, thinking that something was wrong. Order your cronies to resend to the bases with those special telegram codes. After repeated verification, Yelisod already knew that some bases had been occupied. Yelisod ordered his cronies to investigate secretly who is the 2nd and 5th boy. Then, Yelisod sent some troops to take back some important bases, because some of them are important sources of resources for the Markarth fortress. The troops fighting on the front line did not receive news that some bases were occupied. The Dion army fighting on the front line fought hard against the enemy. A Delta is fighting a Blue. The Delta pilot saw a blue beam shooting towards Bylan from the screen, and Bylan dodged away immediately. At first, the Delta pilot thought he had just shot his colleague by mistake, but the next scene left the pilot dumbfounded. Wei Lan continued to attack Bylan. Bylan counterattacked immediately and killed Bylan in a few face-to-face encounters. What is going on here? Why did your own people fight? The Delta pilot recorded the battle scene just now and conveyed it to his superiors. After seeing the battle video record, General Shrek handed it over to his subordinates to analyze what happened. After the Mk4 wired control artillery hit an emerald, it was ready to give the opponent the final blow. Suddenly, 2 light beams bombarded Emerald. At first, the Mk4 driver thought it was a colleague helping him, but found that it was a salamander attacking Emerald with a double shoulder cannon, thinking it was a mistaken attack on his colleague. As a result, the salamanders attack other Dion's mechs. This weird behavior also made the Mk4 driver very confused. The scene of the battle was recorded and communicated to the superior. In some locations, Dion's army's corporals, wingbirds, armored monsters, salamanders, and blues suddenly attacked their colleagues. These scenes of battle scenes were transmitted to the headquarters of the Miaowang troops. The staff of the headquarters and the generals all deduced that these people might not be the real people of the Dion kingdom. They might be the people from the colonial circle who were taken away that year, but they might have made military exploits and obtained the ID cards of the Dion kingdom people. These cannot be said to be traitors, because these people did not come to this country voluntarily from the beginning to the end, and they were all captured. It is even possible that many people defected to their original country after their relatives were threatened. It's possible that these people's defection at this moment is a result of being treated unfairly in this country, or years of resentment, leading to action. Pawnee drove the Impulse Gundam, Blast Shadow backpack, and after killing several emeralds with a high-energy long-distance beam cannon, he was preparing to attack a team of 3 Blood Reds with a super high-speed railgun. While Pawnee was fighting his opponent, a blue team that was leading nearly 10 salamanders and armored monsters suddenly attacked 3 Blood Red units. When the 3 Blood Reds were suddenly attacked, they were overwhelmed for a while. Pawnee seized the opportunity, and the high-energy beam rifle and the ultra-high-speed railgun greeted the 2 Blood Reds one after another. The other Blood Red was besieged by blue and other units. After Pawnee killed the 2 Blood Reds, he watched Wei Lan and other units besiege and kill the Blood Reds. Pawnee had received news before that some MS in Dion's army would attack their colleagues. The Impulse Gundam weapon was aimed at the Blood Red bodies that had just attacked. Azure, Salamander, and Armored Monster raised their hands up to show that they were not malicious, and Pawnee frowned. Then Pawnee received a communication request from the Azure driver, and Pawnee accepted the other party's communication request. Tell me, why do you attack your own people? We and them are not our own people. The driver of Waylon was very excited. Don't get excited, just explain it well. We are actually the Wanluo Federation, people who were kidnapped by them back then. Our parents were actually Wanluo soldiers back then. Later, because of our kidnapping, our parents betrayed the country helplessly and joined the Dion Empire. After our parents made military achievements, we also got the ID cards of the Dion Empire. We never thought about being loyal to this country from the beginning to the end. We have been waiting for the opportunity, and now the opportunity is in front of us. Why do we don't seize the opportunity? Take the opportunity to kill these hateful Dion Imperial people. The driver became more and more excited as he spoke. Where are your parents? They have died on the battlefield. Among you, it is possible that your parents died at the hands of our Tianyi mercenary group. Don't you hate us? What's there to hate about this? The battlefield is a place to fight. Either you die or I die. If you want to blame or hate, then you should hate the Dion Empire, especially the Emperor. It's all because of him. Caused. Pawnee nodded after listening to the other party's words. I understand what you said, so what are your plans next? Do you want to continue fighting with them, or disarm them, and we will take you in temporarily? We are willing to disarm. Please take us in for a while. We don't want to continue fighting on the battlefield. We want to survive. We are not real soldiers. We were all caught by them to make up the number. Pawnee immediately contacted the headquarters to inform them of the current situation. After receiving the order, Pawnee said to the blue pilot, "The airship will come to the scene. You give up the airframe, and there will be troops to you to our camp." Okay, thank you. The blue pilot and his colleagues felt a sense of relief in their hearts. For them, being able to stay away from the battlefield was the best chance of survival. On the battlefield, more and more colonists who were kidnapped back then began to defect. They had known for a long time that the Dion Empire had begun to enter its doomsday, and when Tianyi used the army to attack the Mars Circle, they already knew that the opportunity had come. And today's battle is when they start to turn against each other. They all want to avenge their dead relatives. The commander of Dion's army also received some flares and learned what happened. The commander issued an order to send out a signal flare so that all the new human and adjuster drivers should press the password 2887. Once the organism is found to be defecting, the built-in bomb of the organism will be detonated directly to destroy the traitor organism. Soon, the cockpit of the aircraft exploded, killing the pilot when those former colonists turned against and attacked Dion's army on the battlefield. On the one hand, Dion's army had to deal with the attack of the Miewang troops, and on the other hand, it had to deal with the defection of the people in the original colony. Dion's army can be said to have been attacked from both sides. Gandalf drives the Holy Mirror to continuously dodge the attacks of Gundam Astaroth, Gundam Valle, and Gundam Bale. The Holy Mirror blocked the Y-nano-laminated sword of Gundam Astaroth with a knife in his right hand, kicked it away with one foot, and blocked the sword with his left hand, and then dodged to the left to avoid the other sword of Bailai's sword. Gundam Hwala's 210mm ammunition rifle ran out of bullets, and also adopted close combat, with a two-handed folding chainsaw, and also continued to attack the Holy Mirror. The needle guns on the shoulders of the Holy Mirror attacked the Gundam who besieged it, and Gundam Hwala suffered a lot of needle guns in a row. However, the lethality of the needle cannon cannot penetrate the nanolayer armor. Although the MS-specific armor of the Mirror Royal Knights, although some improvements have been made, it has a high resistance to live ammunition weapons. However, several consecutive rounds of 100mm live ammunition hit almost the same position on the mirror armor, enough to cause serious damage. Although Gandalf temporarily suppressed the three opponents by himself, if any ace pilot is defeated by other Gundams, as long as another Gundam joins the battle, then he can't withstand the siege of 4 Gundam drivers. Although the Holy Mirror has put some flares, I hope that other colleagues will come to rescue, or the Magic Mirror and Evil Mirror will come to help. But at this moment, Dion's army has to deal with the rebellious army. The Magic Mirror and the Evil Mirror are completely entangled by Leaked Shadow and Lion Electric. There is no MS that can come to support the Holy Mirror. Although Holy Mirror wanted to run to the place controlled by his colleagues at this moment, Maris would never do what he wanted. We can't beat you 3-on-1, but we can still entangle you and keep you. Gundam Astaroth's left-handed shotgun attacked the Holy Machine. After the Holy Mirror dodged the shotgun attack, when the Holy Mirror was about to counterattack with the needle cannon on both shoulders, the ammo of the needle cannon was 0. Damn it, I ran out of bullets in the end. Gandalf cursed, and then controlled the stick to dodge Bailey's attack. Lieutenant Wan Yuhao saw that his attack failed in one hit, and then launched an attack with the only electromagnetic cannon left in the wing thruster. Sheng Jing dodged the electromagnetic cannon attack with a somersaulting action. Gundam Hwala's two-handed folding chainsaw continuously swings both hands to attack the Holy Mirror. Sheng Jing dared not use his knives to resist the folding chainsaw. Once he dared to resist, the double knives would be seriously damaged. There were not many weapons left by Sheng Jing, only the double knives in his hands and the Vulcan cannon on his head. Gandalf didn't dare to be careless. Lieutenant Lau, the pilot of Gundam Simon Lividal, killed the opponent, and saw that the deputy head and 2 other colleagues were still dealing with the Holy Mirror. Lieutenant Lair immediately locked onto the Holy Machine and helped the deputy head and other colleagues. Gandalf felt a little desperate when he saw another Gundam joining in. Although he tried his best to escape, Bailai Gundam's horse intercepted his retreat. Although the Holy Mirror's thrusters were fully advanced and flew into the air, Gundam Astaroth and Bail Gundam blocked the Holy Mirror at the same time, preventing the Holy Mirror from having a chance to escape. After the Holy Mirror was forced to stop, Gandalf decided to put all his eggs in one basket and turned on the synergistic mode. Part of the body of the Holy Mirror was cracked, and blue gas threads emerged, and the performance of the whole body was improved. The movement of the Holy Mirror became very fast, waving both hands continuously. Gundam Astaroth and Gundam Bale were still a little overwhelmed for a while. Gundam Simon Lividal and Gundam Hwala joined in, and the combination of 4 Gundams couldn't suppress the Holy Mirror. After kicking Bailai and Astaroth away in succession, Sacred Mirror broke through the siege directly. Although Gundam Simon Lividal and Gundam Valor pursued them with all their strength, They couldn't catch up with Sacred Mirror, who turned on the booster mode in terms of speed. When Gandalf was trying his best to escape from the siege, a sense of crisis came from the right. Sheng Jing had no choice but to step back temporarily, and two flames flashed in front of him. It turned out that the attack just now was stopped by Gundam Frausius with an electromagnetic cannon attack. Gundam Simon Lividal and Gundam Valle went around in front of the Holy Mirror. Gundam Astaroth and Gundam Bailai also rushed over, cutting off the Holy Mirror's retreat. Gundam Simon Lividal took the lead in attacking with a drill gun, and the other Gundams also attacked one after another. The Holy Mirror can only fight. Gandalf has to deal with the attack of a Gundam Frausius outside at any time and the close combat of 4 Gundams. He is currently able to handle it with ease. However, Gandalf clearly understood that this was an attempt by his opponents to drain his energy and drag it out until the end of the augmentation mode. Once the enhancement mode ends, the performance of the Holy Mirror will drop sharply, only 70% of the original performance of the body. Although Gandalf was concentrating on fighting and wanted to stand out from the encirclement, but he kept everything secret, which directly cost Gandalf his life. The left and right arms were captured by Gundam Bailai and Gundam Astaroth, and both legs were sawed off by Gundam Whale's folding chainsaw. Oops! Gundam Simon Lividal's drill gun is aimed at the Holy Mirror. The drill gun contains a Dinesniff launcher, which fires the Insniff, and one shot penetrates the Holy Mirror. The entire body of the Holy Mirror was pierced and turned into slag, leaving only 2 arms. Gandalf fell to a dead end. The news of Gandalf's death soon spread to the headquarters of the Wangdir army. Long Fei was watching the battle record video of the Holy Mirror being pierced by Dine's Neve at the headquarters. Shrek sat beside Long Fei and said, "Boss, there is another piece of news that has hit the morale of Dion's army." "Well, release this message. If you can hack into their communication equipment, let them take a look at this message." The video of Gandalf being defeated and killed was played on the side of the Wung destroyer camp, and some of the communication equipment of the Dion army was even hacked. The morale of Dion's army dropped again after seeing these videos. The line of engagement on the battlefield has been pushed deeper by the Miawang troops. The two armies fought for more than 36 hours, and neither side stopped. There are always other airframe troops rushing to the front to fight, and there are also some damaged airframes or airframes that are about to run out of energy, and the pilots who are already a little tired from combat return to the rear position for repairs. Many viewers who watched the live broadcast also couldn't watch it without sleep. Some of the former colonial people within the Dion army stayed in the Dion army to fight for the Dion Empire, while the other part either defected or surrendered to the Tiani mercenary group. Many war reporters interviewed these people from the former colonies, each of whom wanted to return to their own country. None of them wanted to work for the Dion Empire, and this time they turned their backs to seize this rare opportunity. It's just that some people in the former colonial circle showed confusion on their faces after learning that their country was destroyed, and they really didn't know what to do. However, all these former colonial people were handcuffed, and all records and identity comparisons were done, and then they were sent to a temporary shelter. Then, check with their country. Long Fei sat in his seat at the headquarters and talked to Shrek next to him. "Boss, at present, we have an advantage. In addition to being superior to the opponent in terms of numbers, and the combat quality of our soldiers is better than the opponent, there are also people from the original colonial circle who have defected. The most important point is that they also have ghosts, too. These inner ghosts let us know the routes of some of their logistics and support troops, and let our guerrilla troops interfere with them and destroy them, so that their supplies and reinforcements cannot achieve their ideals. When a country is strong, once it comes to an end, a bunch of ghosts and monsters inside don't think about the country, but think about their own lives and interests. So sometimes historical records show that some powerful countries are not defeated by external enemies, but are driven to perish by internal problems. On the surface, the Dion Empire was defeated by us, but in fact they made a wrong decision, and they didn't stop on the wrong road, but got deeper and deeper, resulting in today's situation." Long Fei said. At this time, a school officer came to report. "Boss, General, just got news that some of the bases occupied by our guerrilla forces have been taken back by the Dion army, and these bases belong to the important resources of the Fortress of Marcus, source of reinforcements. Shrek said to Long Fei, "Boss, it was taken back by them. Presumably we have to take it back. It is estimated that it will be very difficult. It is hard to it, and occupy it. The loss may be very heavy. The subordinates don't want to take it back. For the other occupied bases, if the enemy wants to them back, if they can't defend them, then they would rather destroy the bases than destroy them. What do you think, boss?" "General, you can discuss these matters with other people, or you can decide on your own. I will not interfere." "Understood, boss." Dongfang Invincible drives Flash Gundam and fights side by side with his uncle and cousin. It's just that the three of them drove their respective Gundams, and instead of killing the enemy with a single blow as before, they damaged the enemy's hands, legs, or the body, losing their combat capabilities. The three of them would do this mainly because they were worried that the destroyed aircraft might be young pilots. They didn't want to kill those children. Of course, they would kill them when they had to. Because they clearly know that there is no mercy on the battlefield, they just try their best to avoid killing those who can. Joining this war, I just hope that the kingdom of Dion can be defeated as soon as possible, so that peace will come soon, so that there will not be more orphans and widowed mothers in this world, and the pain of those parents who lost their children will not befall other people again. Get out of the way. Gundam held a beam saber and quickly slashed past several mechas. The hands and feet of the blue, blood red, and other mechas were cut off. Then, Dongfang Wudi saw not far away. A night hunter was suppressing a Jiegang team, and several Jiegang were destroyed. My hand was flashing and roaring, and he was chanting for me to beat you. Kill, flashing hand. Shining Gundam's right hand emitted a blue dazzling light and rushed towards the Night Huntress. The Night Hunter found that the Flash Gundam was rushing towards it and immediately bombarded the Flash Gundam with a powerful beam of light. However, when the beam cannon hit the flashing hand, the energy of the entire beam spread all over the place, and the flashing Gundam still blasted towards the Night Hunter as usual. When the flashing hand touched the Night Woman, the whole body was smashed like tofu. Dongfang Wudi looked at the Jigong team. There were originally 12 Jigangs, but now only 3 are intact, 5 have been blasted to pieces, and 4 are missing. Suddenly, a mixed team of dozens of corporals and wing birds came, attacking towards the position of the flashing Gundam. Dongfang Invincible contacted the captain of the Jiegang team. "Take your subordinates back to the position first, and leave this to me." "I'm really sorry, Teacher Dongfang." "Okay, stop talking, hurry up." The intact Jiegang left the scene with the missing limbs. Flash Gundam rushed towards the mixed team, pulled out another beam saber with his left hand, and used double swordsmanship, slashing and slashing with both hands. Countless hands and feet were cut off. In less than 5 minutes, Flash Gundam knocked down all the mixed teams, and all the mechas lost their combat capabilities. Dongfang Wudi thought in his heart, if it wasn't for his mercy and not taking the lives of these guys, it wouldn't take 5 or 3 minutes to get rid of them. The Flash Gundam then went to the next location to continue the battle. The cockpit of the Lilac and Wingbird lost their limbs, and many pilots were puzzled. They didn't understand why the Gundam didn't give them the final blow, but let them live. However, the ground troops of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps soon caught all of these surviving pilots. On the other side, the Flash Gundam continued to fight, but was intercepted by a special holy machine. After a few encounters, he was knocked down by the Flash Gundam, and after that, the special holy machine was eliminated by the Nirvana Flash Hand. The strength of the Flash Gundam has long been targeted by the Dion army, and it has received more attention than the Gundam Barbatos Sirius. But at the moment, Dongfang was a little short of breath. The long battle made him a little bit overwhelmed, so he decided to return to the position and rest for a while. The troops of the two sides have been fighting for more than 60 hours. The two sides fought from day to night, and from night to day, going round and round without stopping. The troops who were tired from fighting on the front line retreated and handed over to the next army to continue fighting. After more than 60 hours of fighting, it is currently estimated that the fighters, mobile suits, and mobile fortresses of the two sides lost a total of more than 20,000 units. The losses in this battle between the two armies reached the sum of the losses in the outpost battle and the fight between Long Fei and Fardis at that time. The damage ratio between the Dion army and the Miao army reached 4-1. Most of the aircrafts destroyed by the Wang Slayers were fighter planes, Taurus, Virgo 3, and Viper, and the damage of these aircrafts accounted for 70%. Most of these airframes are controlled by the MD system and Harrow. The damage to Dion's army, including those who defected to the Miao army and surrendered to the former colonial circle, accounted for 15% of the damage caused by these defections. The current battle site between the two armies has been pushed further back, about 1,000 kilometers away from the Marcus fortress. The two forces continued to dispatch reinforcements and logistical resources to their respective camps. It's just that the logistics and reinforcements of Dion's army have been unable to keep up. In addition to being interfered by guerrillas, there are also missile bombing attacks from outer space. This is why Disby was beaten back all the time. Li Xiuqing returned to the position and walked out of the XS cockpit. Alice had already returned to her intelligent body. Li Xiuqing took the drink from the logistics staff, and suddenly he was patted on the shoulder. Li Xiuqing turned his head and saw that it was Long Fei. Beside Long Fei, members of the Angels of Doom team followed and protected him. "Old Fei, I didn't expect you to come to my place." "Why can't I come?" "No way, you are our boss. I've been to many places to inspire all the members, and when I came here, you just came back." The members of the Shadow Mad Dogs watched their team leader talking to the boss. Everyone knew that the team leader and the boss were childhood sweethearts who had played together since childhood. It can be said that the entire Tianyi mercenary group is one of the most trusted people of the boss. By the way, Lao Fei, I thought this battle would drag on for a long time, at least 1 or 2 months, but judging from the current situation, we may be able to reach the city of Marcus Fortress in 10 to 20 days. This is also due to the guerrillas, as well as those 25 boys in the Dion Empire. Speaking of which, Lao Fei, if you really bring down the entire Dion Empire, what are you going to do with it? Especially those 25-year-olds. Long Fei didn't answer, but stood up silently, because he really didn't think about whether he would be the master of the Martian Circle if he really knocked down the entire Martian Circle, and Long Fei hesitated instead. Long Fei just wanted to kill Fardis of the Dion Empire and set up a puppet. It's just that Long Fei thinks now that the Martian Circle is a puppet he arranged. But there is no guarantee that this puppet will not take the opportunity to betray him when he is at his weakest. This guy Fadis has only his last son and daughter left, and his son and daughter can't be my puppets. They will take revenge on me at any time, and there are so many new humans in the Martian Circle. Long Fei was thinking. Li Xiuqing asked. "I said, Lao Fei, could it be possible that you haven't thought about what to do after conquering the entire Martian Circle?" "I have thought about it. Originally, I wanted to have a puppet government. I can control it behind the scenes. However, after thinking about it, I am a little worried. Then you can just be the master of this circle of Mars. Or you can be the president or the emperor. I have this idea, but will the people of the Dion Empire, especially those new humans, obey me, the one who overthrew their country, as their master?" 2. Although Fardis is a bastard, he is very good to new humans. You're right. This emperor does have a lot of discrimination against ordinary humans, and he doesn't have any dissatisfaction with the adjusters. Wait a minute, we seem to be digressing. What are you going to do with the 2 or 5 boys mentioned earlier? These guys depend on their ability, but try not to reuse them. As long as there are people who can replace them, put them idle or put them aside. These guys actually don't have any loyalty at all, or they are just a group of people who strengthen them, whoever it is. Now that the Dion Empire seems to be dying, they have already made a living for themselves, no matter whether they are young or not, or just to keep themselves alive. These guys try not to reuse them as much as possible, and they must be monitored at all times. Old Fei, if I were you, maybe after I took down the entire Dion Empire, I would capture and shoot all these youngsters. I can't keep these traitors, because they can betray the country they were born in today. He will betray us someday. Long Fei nodded and said, "It depends on the situation. If you really win the entire Mars Circle, if you decide to be the master of this Mars Circle, these guys, it depends on the situation. Anyway, a newly established country will always people governance is needed, and if these guys have the talent, it's still available." Old Fei, to be honest, I can't understand you more and more. Long Fei patted Li Xiuqing's shoulder and said, "Okay, I'm still me. If I really become the master of this Martian circle, I will definitely have your share." Li Xiuqing half-jokingly said, "You don't want to be so cunning. You're a running dog. Don't worry, if you didn't have two minds like those guys in history, this kind of thing would never happen to you." After finishing speaking, Long Fei left the scene and went to the next location. Li Xiuqing looked at Long Fei's back and sighed. If his old friend really became the master of the planet he was standing on now, if he could get a share, he would definitely bring his parents with him. Come here, but other members of his Li family don't know if they will come to climb him up. On the other side, except for the Angel of Doom team that has not played yet, the other directly subordinate troops have been fighting in different locations one after another and will withdraw to their positions from time to time for repairs. The remaining two Royal Knights of Dion's army are leading the way, fighting against the troops directly under Long Fei. Heijian and Tianwei had already suffered heavy losses, and after their leader was captured or killed in slaughter and mirror, Heijian and Tianwei took the remnants of the two Royal Knights under their banners. Although forming a mixed team, the current size of Black Sword and Tianwei is only 60% of their heyday, which is the result of accepting the remnants of slaughter and mirror. Among the troops directly under Long Fei's side, the Dire Hounds and Taihuachuan suffered the heaviest losses. The current loss has reached about 20%. After more than 72 hours of fighting, Dion's army was pushed back another 50 kilometers. The destroying force in outer space launched another round of missile bombardment and projectile troops. Damn it, there's another wave of missile bombing in the sky. The whole army evades urgently. Countless mobile drill missiles descended from the sky to attack Dion's army. Countless MS dodged, and the mobile fortress activated the point defense system to intercept the missiles together with the battleship. Damn it, another batch of protective cover monsters and big gun boys descended from the sky. Dion's army called Serpent, Virgo 3, and Scobio the shield monsters and cannon boys. It is the MS that they have the most troublesome besides meeting the special Gundam and the mass-produced Gundam. It has powerful firepower and a protective cover with extremely high defense power. The powerful firepower suppresses every step of the way while covering the progress of other airframes. Dozens of Vipers spread out, and several formed teams to carry out crossfire suppression. Gatling machine guns, beam cannons, and 360mm heavy rocket launchers suppressed many Dion Army MS. A Salamander's shoulder cannon and a Viper holding a 360mm heavy rocket launcher are bombarded. Two mobile suits were bombarded by the opponent at the same time. Although it was a one-for-one exchange, it was not worthwhile. Dion's army lost one mobile suit and its pilot, and the Tianyi mercenary group only lost one mobile suit. A monster was blasted through its body by a Serpent's beam cannon. Under the cover of a row of Bilge 3's firepower, several teams of 3 big Vipers surrounded a team of more than a dozen mobile suits of various styles from 3 locations to bombard them with firepower. Although MS such as the Scorpion Tiger and Wingbird also have counterattacks, but the new titanium alloy armor of the big poisonous snake, the remaining second-generation Gundamium alloy in defense, which is slightly inferior to the third-generation Gundamium alloy, can resist the Scorpion Tiger and Wingbirds have most of their weapons. The Scorpion Tiger and Wingbird cannot withstand the bombardment of the Viper's Gatling machine gun, beam cannon, and 360mm heavy rocket launcher. The armor on the Viper's body either has some scratches or dented wounds. Since the new titanium alloy was successfully developed, the later Taurus, Virgo 3, and Scobio used the new titanium alloy as armor, just like the Serpent. Although the defense, weight, and metal fatigue resistance of the new titanium alloy are not as good as the third-generation Gundamium alloy, it is easier to extract it now. The titanium ceramic composite armor used by Jigang and Jesta is not as good as the new titanium alloy armor. After the new titanium alloy armor could be mass-produced, all MS armors such as Jiegong and others that were manufactured and in active service were replaced with new titanium alloy armor. The 145mm live ammunition machine gun must be fired several times in almost the same position to penetrate the new titanium alloy armor. This is also one of the main reasons why the current losses of the Tianyi mercenary group will be lower than in previous battles. In general MS, only Salamander can compete with Bilge 3 and Serpent in terms of firepower. Nearly half of the weapons equipped by the mass-produced Holy Machine of the Blue Holy Machine have the ability to penetrate the new titanium alloy armor. But no weapon can penetrate planetary defenders. Blood Red has a large shooting weapon that looks similar to the Viper's 360mm heavy rocket launcher, which can barely penetrate planetary defenders. During the development of Emerald, the project adopted was based on the design of the floating cannon, which attacked the target from different angles. It was insufficient in terms of firepower, and the hand weapons used were also unable to penetrate the planetary defenders. Azure has quite a few powerful weapons that can pierce planetary defenders, but planetary defenders can stack or form several layers of shields. However, the Dion army still has a new type of weapon developed, which can restrain planetary defenders, the electromagnetic wave laser rifle. When a purple laser hits the protective cover of the planetary defender, it can disable the planetary defender within 2 seconds. The purple laser can easily penetrate the new titanium alloy armor. However, the electromagnetic wave laser rifle consumes a huge amount of energy. In general MS, only Salamanders can equip it, and it is enough to supply the required energy. Only Emerald Green and Blue Eye can supply the required energy for the mass-produced Holy Machine, but if the former is equipped with an electromagnetic wave laser rifle, it cannot be equipped with a floating cannon. Some purple lasers run through quite a few Bilgo 3s and Serpents. A Delta Plus held a beam saber and chopped off a Salamander's electromagnetic wave laser rifle with a sword, and then swung the sword to cut it in half. Then fire at the other units. True Red Aegis Gundam, remanufactured, bombardment form, using an inductive magnetic field generator, combined with the 580mm Siren Warcraft double-phase energy cannon on the chest, the beam attack bends, destroying several MS in an instant, including the handheld electromagnetic wave laser rifle Salamander. Tindi Gundam launches large and small Dragoons, 3 large Dragoons, 9 beam cannons each, and 8 small Dragoons, 2 beam cannons each, a total of 43 beam cannons, except for the use of the Ace Driver's telepathic control outside. Emperor Gundam is additionally equipped with the Sekimus system, with the superb calculation of the Dragoons. All 43 beam cannons hit their targets. Then, the beam rifle and the compound armor shield system attacked the target one after another. Warrior Gundam, ex-Heresy equipment, landed on the back of Tindi Gundam, launched the Dragoon system, and 4 large conductive cannons, a total of 36 beam muzzles. The two together have a total of 79 units, shooting down countless mechas one after another. The cooperation of the two Gundams directly made them the most beautiful boys in that battlefield area. The Warrior Gundam and the Emperor Gundam are back-to-back, using beam guns to shoot down the MS around them. In the combat area on the other side, Thunderbolt Gundam is equipped with Jade Cannon-type assault equipment, and the armor-piercing rocket launcher Path of the Dead Kai pierces a monster with one shot. The 8-mounted missile launcher can also shoot down 8 milliseconds when firing 8 missiles. The Ultra Pulse Beam Cannon can not only penetrate several armored monsters, but also penetrate mobile fortresses with energy shields. The special Holy Machine of the Dion Army. After many years of fighting, many ace pilots and their cars fell on the battlefield. Now the Dion Army does not have many special Holy Machines. In many battle areas, once the Special Gundam does not encounter the Special Holy Machine, it will basically suppress the Dion Army in that area by cooperating with other mechas to fight. Taurus, Serpent, Virgo 3, and Scobio landed several batches one after another, advancing continuously. In addition, many new Special Gundams were sent to the battlefield one after another, which also suppressed the enemy troops in many combat areas. The field reporter who broadcast the live broadcast commented that the Tianyi mercenary group seems to have been preserving their strength, and the Tianyi mercenary group no longer keeps their hidden cards covered. He began to gradually play out the hidden cards. As the opponent, Dion Huanghua had no other cards to play at the moment. Moreover, Dion's army was completely beaten and retreated steadily at this moment, and the two armies had been fighting for almost 100 hours. Dion's army was now pushed back even further by the Miewang troops, and was now forced to the battle area between the two armies, only about 800 kilometers away from the Maka's fortress. At this moment, The damage ratio of the two armies has reached 5-1. If there is no accident, it is possible for the damage ratio to reach 6-1. At night, in a certain battle area, many Dion Army MS were attacked by unknown people, and they didn't know where the attack came from. Even if the heat, light, or night vision functions are turned on, it is still impossible to find where the attack is coming from. When many Dion soldiers were dealing with the enemy aircraft in front of them with their colleagues, suddenly, the colleagues who were shooting together suddenly misfired. From the screen, they could see that the entire aircraft was pierced by an unknown attack and fell to the ground or melted into a ball. Fireworks. To make matters worse, the battle area was still a forest area, and the entire surrounding area was filled with fierce flames, and the thermal function could not detect the entire surrounding area at all. Only the night vision function can be used, and some exit the forest area. The MS who exited the forest area were attacked by other airframes or mobile fortresses, and fighter planes in the sky also attacked them. Luke was killed. My place was also attacked by an unknown person, and some colleagues were directly killed. Turn on the anti-stealth function. The anti-stealth function cannot be found. The anti-stealth function activated by some mass-produced holy machines. Many drivers think that there must be invisible MS attacking them. But the anti-stealth function can't find the invisible MS at all. Suddenly, flames burst out from the chest of a blood-red holy machine, and several holes were pierced through the chest. 3 darts still hit the ground, and the eyes of the blood-red holy machine dimmed. Seeing that their colleagues were under unknown attack, the other mass-produced machines immediately adopted back-to-back tactics, and each other was responsible for monitoring the 180-degree angle range. Suddenly, a pair of huge sickle-like physical swords cut off the 2 back-to-back blood-red and blue. The other mass-produced holy machines and MS saw the Crimson Gundam appear in front of them, and then disappeared immediately. Although there are also a small number of production aircraft and MIS drivers who responded quickly and attacked the position where the disappearing Gundam was located. Countless beams passed by where the Gundam disappeared, but no explosion occurred where the beams passed. Immediately afterwards, the Crimson Gundam suddenly appeared at another location and used the ultra-high-speed kinetic energy armor-piercing projectile of the 3-headed attack shield system to penetrate the cockpit of one Emerald Holy machine, and then used the beam saber of the attack shield system to pierce another Taiwan blood-red cockpit. After the sneak attack is successful, it also immediately disappears in front of the enemy in stealth. When other enemies attacked the position of the disappearing Gundam, the Crimson Gundam reappeared from the other side and pierced a blue cockpit with the Tumu Karuta sword triple claw. Immediately after succeeding, it also becomes invisible and disappears. Immediately afterwards, the Crimson Gundam attacked an armored monster with its back facing him from another location. Also disappears immediately after taking down the opponent. The other airframes are very passive, and the disappearing Crimson Gundam cannot be found even with the anti-stealth device function. Even if it is active, take an attack immediately, and the disappearing Crimson Gundam has not suffered any damage from the attack. Then, Crimson Gundam emerged from another location and attacked the target on the other side. In the current instant, at least one target will be killed. Disappears immediately after getting it. Damn it! Can this Gundam move instantly? Damn it! It's not invisibility, it's direct teleportation. No wonder the anti-stealth function is invalid. There is no way to go on like this. Scatter immediately. Use a group of several people to escape in different directions. No matter what, you must run back to our position alive. You must tell our position that the bodies of the Tianyi mercenary group have the ability to teleport. A blue holy plane pilot who looked like the captain gave an order, but the Crimson Gundam reappeared after giving the order, piercing his cockpit with a sword and taking him away. Withdraw quickly. The remaining mechas quickly scattered, and the 3 mechas fled in different directions as a group. A total of more than 12 groups spread out in 12 directions. The separation of the 12 groups also deprived them of the ability to communicate at close range. 3 red Gundams suddenly appeared in groups 1, 3, and 6 to attack. There is no way to communicate to other colleagues. When the 3 teams were all wiped out at about the same time, the last Blood Red fired a signal flare into the sky before being destroyed. When some teams found the flare, they knew that the other teams were all gone. What happened? In the second team, a Azure led 2 salamanders, and a Crimson Gundam appeared in front of them. How far is the effective distance of his teleportation? The blue driver said in fear, and suddenly the red Gundam disappeared in front of him, which made the hairs on his whole body stand on end. When the blue pilot immediately controlled the body to turn around, 2 Crimson Gundams appeared in front of the screen, attacking directly behind the salamander and piercing the cockpit with a sword. Before the Azure pilot could react, a scorching beam directly vaporized him. Immediately afterwards, the other groups were attacked by Crimson Gundam. Moreover, in some of the groups that were wiped out, not 1 red Gundam appeared, but 3 appeared at the same time. Only then did some bright-minded pilots understand that the Crimson Gundam did not have the ability to teleport, but had several of them fighting together. None of the groups made it back to their positions alive. At a certain point after all the teams were killed, 36 Crimson Gundams appeared. The name of the Crimson Gundam is Xingyun Thunder Gundam, and it was Long Fei who set up a special operations regiment named Xingyun Thunder Regiment. Although it is not directly under Long Fei's name, it belongs to a special combat group that only obeys Long Fei's orders, and all the mechas are Xingyun Thunder Gundam. Without Long Fei's authorization, the Xingyun Thunder Group does not obey anyone's orders. 36 Nebula Xuanlei regiments. The combat method just now is their common tactics, and all the airframes have activated the new Mirage system. Thunder Gundam conducts combat missions by appearing in turn to attack and immediately stealth, so that the opponent has the illusion that one body appears in a different position instantly, mistakenly thinking that the machine has the ability to teleport. And this tactic of deceiving the enemy really played with the enemy in applause, and all the enemies were played around by this tactic and led by the nose. This is the Xingyun Xuanlei Regiment. Team 3, the target has been wiped out. Received, Team 3, your next target location, I will tell you later. Soon, Team 3 received the news of the target location, and 36 Xingyun Thunder Gundams immediately activated the new Mirage system and disappeared at the scene. In many battle areas in different locations, the Dion army was attacked by unknown people. Nebula Thunder Gundam used their good deception tactics to deceive the enemy around. Let all the enemies think that Nebula Thunder Gundam has the ability to move instantly. None of Dion's troops who were warmly received by the Xingyun Thunder team survived. Some Nebula Thunder Gundam teams, even though they appeared in front of other troops, were confused by the appearance of the Nebula Thunder Gundam. Even the elite troops or special forces thought it was the newly established direct unit of the boss Long Fei. Some members thought it was a new generation of swords. Nebula Thunder Gundam, not to mention that the Dion army did not receive relevant news. Even the drone cameras of the field reporters who were broadcasting live did not find Nebula Thunder Gundam. Nayli drives the Gale Strike Gundam with both hands holding the wing-saw ship-chopping knife, and uses the shoulder thrusters to give the body a powerful thrust in multiple directions. Nayli is very good at hitting short distances. She is equipped with 2 75mm multi-barreled short-range defense weapon systems on her neck. She uses her shoulder thrusters to quickly avoid enemy attacks, and the multi-barrel short-range defense weapons fire beams to counterattack. Then, quickly approach the enemy. Nayli locked on a Night Huntress. The Night Huntress uses her shoulders to launch a beam cannon, attacking the Gale Strike Gundam. Hate Strike Gundam uses the shoulder thrusters to rush towards the Night Hunter with high maneuverability and kamikaze style of close-fitting light beams. Gale Strike Gundam quickly approached, and Night Hunter immediately drew out 2 giant beam sabers and slashed at Gale Wind Strike Gundam. Gale Strike Gundam made a dodge to avoid the attack of the 2 beam sabers. The Wingsaw Slasher chops the Night Hunter's chest armor and collects the Night Hunter's armor data at the moment of contact with the cut energy shield, and can change the frequency according to the material of the target, quickly generating the number of cycles of the Night Hunter's armor vibration, so as to obtain excellent cutting ability, easily cut through the armor of the Night Huntress. The Night Huntress driver did not expect that a solid big knife could easily cut through the armor and cause serious damage to the machine body. The driver had no choice but to press the escape button, and the Night Hunter popped out an escape sphere, which could roll away from the scene like a ball if it was on the ground. But Nali didn't give the other party a chance to escape, and the Wingsaw sword directly split the escape sphere in half, and the split sphere exploded into a cloud of fireworks. Nayli looked coldly at the cloud of smoke on the screen, let out a cold hum, and then looked for the next target. Ever since her husband was killed by the spies of the Dion Empire, Nayli has only had a deep hatred for the Dion Empire, the motherland where she was born. After entering the Circle of Mars, Nayli searched for her parents and her parents-in-law. After some searching, she found that her parents were embarrassed by the Dion Empire authorities because of her relationship, and other new humans also made things difficult for her father. New human beings, and the mother is an ordinary human being, who also encountered a series of embarrassments, and the couple were also scolded by countless netizens on the internet. Because the parents couldn't bear a series of difficulties and pressure, the couple committed suicide. After the father-in-law and the mother-in-law married a new human woman as their wife because of their son, they were arrested and sentenced to death by shooting because they could not find a son. After Nayli got the news, she became more and more resentful towards the Dion Empire. As long as she had a chance, she would never show mercy to any Dion army. Like the original Dion Emperor who she encountered in the same way, she was merciless to her former compatriots, killing each other with a knife. The Rainstorm Duel Gundam is also driven by the former Dion Empire. The difference is that the driver is an ordinary male human. The Rainstorm Duel Gundam held a 57mm high-energy beam rifle and fired continuously to destroy several scorpion tigers in the form of scorpions. Then, with his left hand, he pulled out the beam saber mounted on his knee, and with a wave of his left hand, he cut a scorpion-shaped scorpion tiger that was charging towards him in half. The high-energy beam rifle in the right hand is matched with a 175mm grenade launcher, firing upwards to shoot down a winged bird in bird form. The Rainstorm Duel Gundam then switches the weapon with the left hand to the 115mm Shiva magnetic cannon. Rainstorm Duel Gundam holds high-energy beam rifles and magnetic cannons in both hands and fires in different directions one after another, cross-firing and extreme-moving shooting. Artillery fire and light beams must have penetrated or bombed the target, and many MS were destroyed. The Rainstorm Duel Gundam was originally a PS armor, but Long Fei modified it into a VPS armor, which not only has excellent immunity to live ammunition weapons, but also has good resistance to some energy weapons. Storm Duel Gundam and Gale Strike Gundam originally used ultra-compact energy batteries as their power source, but Long Fei modified it with a special third-generation Manhwa's super-energy thermonuclear reactor. Let these Gundams fight for a long time. Not only these two Gundams, but all Seed Gundams that are powered by batteries must be replaced with a special third-generation Manhwa's super-energy thermonuclear reactor. Because the Manhwa particles of the Manhwa's super-energy thermonuclear reactor can be immune to neutron disruptors, Long Fei boldly used the Manhwa's super-energy thermonuclear reactor. After solving a few MS, Storm Duel Gundam found that Gale Strike Gundam was fighting with a special black and red holy machine. Gundam Duel in the Rain to switch weapons, 350mm, Gun of Greed, Rail Rocket Launcher, standard black and red special holy machine. When it was separated from the Gale Strike Gundam, the Storm Duel Gundam fired a rail rocket. The black and red specially made Holy Plane Pilot fought for a long time, which made his spirit a little slack, and his reaction was delayed by half a beat when a sense of crisis came. Although he dodged, the rail bazooka pierced his left side into pieces. There was no damage to the cockpit, but countless electric sparks emanated from the damaged parts. The black and red special holy machine also lost most of its mobility, and the Gale Strike Gundam Wingsaw Zhanjian immediately cut the opponent in two. Nayli took a look at Duel Gundam and went to the next location to find a new target. When Storm Duel Gundam was also preparing to go to the next location, Hailstorm Storm Gundam suddenly appeared in front of him. The driver of Hailburst Storm Gundam is also a former Dion army, an ordinary human female. Hailstorm Storm Gundam turned on the Mirage system and disappeared. The Rainstorm Duel Gundam pilot understands that the Storm Gundam is ready for its next destination. Hailstorm Storm Gundam came to a higher mountain forest area, and the Blood Red team, 5 kilometers away from itself, was fighting with the Mk3 team. Hailstorm Gundam uses a 350mm launcher to notify its colleagues before conducting long-distance bombing. The two teams that were fighting fiercely The sudden bombardment caused the two teams to evade immediately. After the Mk3 team received the communication notification from the Hailstorm Gundam, they understood that this was artillery support from their colleagues and attacked the Blood Red team while evading. Hailstorm Storm Gundam killed two Blood Reds under a round of artillery fire and then used 220mm 6-connected missile pods to launch high-explosive missiles. After launching all the high-explosive missiles, Hailstorm Gundam turned on the Mirage system again to move to the next position. The Blood Red team was bombed one after another and lost some airframes, leaving 6 Blood Red units. Looking at the original Mk3 team with 6 Blood Reds, there are still 12 Mk3s without losing one. The captain of the Blood Red team immediately ordered to retreat, and the Mk3 team immediately pursued after receiving the notification from Hailstorm Gundam. The Stealth Hailburst Gundam launched an attack immediately after the target entered the effective range of the 120mm triple-mounted anti-ship Vulcan gun and the 94mm high-energy converging fire rifle, intercepting the retreating Blood Red team. Moreover, this round of bombing was a sneak attack, and a Blood Red was shot down in an instant. The Mk3 team chasing after caught up to the target, and then teamed up with Hailburst Storm Gundam to kill the remaining 5 Blood Reds. Hailstorm Storm Gundam turned on the Mirage system again to go to the next location. The Tianyi mercenary group invested many new types of special Gundams in this important and crucial battle, and many of them are follow-up machines of special Gundams that have never been seen before. A war reporter controlled the drone and reported the shooting scene. Those who watched the live broadcast understood that the Tianyi mercenary group had already begun to no longer hold back in this battle. 3 new Gundams were photographed, and they seemed to be the previous 3 Gundams called Calamity, Robbery, and Forbidden. With some improvements made by Long Fei, the Kanglen Calamity Gundam has a powerful locking ability, which is no less than the Freedom Gundam's ability to lock enemies and launch all bullets. On the back, there are 4 Shock 125mm high-energy long-distance beam cannons, 2 Kraken Monster 580mm double-phase energy cannons, 2 115mm angle cannons with 2 consecutive installations, and 2 30mm Gatling shields. Kanglen Calamity Gundam's incomparably powerful full-energy beam weapon launched, causing countless bodies to be pierced by the beam at once. Wherever the beam passes, there must be fireworks. The weapon of the Kanglen Calamity Gundam fired red, cyan, and yellow beams one after another. This blow destroyed countless Dion Army MS on the battlefield. The Ochre Raider Gundam is also improved based on the Raider Gundam. The Ochre Gundam is currently dealing with a mobile Fortress Typhon, and the 2-mounted 52mm super high-speed shield gun and the 100mm Rage energy cannon on the right arm are fired at the opponent. Typhon used the shield on his left arm to block the attacks of the artillery fire one after another, and then counterattacked with the giant electromagnetic cannon on his right hand. When the Ochre Raider Gundam dodges, it counterattacks with a 15mm railgun and a 105mm cannon. Although some of the attacks hit Typhon's body, Typhon's energy interaction can completely withstand it. Typhon countered with the beam cannon on his chest and the Gatling machine guns mounted on his shoulders. Typhon's attack strafed, and the Ochre and Yellow Robbers evaded and dodged. Some of the machine guns fired at the Ochre and Yellow Robbers. The VPS, originally called TP, armor was completely immune to these live ammunition attacks. Ochre Gundam uses the Super Thor's hammer to hit the broken ball, which is bigger than Thor's hammer, and the spikes on the ball are sharper and more lethal. The stud wrecking ball hit Typhon the Bastard's chest in the front, and even the energy shield couldn't hold it. The ramming wrecking ball directly smashes a spider web of cracks in the enemy's chest. Typhon's eyes fired yellow beams to fight back. The Blue Calamity Gundam stood in front of the Ochre Yellow Robbery Gundam, blocking the yellow beam with an anti-beam shield. Zhehuang robbed the Gundam and fired a short-range, light god, plasma bombardment at Zhang Taifeng's head, seriously injuring his head. Then, the Yellow Ochre Gundam attacked Typhon with its 115mm railgun and the Blue Calamity Gundam's 580mm multi-phase energy cannon. With the cooperation of the two Gundams, Typhon turned into a giant fireworks ball. Then, Another Gundam landed in front of the two Gundams, Crimson Forbidden Gundam. A huge beam of light hit the three Gundams. The Crimson Forbidden Gundam used phantom particle magnetic fields and energy to deflect the elastic armor, distorted and dissipated the light beam, and part of the distorted light beam also hit other Dion Army airframes. The Crimson Forbidden Gundam used the inductive Vulture plasma cannon and applied the distortion of the light beam, which caught many Dion Army units off guard and was destroyed for a while. The scattered beam cannon opened fire, and many aircraft were also shot down. Then, the three mechas cooperated in the battle. The long distance and fire suppression were handed over to the Blue Calamity Gundam, and the medium and short distance ones were handed over to the Ochre Yellow Robbery Gundam and Crimson Forbidden Gundam. Especially at close range, it is dealt with by the Crimson Forbidden Gundam, and the double-bladed Evil Dragon recuts countless mechas in half. In terms of defense, it is also handed over to the Crimson Forbidden Gundam. The phantom particle magnetic field and the energy-biased elastic armor directly prevent many organisms from using energy weapons, fearing that they will be sent back by the opponent to kill their colleagues by mistake. The cooperation of the three Gundams directly caused heavy losses to the Dion Army in the local combat area. With the cooperation of the three Gundams, the Liao troops easily suppressed the enemy with twice the result with half the effort. Compared with the original prototype Gundam, these three Gundams are superior in terms of firepower, defense, and maneuverability, and these three Gundams have also undergone some improvements from Long Fei, adding a Minovsky suspension system. Let these three Gundams be able to fight freely on land and in the sky. On the other side of the battle area, the appearance of Fubuki Gundam has modified the position of the Dragoon system backpack and moved it to the right shoulder. The left shoulder is equipped with 4 small cannon barrels and a MV-05, a composite arm shield with a propulsion nozzle. There are 2 conical gun barrels on the waist, and the backpack is a Dragoon assault backpack, including M221 Judgment beam rifle. Fubuki Gundam is better than Tindi Gundam in mobility, and also has the ability to fight in the sky and on land. Fubuki Gundam's right hand is also equipped with a Judgment beam rifle, which is equipped with the Judgment beam rifle in the backpack and 2 small beam rifles in the composite arm shield system on the left. The continuous firing caused many MS, including the mass-produced Holy Machine, to be suppressed by firepower. Moreover, the large and small Dragoon barrels fired at the front and also caused countless MS to be shot down. Although some mass-produced Holy Machines tried to get close to Fubuki Gundam, the Dragoons on the main body fired beams from the same distance, shooting down all the mass-produced Holy Machines that tried to approach. Fushiwa Gundam has become a battlefield meat grinder in the local battle area. There are a total of 43 beams for large and small Dragoons. New humans and adjusted humans can still barely dodge the attacks of the Dragoons, but ordinary humans, especially those pilots who have been driven to the shelves and have not received a few months of formal training, have basically become the number of Fushiwa Gundam shooting down the aircraft. In just 5 minutes, Fushiwa Gundam had already shot down more than 200 units regardless of any type of MS. The other mechas are locked to the Fubuki Heavenly Emperor Gundam, but the Fuyuki Heavenly Emperor Gundam is not a standalone battle, and it does not engage in one-man combat. There are other MS around to fight together with the mobile fortress. As a battlefield meat grinder, Fubuki Gundam hadn't scared away the Dion Army in the local fighting area. Warriors Gundam, ex-Heresy equipment, and Emperor Gundam came to Fubuki Emperor Gundam's combat area. Although the Dion Army in the local battle area was fighting hard, they could continue to wear it, but the arrival of the Warrior Gundam and the Emperor Gundam directly let the Dion Army break through the defense directly. Because the 3 Gundam Dragoons had a total of 122 beams, successive waves of Dragoon attacks directly caused heavy casualties to Dion's army. The 3 waves of Dragoons attacked, damaged, and destroyed a total of more than 300 units. The commander of Dion's army in charge of the local battle area could only immediately fire the withdrawal signal flare to let the remaining troops withdraw from the battle area immediately. The troops on Fushiwa Gundam's side did not win the pursuit, so they started a round of battlefield cleaning. The drones operated by the war correspondents above filmed the previous battle scenes. Oh my god, the new Gundams from the Tianyi Mercenary Corps combined with some old Gundams. The powerful floating cannons. Every country is a military expert, and they don't know the difference between dragoons and floating cannons, and mistakenly confuse the two, swept away all at once. There are many Dion Army airframes, which can even be said to be rubbed against the ground. The Miawang Army and the Dion Army have been fighting for more than 150 hours. The Dion Army continued to be suppressed by the enemy and was forced to retreat to less than 600 kilometers away from the Marcus Fortress. The battle lines of the two armies gradually shrank as they got closer to the Marcus Fortress. Shrek also transferred part of the troops back to their positions for repairs, and then contacted the destroying Wang troops in outer space, sending some landing troops to other bases to occupy. At the same time, some of the troops who returned to the position to rest were dispatched to the designated enemy base to fight with the landing troops. On the other side, at the Marcus Fortress where Elisod was located, Miawang guerrillas had already sneaked into the Marcus Fortress under the cover of Erwuzi. The guerrillas who sneaked and carried out a series of actions, waiting for the opportunity to cooperate with the large forces. After Elisod learned that there were 2 or 5 sons, he betrayed intelligence and cover for the enemy to win the base. Elisod immediately issued an investigation order, and everyone went through the investigation round after round, and the identity, number, etc. were withdrawn over and over again. The guerrillas who sneaked and obtained the information and serial numbers and identities given by the second 5 boys, and some of the second 5 boys who controlled the database also tampered with the information. However, Elisod's investigation team is not a vegetarian, and when the database has been tampered with, they have already discovered clues. Under Elisod's order, he did not take any action to scare the snake away. During rounds of investigations, some guerrillas who had sneaked into the area had already been discovered. No arrests were taken, but secret observations were conducted to investigate who these team members were in contact with, who the inner ghost was, and where the other accomplices were. This is their top priority. On the battlefield, some MS and mass-produced Gundams stepped on anti-MS mines. The new titanium alloy could not withstand the explosion of the anti-MS mines, and their feet were directly blown up. Although the third-generation Gundamium alloy could carry it, it caused poor flexibility of the injured feet. Even many MS drivers of the Wang destroyer army found that the place where many of the fellow fighters stepped on was the position where the MS of the Dion army was standing just now. As a result, as soon as the feet of the fellow fighters left the ground, a violent explosion occurred directly on the ground. This made many people very puzzled. Why did nothing happen when the Dion Army MS stepped off the ground when they stepped on the underground landmine? But the landmine exploded as soon as their bodies left the ground. The anti-MS landmine developed by Dion Army mainly has the identification function. When the machine is stepped on, the identification function of the anti-MS mine will be checked instantly. As long as it is the identification code of our airframe, the anti-MS landmine will not explode. Although it caused some troubles for the destroying Wang troops, which affected part of their progress. However, the Miawang troops had already anticipated these things and had already prepared mine clearance vehicles. Harrow controls the demoning vehicle to carry out ground demoning and destroy the anti-MS mines. Isn't this the red-horned one-eyed monster that appeared earlier? I didn't expect it to appear again after a while. One of the war reporters discovered Zaku's mental power when he controlled the drone. There are a total of 8 spiritual power Zaku, and there is a badge picture on the shoulder shield on the left shoulder. The picture is a picture of a hideous undead zombie, surrounded by blood and skeletons. The name of this army is the Army of the Living Dead. At that time, the mobile ghost in the shell team only had 3 mental power Zaku, and there have been no new members to join. Later, as the fighting became more and more intense, more and more members lost body parts. But there were very few new human MS drivers who lost their hands and legs. And MS new human drivers who voluntarily cut off their hands and feet are even rarer. As of today, there are only 24 people in full play. And Long Fei had earlier transferred the 3 members of the mobile ghost in the shell team who had lost their limbs to the newly established Special Operations Team, Dead Unit. Like the Xingyun Xuanlei group, they also fight for special operations and also only obey Long Fei. Under Long Fei's setting, The size of the Special Operations Regiment is at most only 30% of the troops directly under it. Everyone in the Tianyi mercenary group knew that their boss, Long Fei, had three types of troops known to them: the bright side, the dark side, and the Special Operations Group. In addition to the troops directly under the front, they know 8 troops, the dark side and the Special Operations Regiment, and no one knows how many troops there are. The 8 spiritual power Zaku are fighting at the moment, following a combat team composed of ordinary and elite troops, fighting in a less dense forest area. The 8 mental power Zakus were all dispersed, and they used themselves as a combat unit to cooperate with other colleagues to carry out joint attack operations. In addition to the feeling of being one with the body, the mental power Zaka driver can also feel the changes in the surrounding environment. The driver of number 1 mental force Zaku sensed that there was a turbulence in the left rear, and a 120mm anti-aircraft gun machine gun was mounted on a jib and fired in the direction sensed by the driver. At a distance of 500 meters, a scorpion-shaped Lacerda body burst into flames, leaving countless holes in the body, and then exploded into a cloud of fireworks. Court death. Number 1 mental force Zaku directly threw a thermal axe towards the 6 o'clock direction, and the axe hit an invisible ink shadow holy machine. The ink shadow holy machine appeared, his eyes lost their light, and then he fell to the ground. Although you can be invisible, the wind and grass around you, as well as the vibration of the ground from your walking, let me sense your existence. Then a sky master equipped with a cannon backpack in the sky opened fire towards the ground. This blow caused many Dion Army MS to be detected by the nearby number 1 and number 4 mental force Zaku at the moment they dodge, sensing the surrounding movements. Immediately use the beam rocket launcher to fire at the position of the enemy aircraft within the sensing range. The Dion Army MS who managed to dodge the attack from the sky managed to hide from the first day of the junior high school, but not the 15th day, and was directly pierced by the beam rocket launcher from behind. Then, Zaku, the other spiritual power, and his colleagues surrounded and suppressed the enemy MS who were alone. After one Emerald dodged the attack of the full armor Mk3, it was attacked by the thermal axe of the mental power Zaku from behind, and an axe directly split its back in half. Several mental power Zaku used the Minovsky suspension system to fight in the sky to find enemy planes, and even lifted the restrictions on the body. To use their classic sentence, Red has an angular triple. After discovering the enemy plane, the 120mm high-explosive machine gun, 240mm Zaka rocket launcher, 360mm giant rocket launcher, etc., all greeted the target. Zaku with spiritual power dragged a white light trail and a red figure, making many enemy planes think it was a red comet flying across the sky for a while. In addition, when one Bylin turned on the synergistic mode and unrestricted mental power Zaku barely fought back and forth, the other mental power Zaku directly attacked from behind. Let Bylin be attacked from both sides and destroyed. There is also the mental power Zaku and other colleagues, attacking an enemy attack together, and the spiritual power Zaku and MK4 are dislocated and handed over to dismember a green emerald. Number 8 mental force Jigu held the Iron Fist rocket launcher in his right hand and smashed it directly on the blood-red chest, directly blasting a big hole. The driver inside was also seen at the part that was blown away. The violent explosion directly caused serious injuries to the driver. The driver, covered in blood, was already convulsing and was on the verge of death. The number 8 mental force Zaka driver took a look and looked for the next target. Number 8 spirit Zaka driver is driving his own Zaku while listening to his favorite music, blues music. He enjoys listening to blues music while fighting. Daryl, listen to your favorite blues music and fight. A split video popped up on the screen, and the driver of number 7 mental power Zaku came to communicate. It's you, Britt. What do you want from me? It's okay. It's just that the battle is a bit dull. I guess you should play blues music. So I will communicate with you to listen to the music so that I can cheer myself up. Okay, then you should listen carefully. Daryl, don't you like listening to other music besides blues? I don't feel anything else. Blues music can make me feel very happy. Even in battle, I can relax and have no fear. Do you have any favorite music, Britt? Quite a lot. I'm saying, What kind of music can you listen to in your soul? Well, it should be considered psychedelic music. The two pilots, number 7 and number 8 Spirit Zaku, listened to music and talked while fighting, and they merged during the battle. The two mental power Jagu came with a cross-position shooting and cross-positioning. 120mm high explosive machine guns, giant rocket launchers, etc. Many of the airframes were destroyed by the special tactics of the two spiritual Zaku. By the way, Daryl, I heard that you used to pursue Rebecca, the Pirate Gundam X-3 ace pilot of the Cross Vanguard. How is it now? Have you pursued it? Daryl's expression fell a little. Daryl said with some low self-esteem, now I am already a handicapped person. Although the multifunctional prosthetic technology can make our hands and feet look exactly like ordinary people, in my heart, I have always been a handicapped person. I really can't see me as an ordinary person with sound limbs. Besides, he is an ace pilot, a military rank special lieutenant, and my military rank is only a sergeant, which is too far behind him. Let me tell you, be a little more confident, okay? I heard that Lieutenant Rebecca doesn't mind anyone's identity. She only looks down on those who have no ambition. There are still many people chasing her. Among them handicapped people like us. Daryl's eyes lit up. Britt, is what you said true? It's true, but I advise you to be more confident and have a strong heart. She has so many suitors, you have to be mentally prepared. You may fail. It's okay, at least I still have a chance. Then let's fight hard, and when we get back, think about how to pursue him. Suddenly, two fighter planes roared past the two Spirit Zaku. Wow, the two fighters that I have never seen before. Are they newly developed fighters? Britt said in surprise. I don't see it. Maybe it's a new type of Gundam transformed into a fighter plane. The Joya sisters did not drive the usual Pirate Gundam, but the new Phantom Gundam and Sonic Gundam. The two sisters will pilot these two new Gundams. Long Fei summoned them and asked the two sisters to test the two new Gundams and fight together with the Cross Vanguard. Sister, the two Gundams we drove seem to be the successors of the Twin Star Gundams we drove before. Jonah said to her sister. That's right, these two Gundams are huge, far from the miniaturized Pirate Gundams we're used to driving. Boss, have you decided to hand over these two Gundams to us? What should we do with the Pirate Gundams? It is estimated that the boss just asked us to test it. Don't forget that only our two sisters have driven the Gemini Gundam, and only our two sisters understand the PX system. I don't know. Who will the boss hand over to the driver after our two sisters finish the test? It is possible that in the future, the boss will hand over to his two daughters to drive. Isn't this too outrageous? His two daughters should only be 7 years old this year. 10 years later, maybe a more powerful Gundam has been developed. These two Gundams may be put into storage. Not necessarily. There may be a round of parts upgrades. Sister, we have almost reached the battle area of the Cross Vanguard. Then prepare to fight. The Crusaders are currently fighting against the Tianwei Royal Knights. The Tianwei Royal Knights also incorporated some members of the Slaughter and Mirror Royal Knights. Under the mixed combination, it is even possible to slightly suppress the Cross Vanguard. The main reason is that most of the weapons used by the MS of the Cross Vanguard are energy type, and the Magic Mirror Machine and the Evil Mirror Machine can bounce back those energy weapons. As a result, the Crusaders must use live ammunition weapons to deal damage to them. However, all members of the Cross Vanguard have fought side by side for many years, and they have already fought in tacit understanding. Although the Magic Mirror and the Evil Mirror caused them some troubles, they didn't make them panic. On the contrary, the slaughtered Cyclops and Ogres have huge bodies and powerful firepower. The smaller F-90 and Flint must be equipped with heavy firepower weapons to compete. But these heavy fire weapons are all energy systems, and Magic Mirrors and Evil Mirrors can reflect back with their armor. And that's at the heart of their real distress and headaches. Pirate Gundam and Darkhound are now dealing with the Bai Holy Machine. The driving skills of Baru Bados are not only better than Rebecca and Brittany, even Li Xiuqing is also inferior. Baru Bados manipulated the strength of MS, pushing away Fardis, Julius, and Chaplin, and his strength was at least within the top 5. The all-round performance of Corsair Gundam and Darkhound is comparable to that of Pai, but there is a gap in the driver's control skills. The combination of the two women couldn't beat Boluto's, and was even suppressed. Pirate Gundam is wielding the frenzied knife, and the Dark Hound is slamming with a dot spear. Bai used a special giant beam saber to suppress the attack of the two Gundams. The two Gundams attack less and defend more, and Bai attacks continuously. In fact, Baldus can kill one of the Gundams immediately, as long as the boost mode is turned on. However, Barubatos always had concerns, because he remembered that there were two other pirate Gundams, but they were not found in his combat area. Barubatos was very puzzled. He didn't know that the other party wanted to lure him into the booster mode, and then deliberately lured him to the ambush location. Fighting against each other many times, Barubatos has also experienced the conspiracy and tricks of these women, and almost capsized in the gutter. Suddenly, the two Gundams pushed back quickly. Two beams of light attacked Bai head-on. Such an attack could not cause Bai any damage at all, so he dodged easily. Barubatos didn't care about this attack, but instead watched the two fighters of different styles coming towards him. Suddenly, the two fighters deformed. It's a Gundam. There is no record in the data. It seems to be a newly developed special Gundam. It seems that they want to use me to practice their hands. Barubatos looked at the Sonic Gundam and the Phantom Gundam intently. He didn't know whether these two new Gundams were melee or ranged. However, Barubatos still had a hunch that he possessed powerful power. Rebecca, Brittany, you go to help others temporarily. Let's deal with this guy first. Got it, Captain. Let us know immediately when the captain needs help, Brittany said. Good. Jonah drives Sonic Gundam to attack Bai first. Sonic Gundam's pair of large-caliber beam cannons began to gather energy, and Vientiane Gundam attacked Bai with beam spears in hand. Under the control of Joya, the beam spear quickly stabbed and swiped a series of attacks. Bai used the giant beam long knife and the beam spear to fight. The moment the two beams of energy collided, the fire and lightning energy spread out. Dididi. The siren sounded from the Bai cockpit, and Barubatos looked at the data displayed on the instrument. The output of the Bai beam saber was not as powerful as the beam spear of the Phantom Gundam. Once the beam saber and the beam spear collide and push forward, Bai must be suppressed. Joya saw that the Phantom Gundam she was driving was able to suppress Bai, not because her driving skills had advanced enough to suppress Barubatos. Instead, the Minivis super-energy thermonuclear reactor of Mirage Gundam is the fourth generation, with a power generation of more than 20,000. I have heard my old colleague Aviana once said that the Wing Type 0 uses the fourth generation Miniv super-energy thermonuclear reactor, not to mention that the destruction rifle is more than 4 times the destruction rifle of the Wing Gundam. It is the beam saber. The output is also more than 4 times. The first model of the fourth generation Miniv's super-energy thermonuclear reactor adopted by the Flying Wing Zero can be called a conceptual model. Vientiane Gundam's fourth generation Miniv's super-energy thermonuclear reactor is the second model, which is a finalized style. At this moment, Barubatos knows that the power generation and output of the new Gundam are all above his power. At this time, a pair of large-caliber beam cannons with the speed of sound fired, and Barubatos felt a terrible sense of crisis. Bai dodged a pair of beam cannons, and a pair of beam cannons slashed towards the sky, hitting an ogre chasing the F-90, and a pair of beam cannons easily pierced the ogre's body. It even hit a magic mirror when it penetrated the ogre's body. As a result, the magic mirror's armor did not reflect the beam cannon back, but was swallowed by the beam cannon, and then the body exploded during the swallowing, and many beam cannons scattered in all directions. Make other nearby mechs dodge and block with shields or beam shields immediately. As expected of the fourth generation Miniv's super-energy thermonuclear reactor model, the output of the beam is terrifying. A single beam cannon is more powerful than the Wing Gundam's destruction rifle of the third generation Miniv's super-energy thermonuclear reactor, at least 70% higher. Looking at the scene just now, Barubatos broke out in a cold sweat, and the Phantom Gundam continued to attack Bai with the beam spear. Bai didn't choose head-to-head, but retreated, and then drew out the beam rifle with his left hand to fight back. The Phantom Gundam immediately used the wings on both sides to form a reflective shield, reflecting the incoming light beams back. Sonic Gundam's right-hand beam rifle and left-hand high-speed assault beam rifle attacked Bai one after another. Volutas immediately used his spirit to control the floating shield, and the 3 floating shields formed a triangular beam shield. resist those beam attacks. Barubatos found that the triangular beam shield would soon reach its limit, and the beam shield would appear cracked after 3 or 2 clicks. Balabatos was very surprised, whether the beam hitting the triangular beam shield came from a beam gun or a beam cannon. The triangular beam shield quickly exceeded the limit. The beam cover broke open like glass, and the 3 floating shields immediately returned to the body for charging. At this time, the 3 evil mirrors immediately rushed to help Balutos, reflecting back the attack of Sonic Gundam. But Phantom Gundam attacked directly behind an evil mirror with a beam spear in hand, and the spear penetrated from the back of the evil mirror to the chest. This made the other 2 evil mirror drivers very surprised. It stands to reason that even if it is a melee beam weapon, the Holy Mirror armor will emit a beam from another part. However, the beam lance of Mirage Gundam penetrates directly, and the only possibility is that the output of the beam lance is too powerful, so that the mirror armor cannot be ruled out at all. Sonic Gundam also pulled out a pair of beam sabers and quickly rushed to the 2 targets. At the same time, a pair of beam sabers cut through the 2 evil mirrors. The generators of these 2 Gundams are too terrifying. Is it MS or a mobile fortress? I'm afraid the power generated by our country's mobile fortress is not so scary. This is just a battleship's engine. Could it be that Tianyi made the core has reduced the battleship's engine to the point where it can be installed on a mobile suit? Barubatos said loudly in horror and shock. The mirror armor is not ideal in terms of live ammunition resistance, but it has a strong ability to withstand energy weapons, and as long as the engine of the mirror armor body is powerful enough, the tolerance threshold will be relatively increased. The engines of the magic mirror are more than 3,000 kilowatts, and the engines of the evil mirror are all more than 4,000 kilowatts. Generally speaking, the power generation of the enemy body does not exceed 50% of the power generation of the mirror armor body, and it is basically difficult to withstand the threshold. Exceeded the limit. This is why Barubatos was very shocked. The beam weapons of the mobile fortress in his country may not be able to make the mirror armor exceed the tolerance threshold. Now, the new type of Gundam. The speed of light cannon is more powerful than the destruction rifle of Wing Gundam. The power of the destruction rifle has been simulated once, and neither the Holy Mirror nor the Fairy Mirror can bear it. Destroying rifles, not to mention those coalition forces, even our own country has no way to develop a rifle of the same size, and the muzzle is only slightly larger than ordinary beam rifles, so it can exert such terrifying power. Although our country has developed the MS weapon is close to the destruction rifle, but that is a beam cannon, and its volume is more than double that of the destruction rifle. Barubatos thought. Phantom Gundam and Sonic Gundam, with the cooperation of the 2 sisters driving and control, attacked Bai in close quarters. Although Bai pulled out another beam saber with his left hand, he tried his best to resist the attack of the 2 Gundams. Dididi. The alarm kept ringing, and Barubatos didn't expect that the output of the beam saber of the Sonic Gundam also surpassed that of Bai's beam saber. Although Bai wanted to retreat quickly, the speed of the Mirage and Sonic Gundams were both higher than Bai. Even if Bai fires the beam cannon at the waist, the reflective shield of the Mirage Gundam or the reaction shield of the Sonic Gundam, they can all resist it. Pirate Gundam and Dark Hound continued to fight nearby. Rebecca and Brittany watched as the captain and the 2 sisters drove the new Gundam to suppress Bai. Pay attention from time to time during the battle, beware of Bai slipping away. Phantom Gundam launches a high-energy mega particle launcher, and Barubatos sees a huge beam cannon from the screen. Balabatos knew that his body couldn't handle this particle beam cannon. Bai immediately dodged. Sonic Gundam then launched a pair of large-caliber beam cannons. Balutos immediately mentally controlled the floating shield to form a triangular beam shield, and the large-caliber beam cannon penetrated the triangular beam shield with one touch. In fact, Barubatos already knew that the triangular beam shield could not resist the large-caliber beam cannon at all, and letting the triangular beam shield resist, it only allowed him to gain 1 second of time to dodge. In 1 second, Bai completely avoided the large-caliber beam cannon. Suddenly, Pirate Gundam appeared out of nowhere, directly behind Bai, holding a mad knife and slashing at Muramasa. With a somersaulting action, Bai flashed behind Pirate Gundam, ready to kill Pirate Gundam with one blow. As a result, the Dark Hound also appeared out of nowhere, appeared behind Bai, and the Dodge speared Bai's back. Damn it, it was almost possible to kill a Gundam. Pirate Gundam turned around and slashed. Bai got out of the way immediately. Pirate Gundam and Dark Hound failed to attack and cooperate with each other. When Bai flew straight into the sky, two Gundams, Sonic and Phantom, quickly intercepted Bai. When Bai wanted to run in another direction, Pirate Gundam and Dark Hound came behind Bai at the same time, cutting off Bai's retreat. Barubatos felt that he was doomed. At this time, Cyclops, Ogre and Magic Mirror rushed to rescue, but F-90 and Flint also rushed to help Zhouya and his party. Rebecca, Brittany, you go to help the others, and the head of the group can be dealt with by our two sisters. Understood. Rebecca and Brittany understand that the performance of Sonic Gundam and Phantom Gundam is far superior to that of Pirate Gundam. Perhaps in the case of fighting alone, Balutos can be invincible with technology far superior to his opponent. However, in a 2-on-1 situation, Barubatos could not even rely on technology alone to close the gap. In fact, the two of them also paid attention to the previous battle. Sister Zhouya suppressed Bai by relying on Sonic Gundam and Phantom Gundam. Sonic Gundam took the lead in the attack, firing at Bai with the beam rifle and beam submachine gun in his hand. Phantom Gundam attacks Bai with a beam spear. In addition to dodging the attack of the Sonic Gundam, Bai also has to resist the beam spear that blocks the Phantom Gundam. Barubatos thought to himself, continuing the fight is not an option. We can only turn on the synergistic mode, and only one can be killed. Even if it is replaced by one, it is better than none at all. There was a gap in the armor of part of Bai's body, and then a violent red air enveloped the whole body. Sister, it seems that he has activated his booster mode, and we have to activate our PX mode as well. Sonic Gundam and Mirage Gundam have blue airflow blowing from their bodies. At this moment, the two sisters sensed that they were one with the machine, and the reaction nerves were directly connected with the control system to form a mental synchronization. Moreover, the two sisters also sensed that their spirits had increased a lot and their reactions had improved, and they saw the advance actions of their opponent Bai. Trajectory. At the same time, Barubatos also sensed that the spirits of the two sisters had strengthened a lot and thought, could it be that the Divine Will Core also has a mental device to improve the new human driver? At this moment, Barubatos must fight with the determination to die. Bai took the lead, and the body disappeared in place in an instant, and came to the back of the Phantom Gundam in an instant. A beam saber slashed down and cut the Phantom Gundam open. Damn it, it's an afterimage. It turned out that the Phantom Gundam that was split apart was just a leftover shadow. The real Phantom Gundam had already come behind Bai. Under the thrust of the beam spear, Balutos sensed a sense of crisis and immediately turned back to block. Phantom Gundam shifts position instantly. Even the all-round performance of the airframe has improved a lot, more than doubled. Barubatos estimated. Sonic Gundam rushed towards Bai with beam sabers in both hands. The two fought with swords at close range. At this moment, Barubatos suddenly felt that with every move he made, the opponent could strike first. Even if he separated the opponent's attack for a moment, the opponent would attack him instantly. When Bai was using the beam saber to block the opponent's light speed sword, the Sonic Gundam was able to withdraw the beam saber one step earlier and counterattack quickly. Bai is completely passive at the moment. Phantom Gundam is also attacking at this moment. In the case of 2 against 1, Bai can only adopt the strategy of walking and fighting. I hope that other ace pilots can help stop one of them. A red trail was chased by 2 blue trails, and no matter how hard Baldus tried, he couldn't get rid of the 2 sides of the Phantom Gundam and the Sonic Gundam. And it can't rush out of the original combat area. Hopes to get the attention of other fellow ace drivers backfired as there were no ace drivers around. Even if there is, it may not be able to rescue him from his current predicament. Moreover, Sonic Gundam and Phantom Gundam will fire beam cannons to attack Bai from time to time. Even if Bai gets out of the way, other organisms will suffer as scapegoats. With the help of the PX system, Sister Zhouya's brain is running quickly, predicting the opponent's next move and the trajectory of dodging. From this, they calculated which enemy body was in the position where Bai dodged the beam cannon. Therefore, Every time the two sisters launch a beam cannon attack, it is calculated that it will definitely hit other enemy machines. Basically, the beam cannon attacks launched by the two sisters were not wasted. Barubatos also knew that he was completely calculated by the other party. I didn't expect that the technology of increasing the spirit developed by the Tiani mercenary group is more advanced than our country's. The spirit of the two sisters has already surpassed me. Under the calculation of their two sisters. Sister, let's stop playing with him and kill him directly. I think so too. At the end of the spiritual exchange between the two sisters, an attack from nowhere, when Bai managed to dodge the beam cannon of the Sonic Gundam, hit Bai's rear thruster. Bai lost his sense of balance. Oops. Although the two sisters didn't know the attack was coming, they seized the opportunity at this moment. Sonic Gundam took advantage of the moment Bai lost his balance and circled behind Bai, waving beam sabers with both hands one after another. The unbalanced Bai couldn't effectively resist the two-handed sword of Sonic Gundam. After a few encounters, Bai's hands and feet were cut off, and even the propeller was destroyed by Sonic Gundam. When the Phantom Gundam is attacking by the Sonic Gundam, it launches the Buster Super Particle Cannon in the cruising state. The moment the huge beam was launched, it happened that the Sonic Gundam had cut off Bai's hands and feet and destroyed the propeller, and the Sonic Gundam immediately exited the attack range of the beam cannon. Bai was directly swallowed by Buster's Super Particle Cannon. Your Majesty, I'm one step ahead. Barubatos closed his eyes and was swallowed by the beam cannon. Countless fireworks burst out from where the Buster's Super Particle Cannon passed, and violent mushroom clouds erupted when they hit the ground. Fortunately, none of the airframes and troops within the range of the mushroom cloud were affected. The two armies have been fighting for more than 200 hours, and Dion's army was forced to retreat another 200 kilometers, less than 400 kilometers away from the Marcus fortress. The damage ratio of the two sides has expanded a lot, reaching 7-1. The reinforcements from Dion's army gradually decreased, and some of the frontline Dion's troops had even begun to retreat, returning to Fortress Marcus. Dion's army was left with the last Black Sword Royal Knights. This news began to spread to the Dion's army fighting on the front line, and the morale of the entire army had fallen to the bottom. More than half of the bases around the Marcus fortress were occupied by the Miewang troops, which affected the supply of the Marcus fortress. Yelisod received a report from his subordinates, and basically knew who the traitors inside the fortress were, and the Tiani mercenaries who had sneaked in had already grasped 90% of the whereabouts of the people. At present, some of them have been secretly arrested. Yelisod was in his office, sitting in his chair and looking at the documents. In front of him are 10 guards, and between them kneels a blond man. His name is Balzac, and he is Lieutenant General of Dion. Salamander also knew Balzac, the younger brother of Barbaros. My eyes seem a little dazzled. I really didn't expect General Balzac, who has been with me for so many years, to be one of the traitors. Balzac lowered his head and didn't say a word. He knew that it would be useless to say anything else. He had been with Elisod for many years, and he knew what kind of person Elisod was. At that time, his elder brother followed the eldest prince, and he chose the second prince because he knew very well that the second prince was much better than the eldest prince, and the eldest prince was not capable except for the matrilineal family behind him. After that, his stupid brother was fascinated by a subjugated princess, and finally escaped from the Martian circle in desperation. After that, he didn't feel sorry for his brother's fate, thinking that his brother was to blame. Now he chooses to betray the second prince because he knows that the Dion Empire is coming to an end and he must make plans for himself. Balzac, I can give you a chance to tell all the information you have, and I can let you live. Balzac knew that it was Yelisod who gave him a way to survive, and it was because Yelisod had followed him for many years. Balzac told everything he knew in detail. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Carried. Balzac knew that the second prince had given him a new identity, allowing him to start a new life. Kai Rueda left the second prince's office under the leadership of the guards. One of the remaining guards came to Yelisod and asked, "Second prince, do you want this man too?" Making a gesture of cutting his throat, Elisod raised his hand and said, "Forget it, let him live." A series of actions took place at Fort Marcus at this moment, and those traitors were captured one by one. Many of the Tiani mercenaries who sneaked in had already been arrested. Some activated the bombs they had installed, but found that they could not be activated. It turned out that it had been dismantled by the internal Dion Army Special Forces. Some of the Tianyi mercenaries who were found to be under arrest immediately activated the bombs or opened the grenades on their bodies and directly hugged the members of the Special Forces who were about to arrest him and died together. Some undiscovered Tianyi mercenaries stood still and waited for observation. The matter of the undiscovered Tianyi mercenaries has changed, and it is different from the plan. Immediately start another corresponding plan. Some of the undiscovered Tianyi mercenaries activated the bombs they installed in order to divert their attention. Parts of the Marcus Fortress were damaged by bombs. Inside the Marcus Fortress, the first level of internal security was immediately activated. The undiscovered Tianyi mercenaries began to carry out plans B, C, and D according to their own judgment. Mylan, Doris, Hawk, and others have all been arrested. You implement Plan B, and I implement Plan C. Understood. Dashir, be careful. Good. Dashir is invisible in his Spartan suit Type 2, currently hiding on the top floor of a tall building in Fortress Markarth. The Marcus Fortress covers an area of more than 13,000 square kilometers, which is much larger than the other important fortresses that the Miao troops had laid down earlier. At this moment, Dashir used the telescopic function of the covering helmet to check the movement of the target. The target is Major General Batala, the commander of the 2nd Army of the 1st Army of the Fortress of Marcus, and one of the important staff officers that Marcus wants to be in. Fortress Marcus was able to recapture the surrounding bases because of the command and transfer of the Major General, and even the defeat in some parts of the battlefield was also due to the Major General. Dashir had previously eavesdropped on their communications and knew that Major General Batala was going to a location that happened to be on the route of his building. Dohil rigged his long-range sniper gun and waited for a target to come within range of him. Dashir knew very well that once he fired, no matter whether he failed or succeeded, he must flee the scene immediately. At present, in addition to turning on the stealth function, the whole body is also covered with a camouflage cloak, including his sniper rifle, which is also covered with a camouflage canvas. Because once the fire is fired, the heat generated will definitely attract the attention of the drones that are investigating or checking in the sky above. Dashir was now making final adjustments to the sniper rifle. The target's car has come within range, and the telescope cannot find the target in the car because the target's car has undergone special treatment, and it is impossible to detect the target's location. Damn it, you can't use penetrating bullets. You must use high-explosive bullets. Dashir immediately replaced the penetrating bullets with high-explosive bullets. Dashir made a series of calculations, immediately interacted with the trigger, and sniped the target with one shot. The hit vehicle exploded violently, and the whole vehicle rolled over. The surrounding guards immediately got out of the vehicle, rushed to put out the fire, and rescued the general. Dashir didn't take a closer look at all, but immediately put the sniper rifle in place, and hurriedly fled the scene, because the high temperature of the barrel of the sniper rifle had attracted the attention of the drones that were investigating in the sky above. Dashir jumped directly from the top floor of the building. He used the long line hook in his left hand to glide several times in the sky. At about the same time, explosions occurred in several locations, killing several defenders on patrol. The moment Dashir landed, suddenly an ominous premonition came from behind, and he rolled over immediately. A set of nets was drawn right where he was. Dashir immediately turned his head to look back, and there were 3 Dion soldiers in white-covered armor looking at him. Dashir was well aware of his cloaking and the anti-cloaking features of their covered helmets, seeing him clearly. Dashir immediately activated the small propeller on his back to patrol in another direction, and then drew out his pistol to attack the enemy in an instant. 3 special forces covered in white armor immediately counterattacked with rifles. Dashir immediately borrowed a nearby bunker to avoid enemy bullets. Suddenly there was a gunshot, and a special soldier covered in white armor fell to the ground. It turned out that there was a sniper. Dashir, leave the scene quickly, I'm leaving too. Chui Jia, it's you. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up. Good. Another special soldier hurriedly dragged his injured colleague to hide in the bunker, and the last one opened the telescopic shield with his left arm to defend. Another shot hit the retractable shield, but the bullet did not penetrate the retractable shield. Soon drones and patrols arrived at the sniper site, but the sniper was long gone. Dohil came to a secret place to meet Chuejia. Chuejia, where are the others? Most of them were arrested, and the rest implemented other countermeasures. What about you? Me too. It's just me and Mei Lan. It seems that those young men are unreliable. By the way, where's your sniper rifle? I lost it while escaping. Chuejia knew that Dohil used a long-range sniper rifle, but he used an ordinary sniper rifle. He was able to rescue Dohil before and killed the sentinel over there. Cool the barrel with water immediately after firing 2 shots to avoid detection by enemy drone thermal scanners. At this moment, Chuejia's earphones rang, and a call came from his colleagues. Okay, I get it now. What's wrong? My teammate has already rescued several colleagues. Another failed to assassinate an important person. In order not to be captured, he directly detonated the grenade on his body and died with his captors. So that's how it is. At this time, Mei Lan contacted Dashir, and she had destroyed several facilities here. Dashir told Melon the next place to meet up with other companions. Dohil and his party hid in one of the units of a dormitory, and there was another man in Dion's uniform. The person wearing the Dion Army uniform is not the Dion Army, but the Dion Army in disguise. This person was not suspected by the internal investigation team of Marcus Fortress, mainly because the person he killed looked very similar to him, and after some disguises, he was completely like the person who was killed. This kind of success is mainly due to the matchmaking among the 2 or 5 youngsters. In addition to Chuejia, Mei Lan, Dashir, and the imposter, there are 2 other people in this unit. One of them rested in bed because he had been tortured inhumanely when he was captured earlier, and finally came here after being rescued by his companions. After injecting the treatment gel, she fell into a temporary coma. Ma Shuan, what should we do next? Chuejia asked the colleague who rescued his companion. Look for other companions for the time being. Since our party was discovered, according to the instructions of our superiors, once our party is discovered, we must disconnect the communication network and divide into the network circles of our respective teams. Wu Taokuan is currently weak. They confiscated the Spartan uniform again. Dashir asked the counterfeiter, Decenis, have you received any other information so far? No, for the time being. To be honest, the guy I'm impersonating is not very high in military rank. He is just a lieutenant. It is difficult to receive some important information. The only information I have received so far is Wu Taokuan, who has just been rescued. There are also the positions of several other captured colleagues. Decenis said with some helplessness. Chuejia leaned against the wall and said, Now we have been divided into countless small network circles, and we have no way of knowing where other colleagues have gone. Fortunately, we have been divided into countless small network circles, and the enemy cannot find us. I'm afraid we are not bad, and we can still meet colleagues in other small online circles. Maybe some colleagues may be left as individuals. Melon said. Suddenly, the lights in the dormitory unit suddenly dimmed, and everyone immediately became alert. After a few seconds, the lights came back on. Everyone found it very strange, turned on the perspective function, looked around, and found that there was no abnormality at all outside the wall. One of them was invisible, and then opened the curtain to check outside, and found that there was nothing unusual. It made everyone feel very puzzled, thinking that they had been discovered here. Decenis asked his superiors what happened on the phone in his unit. So that's the case, I understand. Everyone looked at Decenis. Decenis explained. It was an underground power transmission pipeline just now, and one of them was blown up. This is what happened before. Now another underground power transmission pipeline is used. Chuejia said. It is estimated that a colleague did it. Have you heard from him so far? Decenis shook his head and said, Not yet. It is estimated that the bomb should be detonated by remote control. Suddenly, I heard the explosion and could feel the vibration from the unit. A thought flashed through everyone's mind, and another colleague was implementing another plan. Ma Shuan said, Staying here is not an option. We have to continue to implement other plans and find other colleagues to expand our current network circle. If any one of us is caught, we will immediately disconnect the network circle and divide it. Okay. Except for Wu Taokuan, who was still asleep, everyone else had turned on the stealth function, and Decenis covered everyone. Yelisad was listening to his subordinate's report at this moment, but he didn't expect that a series of unexpected things would happen to the captured traitors and those Tiani mercenaries. The remaining Tianyi mercenaries will turn the Marca's fortress upside down. Even a small number of captured Tianyi mercenaries were rescued. Not only some facilities on the ground were destroyed, but some equipment underground were also blown up. If the Marca's fortress in Nuoda wants to find out the Tianyi mercenaries hiding in the dark, it is undoubtedly looking for a needle in a haystack. They don't even know what tactics these Tianyi mercenaries will use hiding in the dark. After evaluation by many staff, these Tianyi mercenaries may be the top soldiers of the Tianyi mercenary regiment. Moreover, the staff officers also assess that these top soldiers must have instructions from their superiors. Once the plan fails, they will judge and implement other corresponding plans at their own discretion. It can only be said that these top soldiers have extremely high combat response capabilities. Yeli Shaod was a little bit moved by how the Tianyi mercenary group trained so many top soldiers. Then, Yelisad listened to the situation on the battlefield outside the fortress of his subordinates. At present, the Tianyi mercenary group has been advancing step by step, getting closer and closer to the fortress. There were enemies introduced by traders inside to attack the inside, and enemies outside were approaching step by step, which made Yelisad a little physically and mentally exhausted. Now, more than half of the overall Dion army has not received sufficient military training, and they are all rookie soldiers who are undertrained and rushed to the shelves. Then another subordinate came to report that another school officer was sniped and killed by Tianyi mercenaries from a long distance, and the sniped school officer retreated from the long-range battlefield. At this moment, Mu Liao proposed to Yeli Shaod to put those captured Tianyi mercenaries on the table for a live fight, luring those Tianyi mercenaries hiding in the dark to come out to rescue their companions. Yeli Shaod thought, and Mu Liao continued, "Your Highness, many of these Tianyi mercenaries are tough, and they can't open their mouths no matter how tortured they are. Intelligence is not very useful, so instead of doing this, it is better to use them as bait and lure out those Tianyi mercenaries who hide in the dark and give us trouble from time to time. Even if one is lured out, as long as they can be caught, it is possible to lure them out the information we want." Yelisad agreed to the target's suggestion as he felt it made sense. In the sky above Marca's fortress, many drones were broadcasting projections at the moment. They were all the Tianyi mercenaries who had been captured, and they were carried by Dion's army to various terrains, ready to be shot. Many Tianyi mercenaries hiding in the dark, after seeing these, began to judge for themselves whether to change their plans and implement Plan E or Plan F. Regardless of whether to change the plan or not, a thought flashed in the mind of the Tianyi mercenary in the dark that the plan could not keep up with the changes. Inside the Marca's fortress, another underground power transmission pipeline was blown up, causing the Marca's fortress to immediately activate the backup power transmission pipeline. Then there were explosions at other facilities or somewhere else. Every location has already started to investigate, and the special forces also use the anti-stealth function to detect every corner. Some of the Tianyi mercenaries hiding in the dark were detected, and they were either arrested or detonated the bombs on their bodies to drag a few people back. When part of Xinjiang carried out public executions, Tianyi mercenaries did not come to save people. Part of the execution ground was also attacked. That is, an explosion occurred nearby, and then a sniper took advantage of the enemy's shift of sight and fired several shots to kill the commander. However, there were no other Tianyi mercenaries robbing the execution ground to save people, and the sniper fired a few shots before leaving the scene. Because they knew this was a trap, and there were even Tianyi mercenary snipers who directly sniped and killed their colleagues. This shocked the Dion army at the scene. Unexpectedly, the trap for attracting the Tianyi mercenaries was not effective at all. The Tianyi mercenaries just tried to kill some of their officers or school officers. A military convoy that was escorting Tianyi mercenaries exploded on the road it was driving. Cui Jie and Dohil are in two different positions, ready to snipe. Mei Lan and Ma Shiwan took advantage of the momentary panic of the military convoy and killed the soldiers who got off the vehicle. Cui Jie and Dashir immediately sniped at the driver's seat of the vehicle. Mei Lan and Ma Shiwan immediately blew open the rear door of Liao's vehicle. As a result, the head of the guard inside was either twisted 180 degrees, or his Adam's apple or intestines were ripped off. Mei Lan and Ma Shiwan looked at the two colleagues in the back compartment. Although the Spartan uniforms were taken away and they were wearing captive uniforms, They could be seen to be burly and tall, especially their hands with bulging veins. Mei Lan and Ma Shuan clearly understood that these two colleagues had undergone second-level enhanced genetic modification surgery. Both of them are 2 meters tall and have hideous scars on their faces and necks. It can be seen that they were beaten up earlier, but their eyes are very fierce, and they are still full of energy. Countless blood was spilled on the entire box, and even the body of the guard was torn in half. It can be seen how terrifying their strength is. Mei Lan and Ma Shuan knew very well that the strength and physique of these two people was simply not comparable to fighters like them who underwent the first-level strengthening operation. The two released the shackles for the second-level enhanced genetically modified fighter. "Can you two still fight?" "No problem." The two walked out of the box and took the weapons from the guards they had killed. At this time, other ground troops had already rushed to the scene, and Cui Jie and Dohil sniped from above. Mei Lan and the others fought and retreated under the cover of their colleagues' sniper attacks. Cui Jie immediately contacted Mei Lan and the two. "You should also know some of the maps that Desenis gave us. You should go to the underground sewer, and we have to slip." Cui Jie and Dohil also threw several electromagnetic wave grenades in the sky, which directly paralyzed the drone coming from above, and the two fled the scene immediately. Mei Lan and the others sprinted towards the destination with all their strength. "You two, I don't know how to address you yet," Mei Lan asked the two colleagues. The red-haired self-proclaimed code-named Red Ghost, and the other self-proclaimed code-named Old Dog. When Mei Lan and the others watched the Red Ghost and the Old Dog who had lost their Spartan uniforms running, they were able to keep up with them. The two had to lament that the second-level transformation surgery was really not done. If they fought against the fighters of the second-level transformation surgery under the same circumstances, they would definitely be crushed. Afterwards, the four of them jumped towards a spot and fell directly from a height of 30 meters. The two of Mei Lan rolled over and then sprinted when they landed. The two Red Ghosts landed directly with both feet, and the ground cracked for a moment, and then the two continued to sprint. Some of the pursuers at the back watched as they landed from a height and ran into the sewer pipe. The chasing soldiers are just ordinary people who have not undergone transformation surgery, dare not land from a high place at all, and can only rush down from the slope. The captain immediately notified his superiors to arrange special forces to hunt down the Tianyi mercenaries. When some of the chasing soldiers entered the sewer pipe, the mouth of the pipe exploded directly, and the Dian army, who entered the sewer pipe, was directly buried alive. The four of Mei Lan took a break after running for a while. At this time, Ma Xiuan saw the gunshot wounds on the back of the Red Ghost and the Old Dog. "Take off your shirt first, both of you, and we will treat you." The Red Ghost and the Old Dog took off their clothes, revealing countless scars on their upper body, some from previous battles and some new scars from recent beatings. When Mei Lan and Ma Shuan treated the gunshot wounds on their backs, they found that both of them had been shot in the back several times. The 25mm bullet holes surprised the two of them. Not to mention, ordinary people can't bear it. Even fighters like them who have undergone first-level enhanced surgery may not be able to bear it if they are shot several times. The two were about to inject therapeutic gel for the two of them. The Red Ghost asked, "How much healing gel do you have on your body?" "The last dose." "Then leave it to yourselves." "This won't work. Who has?" Before Ma Shuan finished speaking, he was interrupted by the Red Ghost raising his hand. "In case you get hurt, you need it more than us." The two stopped talking and pulled out their sabers to take out the bullets for the Red Ghost and the Old Dog. The Red Ghost and the Old Dog didn't groan or cry out in pain. After taking out all the bullets, they took out another backup treatment tool, interacted with the needle and thread gun, and the trigger immediately sewed up their wounds. Then used the clothes to make a temporary gauze and wrap it up. At this time, Ma Xiuan and Mei Lan heard the sound of footsteps coming from the radio function. The Red Ghost gestured to several people. "Two, you can't see your fingers here, and you two are not wearing Spartan uniforms. This is too dangerous. Don't underestimate the level 2 enhanced fighters." Recently, some of the pursuers of the sewer pipes ran faster and were not buried alive. The blind men found their way out in the sewer pipes. The helmet doesn't have night vision function, but it has lights, and several people can walk at every step. When they came to a three-way intersection, the last person suddenly collapsed on the ground, which shocked the rest of the people. When one of them checked, the neck of the collapsed colleague had been twisted 180 degrees. Then, a black shadow walked past them, which scared them into a cold sweat, and some timid ones fired directly at the place where the shadow had just passed. As a result, there was another scream, and the others turned their heads to see that another colleague was torn in half. Suddenly, a huge black shadow grabbed one of the Dion soldiers, grabbed his ankle with the other hand, and threw him like a baseball, and the remaining two were directly sent flying. They were blown away, and the two were also grabbed by the neck by another black shadow. The black shadow's pair of big hands grabbed the heads of the two and collided. It was like two watermelons being smashed, and helmet fragments, blood and brains were scattered all over the ground. The last Dion army who was thrown like a baseball, Sombra smashed him to the ground with a heavy fall, and then crushed his head and helmet with a big foot. Mei Lan and the others didn't expect that the Red Ghosts could easily kill the five of them without relying on the Spartan uniform. If they didn't rely on Spartan battle uniforms, they wouldn't be able to do this. 2. We have to go to the next destination. The map of the underground waterway that our companion gave us. We have to destroy some facilities and equipment. The Red Ghost and the old dog nodded and followed quickly, even walking side by side with Ma Shiwan and the others. Don't go too fast, you too, follow us. In such an environment, you don't have a map and the road is so dark and the sight is so bad. Be careful to get lost, Ma Shiwan reminded. The Red Ghost and the old dog pointed to their amber eyes. The two didn't understand what the Red Ghost and the old dog meant. The old dog explained. Our second-level transformation and strengthening fighters are different from your first-level transformation and strengthening fighters. In addition to having a stronger physique than yours in all aspects, our sensory sensing ability has also improved a lot. In particular, our sense of hearing and smell can be under our control to achieve the same sense of hearing and smell as a dog, and our eyes will also change their visual ability as we change the environment. Red Ghost went on to say, and our wound self-healing ability is also relatively good. The gunshot wound just now. It is estimated that the wound will be healed in about 1 or 2 hours, and the stitches can be removed. Meilon asked, that means your eyes have night vision and your self-healing metabolism is also very fast? That's right, Ma Shuan asked. Then you are wearing Spartan uniforms at most to improve your combat capabilities? That's not to say, no matter how strong our physique is, we are still flesh and blood. We always need to rely on these weapons to improve our survival rate. Ma Shuan and his group were carrying out their plan in the sewer, and both the surface and the underground of Marcus Fortress were searching for Tiani mercenaries. The front line outside the Marcus Fortress is still very hot. On October 1st, 126, the first year of the universe, the Miewang army and the Dion army had fought for more than 240 hours. The extermination troops are already about 300 kilometers away from the Marcus Fortress. General Shrek has received a report from Major General Franklin, who is in charge of guerrilla missions. Most of the important supply bases of the Marcus Fortress have been occupied or destroyed, including more than half of the reinforcement bases of the frontline combat troops. The only thing is that the troops who sneaked into the Marcus Fortress lost contact, and most of the second and fifth children in the Dion Empire lost contact. The original plan could no longer be carried out. The last time I received news was 16 hours ago. One of the Tiani mercenaries informed that only a small number of colleagues had not been arrested, and the corresponding plan was implemented. Some internal sabotage and assassination of some important figures have been carried out, but the specific situation is unknown because the contact has been disconnected. At this moment, General Shrek is considering how to break through the 3 layers of Titan Wall in one go once they attack Fortress Markarth. GX-9900, XBit, Flying Wing Type 0, the Super Mega Cannon Particle Beam Cannon of the Quasi-Agama MS Mothership, etc. After the calculation of the quantum supercomputer, there is a certain probability to penetrate the 3-layer Titan Wall in one go. But the D Army will definitely stop it desperately, and if a machine or a warship is disturbed and affects the firing of weapons, there will be a high chance that it will not be able to penetrate the 3-layer Titan Wall. General Shrek will appoint his right-hand man, Major General Franklin, to let him carry out the Broken Mirror plan, besides letting him occupy or destroy other bases. After the failure of the Broken Mirror plan, Other people will carry out the corresponding plan, which is the corresponding measure that Major General Franklin thought of if the plan fails. Long Fei sat next to Shrek and looked at the three-dimensional projection sand table. The current situation is that our side has gained the advantage and is now simulating how to break through the three-layer Titan wall. At this moment, Long Fei held the tablet and looked at the secret weapon he still had left and handed the tablet to Shrek. Shrek took a look, raised his eyebrows, and asked Long Fei, "Boss, is this a new strategic weapon you developed?" "Right. If it's true, boss, as your information says, the lethality caused by a small object is too terrifying." "That's what I said, but at least I have to put it into actual combat to know whether it is really as powerful as I estimated." Shrek nodded. When dealing with the Wall of Titans, in addition to using those weapons, many generals originally discussed whether to use thermonuclear fusion strategic missiles to attack the Wall of Titans. But if you really want to launch a nuclear fusion strategic missile, you must first turn off the neutron jammer or use a strategic-level nuclear missile of the Manhwa particle system. However, after confiscating many destroyed Titan Wall devices and restoring them, it was found that the Titan Wall not only has a strong resistance to energy-based weapons, but also has a higher resistance to nuclear bombs than energy-based weapons. Directly let them give up the nuclear bomb strike. On the frontline battlefield, the ratio of the number of Miewang troops and Dion's troops at this moment has reached 6-1, and the loss ratio of the two armies has also reached 1-9. 1-9 is the airframe casualty ratio, and if the driver casualty ratio is used, it reaches 114. Dion army pilots have been killed, and losses continue to expand. A census of the territory currently occupied by the Wang Slayers has a population of less than 150 million. This still counts all the people from the original colonial circle who were captured at that time, so that there is such a population. It is currently estimated that the entire population of the territory controlled by the Dion Army Empire is estimated to be less than 100 million. Long Fei even estimated that there might be less than 100 million native people in the Martian circle left. There are even some captive drivers whose male-to-female ratio directly reached 3-7. It can be said that the proportion of middle-aged and elderly men in Dion's army is now. There are more male soldiers, while female soldiers account for the most. This reminded Long Fei of what he had heard before. When a war broke out in a country, men would die in all numbers, and it was women's turn to go to the battlefield. There are quite a few Dion Army MS drivers on the battlefield, even mobile fortress drivers. Once the body is damaged or unable to fight any longer, they will immediately fire a surrender signal flare to save their lives. Now, the Dion army fighting on the front line knows that defeat has already appeared, and it will only increase casualties if it persists. Long Fei was looking at the sand table at the moment. There were still a few troops left in Dion's army struggling to support the main beam. It can be said that under the attack of the Miewang troops like a tsunami, the rock like a vast ocean bears the impact of the tsunami. One of the troops is very conspicuous. I guess the last one of the Royal Knights is called the Black Sword Royal Knights? Yes, boss. At present, this Royal Knights has collected all the other Royal Knights who have failed miserably as their last force of resistance. As long as the last Royal Knights can be defeated, it is estimated that the morale of the Dion army on the front line will face collapse. Yes, boss. Although the Dion army still has some good troops struggling to support it, but they are not as famous as the Royal Knights, so they cannot effectively affect the morale of the Dion army. Didn't my direct troops or the Black Rabbit troops take action to deal with them? Currently all of them are being repaired. Long Fei was silent. The troops directly under him were slacking off. Shrek went on to say, "But boss, your special operations team has all appeared on the battlefield over there, and is fighting against the Black Sword Royal Knights. Their scale is not as large as the troops directly under them. They can be regarded as a small army fighting." "Yes, boss, they are now fighting with other troops. These special operations combat groups are fighting on the periphery to disrupt the Black Sword Royal Knights." "How many Black Sword Royal Knights are there?" "They incorporated other Royal Knights, and the current estimated number has reached 8,000 Knight Holy Machines. Order my direct troops to come out." "Yes." The Shadow Mad Dog team, Dire Hound team, Sword and Shield troop, Takaden and Mobile Ghost team received instructions from General Shrek to attack and destroy the Black Sword Royal Knights. Dimash piloted the Juggernaut to lead the Black Sword Royal Knights, leaving her Black Sword Royal Knights alone to take the lead. Incorporate the other remaining Royal Knights, and then support them at the forefront. The Black Sword Royal Knights have been fighting for more than 4 hours, and everyone has reached their limit. At this moment, they can't retreat even if they want to, because other troops can't replace them at all. The Earth Sword Holy Machine held a solid long sword in his right hand and swept the spiritual force Zaku's waist in half. Then, Dimash mentally controlled 6 throwing knives and instantly killed the full armor MK3, MK4, Jegun, Ritual, and other MS who besieged her. During the 4 hours of Dixima's battle, he did not know how many enemy planes he had killed. He was not proud of such an achievement, because the Dion army was currently in a one-sided defeat, and his own record could not save the Dion army. Current predicament. Suddenly, a beam of light descended from the sky from the southwest and attacked the Earth Sword. The moment the Earth Sword dodges, another beam of light comes out, and the Earth Sword then dodges, and the Earth Sword dodges after several successive beam attacks from nowhere. Then, a cannonball hit the ground sword's dodge trajectory. The ground sword could not be dodged, and Dimash immediately mentally controlled 6 throwing knives to form a shield to block the cannonball. At this time, Dimash discovered that it turned out that 5 special Gundams were attacking her: EXS, Penelope Gundam, Kosi Gundam, Gundam Barbatos Sirius, and AG-2 Dual Gun. Dimash looked at the 5 special-made Gundams surrounding her, and Dimash understood her current state. If any one of the special-made Gundams challenged her, she would not be able to accept the opponent's call, let alone the 5 special-made Gundams besieging her. Dimash even sensed the wailing of her subordinates around her. The 5 specially made Gundams represented the troops directly under their leadership and were besieging her Black Sword Royal Knights. Anton, as the ace driver of the top 10 MS, is unwilling to fight 1 out of 5. Everyone, I'll leave her to you, and I'll deal with the others. No problem. X4. Dimash watched the Gundam Barbatos Sirius leave the scene, and Dimash didn't feel any less pressure. Dimash asked Salamanda for communication, and Salamanda connected. Salamanda didn't expect that you, as a knight, would not abide by the spirit of chivalry and besieged with others. Dimash, don't use aggressive tactics. This is a battlefield, not a duel of knights. Either die in battle or surrender. You only have 2 choices. Salamanda attacked immediately after speaking. Koshi Gundam's shoulder mega particle beam cannon fires. Penelope Gundam launches floating missiles. EXS launches 4 beam cannons behind it. An AG-2 double gun type uses 2 guns to aim at the target. The ground sword can only choose to dodge, and the 6 flying knives will cut off all the floating missiles. Penelope Gundam launched the shoulder mega particle beam cannon, and it was Koshi Gundam's turn to launch floating missiles. When Dimash was about to use the same method, the EXS Spirit Beam Cannon fired, and the 6 throwing knives were about to dodge. AG-2 dual gun type, dual DODS cannon beam cannons fired continuously at the 6 throwing knives. When part of the side of the flying knife was hit by the DODS cannon beam cannon, part of the energy of the beam overflowed. Although it did not cause much damage to the flying knife, it still stopped the flying knife. The Elf Beam Cannon devoured and evaporated some of the flying knives that had paused. Dimash frowned. A total of 3 flying knives were destroyed. The remaining 3 throwing knives continued to attack the floating missiles. Salamanda refused to let Dimash wish, and launched a special beam gun and a shoulder megaparticle cannon. Thors cooperated with Salamanda to attack the throwing knife with similar weapons. EXS activates the beam cannons on the back and feet and the wired cannon on the head. The ground sword dodges all the beam cannons. The long sword in the right hand uses the sword body to resist the attack of the wired cannon, and the left hand draws out the beam gun to counterattack the EXS. AG-2 double gun type, with DODS beam cannons in both hands, rushes to fire at the ground sword, and activates a pair of giant beam sabers at the moment of approaching the ground sword. With a somersault movement, a pair of giant beam sabers slashed down, and the ground sword immediately blocked it with a long sword. Dididi, the alarm sounded, and the machine could hardly withstand the thrust of the enemy. Dimash backed away immediately, feeling a sense of crisis, and immediately dodged to the side. A red light beam passed by the position just now. Damn it! Dimash felt annoyed for a while, and the remaining 3 throwing knives were destroyed. Penelope Gundam rushed towards her with a beam saber in hand, and Dimash didn't want to fight him close. Then, the ground sword dodged left and right to dodge Koshi Gundam's attack. Koshi Gundam and Penelope Gundam launch floating missiles at the same time. Earth Sword's only remaining shooting weapon is the beam rifle in its hand. Although it fired continuously and shot down some of the floating missiles, there were still some floating missiles that were threatening to get close. Although the ground sword slashed down some floating missiles, there were still nearly 10 floating missiles that hit the ground sword. Although the ground sword was not destroyed, the ground sword suffered some damage and fell directly from the sky. Dimash was a little dizzy from the violent shock of the attack that Earth Sword had just received. Dimash immediately shook his head to wake himself up, and turned on the propeller, so that the ground sword that almost hit the ground was suspended in midair. EXS launched the leg-reflecting wired anti-cannon unit, and the erratic attack made Dimash have no idea where the attack came from. One shot hit the knee joint of the ground sword's left leg, blowing it off directly. Then, the AG-2 twin guns followed suit. Although the ground sword lost its sense of balance for a while, under Dimash's strong sense of survival, his operation skills played to the usual level, perfectly dodging all attacks. Penelope Gundam launches the shoulder mega particle cannon, dedicated beam gun, and dedicated shield cannon. Cozy Gundam used Penelope Gundam's attack cover to rush towards the ground sword. D-Jin was dodging the attack, using his long sword to resist Koshi Gundam's beam saber. Koshi Gundam suddenly raised his foot and kicked D-Jin's cockpit. The powerful impact caused Dimash in the cockpit to hit him with a powerful impact. EXS launched the wired control gun on the head and hit the propeller behind the ground sword, and the ground sword stalled for a while. The Koshi Gundam thrusters were fully activated, directly hitting the ground sword on the ground. Dimash couldn't help but let out a scream from the powerful vibration. Cozy Gundam backed away immediately after he succeeded, because the EXS behind him launched the Spirit Beam Cannon. Although Dimash reacted and wanted to control the body to dodge, but the impact just now made the Earth Sword body disabled and unable to move. Dimash could only watch helplessly as the Smurf Beam Cannon devoured her. With the death of Dimash, this also means that the Black Sword Royal Knights are on the road to destruction. It also represents the demise of the 10 Royal Knights of the Dion Empire. The Shadow Mad Dog team and other troops joined the battlefield. The Black Sword Royal Knights had already fought for several hours, and all members had reached their limit. They were no match for the directly subordinate troops in full condition. What's more, it was encircled and suppressed by 5 directly subordinate troops. In less than an hour, all members of the Black Sword Royal Knights were either eliminated or surrendered. The defeat of the Black Sword Royal Knights was also the last straw that broke the camel's back. The Dion army fighting on the front line was in a state of defeat. Yellowshad continued to listen to the reports from his subordinates. The front line had been officially defeated, and many troops had fled back to the Marcus Fortress one after another. Such a result had long been expected by Yellowshad, but what exceeded his expectations was that he did not expect that the time of defeat would be faster than estimated. At present, there are still some reinforcements ready to go at the Marcus Fortress. From what the troops who had fled back from the rout knew, the Tiani mercenary group did not continue to take advantage of the victory to pursue, but just advanced and stopped at about 200 kilometers away, only 100 kilometers away from the Marcus Fortress. The biggest headache for Yellowshad now is the Tiani mercenaries who are still hiding in the fortress. They just received some news that several captive rooms were blown up, several Tiani mercenaries who were imprisoned were rescued, and even confiscated Spartan uniforms were taken back by them. That's not all. I just received a piece of news that several tall and burly Tiani mercenaries were detained in a place, and they woke up when the tranquilizer was still in effect, killed the guards, and were eventually retrieved by them. He took off his Spartan suit and left the scene. At this time, someone analyzed the situation of the captured Tiani mercenaries for Yellowshad. Your Highness, we now know from some captured Tiani mercenaries that the Tiani mercenaries who sneaked into the fortress are all elites or top soldiers selected from their special forces. We can divide these special forces into 4 categories. Which 4 categories? The first category is ordinary people. They have only received strict training and special system training. They are all excellent special forces in terms of performance. The best thing about these captured special forces is their ability to adapt on the spot. The fly in the ointment is the physical fitness and movement are not as good as the other three categories. The second category is prosthetics. Their prosthetics have different functions. Even the prosthetics belonging to the same part may have different functions, and the built-in devices are different. Their combat capabilities are extremely high. In melee combat, it can even punch through the armor covering of our special forces. If it is not to destroy their prosthetics, it is basically difficult to catch them. The third category is the strengthened fighters. Their bodies have undergone those medical and surgical modifications to improve their physical fitness. Their physical fitness surpasses ordinary special forces in all aspects, and they are even slightly stronger than the strengthened fighters of their own country. The fourth category is also enhanced fighters, but they have an additional name called genetically enhanced fighters. They can also be called second-level enhanced fighters. Second level? The third type is the first level of reformed and strengthened fighters, right? Yes, not only do they have stronger bodies than the fighters who have been transformed and strengthened at the first level, but their bodies will also become taller after the second level of transformation, with a height of about 2 meters. We dissected some of the second-level reformed and strengthened fighters and found some shocking things. Elisha was very curious. First of all, their physical senses have become very sharp, and then their vision, hearing, and smell have all surpassed ordinary people, and they can even switch their visual functions with their own consciousness. In dim places, the line of sight will switch to night vision, and even the vision can switch to red and ultraviolet. Elisha raised his eyebrows. During the dissection, it was found that their muscle fibers, bone marrow, etc. have been fully strengthened, and their wound healing is also beyond ordinary people. In terms of drug resistance, they can rely on their consciousness to resist the influence of drugs. The organs are also stronger than the first-level strengthened fighters. It is currently estimated that they can live underwater for a day as long as they take a breath of oxygen. They even have strong antibodies against poisonous gas. Even the breathing tube can filter out some poisonous gas damage. And in terms of neural pain perception, they can also temporarily deactivate pain perception with their brains. Yelisod's eyes contracted, and he was already a little shocked. Hearing this, Yelisod knew very well that the strengthened fighters in his country had not reached such a level. Some of the second-level enhanced fighters we killed could even tear apart their country's reinforced fighters wearing armor with their bare hands when resisting, and they tore apart people and things in half. The corners of Yelisod's eyes kept twitching. Your Highness, in addition to discovering that their genes have been strengthened and modified, one thing we have discovered is that some animal DNA is actually implanted in their genes. Yelisod looked at his subordinate with a very shocked expression. Several second-level strengthened fighters were killed, and the animals they implanted were different. Please take a look, Your Highness. Yelisod watched the projected video for a while and took a breath, because the video shows that when several second-level fighters were resisting, in addition to killing the armor-covered fighters of their own country with their bare hands, they easily broke free of the alloy handcuffs of their own country. Even dozens of shots were shot at their bodies, and blood mist came out all over their bodies, and they still rushed to the enemy and twisted their necks or tore them in half. In one of the videos, the tall and burly enhanced genetic warrior leaps and kills the enemy as nimbly as a monkey. Yelisod pointed in horror when he saw another video. When an enhanced genetic warrior roared, a pair of sharp canine teeth grew out of his mouth, some animal hair grew out of the pores and face of his body, and sharp animal claws grew out of his nails, directly tearing off the covering armor. And the movement speed is also faster, and when running, he uses both hands and feet. When one of the strengthened soldiers fell down, he opened his mouth and bit off the carotid artery, and then rushed to another target. And in the video, when every second-level gene-enhanced fighter becomes like a beast, his eyeballs also turn into eyes like a beast. In every video, Dion's army took a lot of effort to kill the second-level enhanced genetic fighters, either using electromagnetic guns or laser weapons to kill them. Moreover, in some videos, the second-level enhanced genetic soldiers did not wear Spartan uniforms at all, and they killed many enhanced Dion army soldiers with their own strength. It is difficult to kill it with ordinary firearms, and the anti-material sniper rifle cannot kill it unless it hits the vital point. This is simply a monster, Yelisod said in horror. Your Highness, these are the objects we dissect. There are genes of wolves, genes of bears, genes of monkeys, etc. When they are killed, they return to their original state. What we can be sure of now is that they may be able to their brain consciousness, liberating the beast DNA in their genes, thus exerting power many times stronger than they used to. And even if they don't turn into beasts, relying on their own strength, they are at least 5 times stronger than a first-level strengthened fighter. Yelisod couldn't help but put his hands on his forehead and rubbed his temples, which gave him the illusion that Long Fei looked like an alien, using alien technology to suppress the entire international circle. Mei Lan, Ma Shiwan, Old Dog and Red Ghost are swimming in the natural sewer in the basement. The Old Dog can swim underwater with Mei Lan and Ma Shiwan for a long time just by taking a breath. The Red Ghost's body and appearance have changed a bit. Some fish scales have grown on his body and face. He can breathe underwater and swim faster than the 3 of them. Get on a lot faster. When Mei Lan and Ma Shiwan first saw the physical changes of the Red Ghost, they were extremely shocked. Then they remembered that a colleague once said that the second-level enhanced genetically modified fighters had undergone some genetic modifications. They guessed that these fighters might be genetically modified to possess animal DNA. Several people swam to a shore, and several guards were patrolling. The Red Ghost jumped out of the water and killed all the guards in an instant. Mei Lan could only surface the water and walk to the ground. At this time, the Old Dog sniffed the surroundings with his nose, and then listened to the surrounding movements with his ears. Then he gestured to several people. The 4 of them immediately worked together to kill the local guards in different directions. Then, the Old Dog continued to listen to the surrounding movements with his ears. The Old Dog picked up the rifle on the waist of the guard he had just killed, walked a few steps, and suddenly turned around, aiming the muzzle of the rifle in one direction. The others immediately aimed their guns in the same direction, and then there were several rhythmic sounds. Tell me your code name, the Old Dog asked. Chameleon. Then a 2-meter-tall man in a Spartan suit type 2 stepped out of a bunker. Chameleon, how many days have you been here? For 3 days, some damage and observations were carried out in the basement. Ma Shiwan asked, are you responsible for all the explosions in the basement? No, and I'm not fighting alone. I, plus 2 other level 2 enhanced genetically modified fighters, for level 1 fighters, 2 prosthetic fighters, and 3 ordinary special elite fighters. Mei Lan asked, then can we join your small online circle? No problem. The chameleon looked at the Red Ghost and the Old Dog and asked, where's your Spartan uniform? Confiscated. Looking at your appearance, it is estimated that many people have been arrested. After Mei Lan and Ma Shiwan connected to Chameleon's small circle website, they also brought Cui Jie and Dashir into it. From this, Mei Lan and Ma Shiwan learned about the environment and roads that their companions explored in the underground, which was broader than the map they got. It wasn't long before Mei Lan and the others got a little understanding of the structure of the underground part of the Marcus Fortress and learned from it that some of their power sources, in addition to nuclear power, also have other sources of power such as water power, wind power, and solar power. Some electric energy transmission pipelines were destroyed, and they could not be repaired and restored in a short time. At the same time, some of their underground transportation pipelines were also found. Although Cui Jie and Dashir did not enter the underground layer, they also found other companions on the surface, and now their small circle network is getting bigger and bigger. Now it has received a disastrous defeat from the Dion army on the front line, and the Miaowing troops are already about 100 kilometers away from the Marcus Fortress. The 3 layers of Titan's Wall currently have a 100% defensive effect. To weaken it, the best way to weaken it is to find a console or its device besides the source of electrical energy. Now find one of the devices in the underground layer. If you destroy it, you can reduce the defense effect of 1 layer of Titan's Wall by 15%. But the problem is that there are heavy guards, even if all the people in their small circle network are transferred here, because they only have 30 people at full strength. There are at least 2,000 people guarding there, and many of them use heavy weapons. Unless most of these people can be transferred away, the success rate is basically 0. However, it is possible to destroy the power transmission pipe. The person in charge of Marcus Fortress had already expected that the power transmission pipeline would definitely be attacked, so he also made a lot of alternative underground power transmission pipelines. Once it was damaged, he would immediately replace it with a new power transmission pipeline. Cui Jie and Dohil also rescued some companions, and at the same time regained some Spartan uniforms. Some of the Spartan uniforms were either destroyed or installed nano-trackers. The former can only be thrown away, the latter can be disposed of if it can be disposed of, and the Spartan uniform can be destroyed if it cannot be disposed of. Every individual or group today is doing a different project. On the other side, after receiving the news, some of the rescued Tianyi mercenaries immediately took revenge against them. Especially the second-level enhanced genetic modification surgery fighters caused even greater damage and losses to them. After being unable to gather any more useful information, Yelisod ordered the execution of all the captured Tianyi mercenaries. On October 2nd, 126, the first year of the universe, the frontline troops who fled into the Marcus fortress were attacked by some explosions while they were resting. In just 3 hours, several ports of call, lounges, etc. were attacked by explosions, sniper attacks, etc. This led to round after round of carpet searches inside Markarth Fortress. The Tianyi mercenaries had already grasped the other party's search pattern and the undercover agents or the second Five Boys notification, so as to avoid every search in various places. Some drones, search planes, etc. were even hacked into the community console by Tianyi mercenaries, and some information was tampered with. In addition to the explosion attacks on the berthing port, lounge, etc., many electric energy transmission pipelines were damaged whether they were underground or on the surface. The commander of Marcus Fortress immediately dispatched maintenance troops to repair the partially damaged power transmission pipelines. Continuing to be destroyed by the Tianyi mercenaries to more power transmission pipelines will definitely affect the operation of the Markarth Fortress. Especially the power required by the Wall of Titans will be affected. For the sake of safety, the commander arranged other troops to protect the maintenance troops from being attacked by the Tianyi mercenaries, and also arranged other troops to protect the power transmission pipelines that would be damaged. In the small circle network, Laogo, Mei Lan, Cui Jie, and others held a series of discussions. Some people continued to destroy the power transmission pipeline, while others assassinated people above the school official level. There are also some people who try to poison the water and air of Fortress Markarth. The rest of the people are waiting for the device or console to destroy the Wall of Titans. At this moment, Yelisod not only had to deal with the internal Tianyi mercenary group's sabotage and mischief, but also to appease the feelings of failure that filled the interior. After the defeated frontline troops fled into the Marcus Fortress, the enemy was approaching the city even more. Most of the defeated frontline troops lost their fighting spirit, which also affected other soldiers in the fortress. In addition, there were countless explosions and assassinations in the fortress. So many people thought that a large number of enemies had already infiltrated. The word failure also began to penetrate into everyone's heart gradually, and many people in the Dion army had the thought of surrendering. In order to appease the emotions of all the soldiers, Yelisod assured all the soldiers that they would live and die together, advance and retreat together, that the fortress was with him, and the day when the fortress was breached was the day of his death. On October 2nd, 126, the first year of the universe, Long Fei was in his exclusive office, looking at the newly uploaded documents. Deinsniff also has a name of Gangnail, a shooting weapon that looks like a bow and crossbow. The Deinsniff used by Gundam Floss and Gundam Simon Lividal is only an imitation. It is not made of rare metal materials. The warhead used in Gangnail is a special kept warhead, a weapon made of rare metals. Its lethality can penetrate nanolayer armor, VPS armor, and 4th-generation Gundamium alloy in one blow. Its kinetic energy is so fast that it can break through the atmosphere, and with a speed of nearly several hundred kilometers per second, if it hits the surface directly, it will cause great damage to the terrain. Although Gangnails are powerful, they also have weaknesses. Non-guided and guided weapons cannot track targets, so it is difficult to hit high-speed moving objects because it is easy to deviate from the launch point and cause a wrong landing point. Therefore, in order to make up for the problem of hit rate, Multiple warheads are usually used for surface suppression, but it requires the cooperation of military forces to contain the target in the vicinity of the landing point. Long Fei thought in his heart. It seems that the scene where Gang is nailed to the final story of Iron-Blooded Orphan will show its power on the ground of Mars. The producer Masakazu Ogawa once said that Dainsniff himself cannot respond to the super-excellent driver, inflicting decisive damage to the crew, and mentioning the possibility of McGillis and Crescent Moon being able to dodge Dainsniff unless it is not detected in time. However, I don't know if the translation is wrong. As long as they are not third-rate pilots, they can dodge Dainsniff at will and spread it widely, causing everyone to mistakenly believe that Sankeiyu is inferior to third-rate pilots. However, as long as Yelisod and his group are sensitive to the crisis of the new human beings, Gang Ding and the others have a great chance to dodge. If it is adjustment people and ordinary people, this is not clear. As long as they can detect it earlier, if your driving skills are not too bad, you should be able to dodge it roughly. Long Fei thought to himself. At present, the progress of the Tianyi mercenaries inside the Marcus Fortress is unknown. The inside of Fortress Marcus learned from the mouths of those 25 boys that there are 3 nuclear fusion power plants, 2 on the surface and 1 on the ground floor. 2 of the nuclear fusion power plants are used for the operation of Markarth Fortress, and the remaining nuclear fusion power plant is used as the power source for 1 layer of the Titan's wall. The power source of the other 2 Titan walls is supplied by external power plants. At present, part of the guerrilla forces of the Destroying Wang Force can go around to the rear of the Marcus Fortress and destroy part of the electric energy transmission pipeline. It's just that most of the power transmission pipelines cannot be destroyed because they are strongly resisted by Dion's army. General Shrek originally wanted to use nails to destroy it, but from outer space satellites, he could only know the power transmission pipeline on the surface, but he didn't know the location of the power transmission pipeline in the underground layer. The information given by those 25 boys is very incomplete. If the power transmission pipes of the 2 layers of the Titan wall can be completely destroyed, the remaining layer of the Titan wall can be pierced through the Titan wall with the super mega cannon particle beam cannons of several Quasi-Agama ships. Now, a lot of gang nails have been prepared, and even 2 gang nails are reserved at the designated position of the attack, in case the attack position is deviated. Once the attack position deviates, it will immediately make up shots. Now everything is ready. Only the east wind is owed. The war correspondents of various international media are also broadcasting live. Everyone knows that once the Marcus Fortress is breached, the capital will be directly smashed into Huanglong. At present, many people think that the Dion Empire is already counting down, but whether the time of demise will be in 1 month or 2 months is still under discussion among serious people. A lot of underground gambling is even more open, betting that Dion Emperor will perish in a few months. Perish within a month, the odds reach 1:1. More than 1 month and less than 2 months perish, the odds reach 1:2. Over 2 months perish, the odds reach 1:3. It took more than 3 months to perish, and the odds reached 1:5 directly. Ma Shuan, Mei Lan, and several other small circle of Tianyi mercenaries formed a temporary team and sneaked into a facility. The facility is a power control plant. The squad can sneak in, thanks to several other squads conducting guerrilla warfare and bombing raids, distracting the heavy forces at the power control plant. Mei Lan hacked into the camera control room and temporarily took control of it. The person in charge of the control room didn't know that the camera had been controlled. Others seized the opportunity and quickly sneaked in. After the old dog and the red ghost got the Spartan suit Type 2, they fought like a tiger and Tianyi. There were 2 swish, and the 2 bullets directly pierced the heads of the 2 guards who were patrolling. Ma Shuan and another colleague, Xia Zhuang's first-level strengthened fighter, immediately hid the 2 corpses and then continued to dive forward. The old dog suddenly appeared behind a patrolling guard, twisted the other's neck 180 degrees, gestured backwards, and immediately disposed of the corpse. Here is the chameleon. We have come to the number 1 console. The number 1 controls 3 power transmission pipelines, one of which has been destroyed by our colleagues. The second is responsible for supplying the Wall of Titans, and the third is for those batteries. Charge. Everyone in the small circle network was surprised when they heard the news, and they didn't understand why the battery was charged and what the battery was used for. Chameleon's colleague, first-level strengthened fighter, Han Su said, "The battery may be used as a backup method. If most of the power transmission pipelines have problems, then these batteries may be used as a substitute so that the Wall of Titans can have more power." Time moves on. Chameleon said, "Everyone, we have installed a bomb here. We have to leave first. If we are found here, we will activate the bomb immediately. You better move faster." There are some corpses around Chameleon and Han Su, all of whom are console staff. Several groups, including Ma Shiwan and others, also successively entered the number 1 and number 2 power consoles and left the console after installing the bomb. When everyone was about to press the button, Meilon notified everyone that she had discovered another thing. "Everyone, when I hacked into the camera control room, I passed the main control room of this power control plant and found some information. That is, there are other power control plant locations, and there are those power transmission systems that we have not grasped." Location of the pipeline. At this time, DeSantis said, "Everyone, we can't convey the news to the outside at present, but I just received the news that my unit will start from the rear of the Marcus Fortress to stop the guerrillas of the Miawang army. These materials after I walk out of Markarth Fortress. I can convey it to the superiors as soon as possible, and they may do it by then, so you must be careful." Good. Everyone in the small circle also understands that only DeSantis, the undercover agent of the fake Dion army, has not been exposed yet, and the others have been found out. DeSantis is the only one who now hopes to get the message out. Ma Shiwan and others turned on the bomb, and then took advantage of the chaos to escape the scene. Small Circle Network, after a round of discussions, feel that it is not an option to continue, and there are still many power transmission pipelines that cannot be grasped. However, everyone estimates that the number they have is sufficient, and they are also worried that if the Superior launches an attack, the ground-penetrating bombs may cause damage to the underground layer. So the Tianyi mercenaries in the basement decided to leave immediately because no one wanted to be buried alive. On October 3rd, 126, the first year of the universe, the Miawang troops started their operations. The war correspondents from the media from all over the world broadcast live and filmed, mess, fighter planes, mobile fortresses, and warships all started to move. Long Fei was wearing a Spartan battle suit Type 2 and was preparing to drive the Neo Gundam double floating fin cannon equipped type. Li Xiang stopped Long Fei. "Brother-in-law, do you want to go out in person?" "Yes, I'm going to send Yelisod off for the last time." "I am coming too." "What are you doing here?" "Of course it's to keep an eye on brother-in-law, so that you won't be seduced by some vixen brother-in-law." Long Fei couldn't help but rolled his eyes. "Am I a man who is so easily seduced?" "Who said? You've been married to your sister for so many years, maybe 7 years. The 7-year itch, brother-in-law. You've watched too many TV shows. Brother-in-law, you have a clear conscience, then I will attack with you. Up to you." Li Xiang is very relieved of her brother-in-law Long Fei. She knows very well that her brother-in-law has a single-minded affection for her sister, and she will never do anything to be sorry for her sister. Rika has only been staring at one woman lately, Dr. Cordelia. Dr. Cordelia, a woman, came to the Gondwana class Ms. Mothership dedicated to her brother-in-law a few days ago. As the name suggests, she conducted some reporting work and discussions with her brother-in-law. In fact, she just wanted to be alone with her brother-in-law. This woman is still if you don't give up, knowing that your brother-in-law only loves your sister. Your brother-in-law's heart can't tolerate even the slightest bit of you. Dr. Cordelia. Dr. Cordelia is well known in the Tianyi mercenary group. She loves Long Fei very much. Everyone knows that this woman has no chance. Unless Long Fei and Tao Xiang divorce or Tao Xiang dies unexpectedly, then Cordelia PhD may still have a little chance. Rika coiled up her long hair, sat in the cockpit of the heavily armed Seraph Gundam, and made the final adjustments. A message came from Yu Yangchun. "Li Xiang, do you want to attack with Brother Long?" "Well, you can come too." At this time, Li Xiang saw a woman standing in front of the cockpit of her brother-in-law Nyo Gundam reporting to her brother-in-law. Rika stepped out of the cockpit, came to Nyo Gouda, and said, "Dr. Cordelia, if you have anything to report, please wait for my brother-in-law." "No, it's not too late to report after the boss finishes the matter." Dr. Cordelia took a calm look at Li Xiang. She knew that this girl was Long Fei's sister-in-law, so she didn't dare to confront her with words. Dr. Cordelia smiled slightly and bowed to Long Fei and said, "Boss, this subordinate will leave first." After watching Dr. Cordelia leave the scene, Li Xiang walked up to Neo Gundam's cockpit with her hands on her hips and said to Long Fei, "Brother-in-law, don't do anything to apologize to my sister, or I will definitely tell my sister of." Long Fei rolled his eyes and said, "Is that why you don't trust me? Who knows? How long has it been since you left the mother base, brother-in-law? You are a young man. Can you resist the temptation of so many beauties?" Hee. Long Fei smiled and said, "If I can't stand the temptation, I can't just have a woman like your sister." Rika knew her brother-in-law very well, so she didn't say anything and returned to her heavy-armed Seraph Gundam. Marcus Fortress received the Miewang troops 100 kilometers away and began to act. Marcus Fortress responded immediately and dispatched troops to prepare for the battle. But they didn't notice the outer space at all, and countless shadows were holding nails. The Wang Slayer troop in outer space is already ready to go, waiting for the order of General Shrek. Countless MS, mobile fortresses, and warships drilled out of the three-layer Titan wall one after another. The remote camera captures the Yagama battleship, Diva GX 9900, and GX-Bit are accumulating energy and preparing to launch superweapons. In order to prevent the enemy from breaking through the Titan wall, Yellowshad ordered an attack. In any case, the enemy's purpose must be prevented. More and more MS, mobile fortresses and warships emerged from the Titan's wall. General Shrek watched the increasing number of Dion's troops attacking from the huge screen and felt that it was about the same. General Shrek began to order the outer space to destroy the Wang troops. Launch the nails. After speaking, he waved his right hand. Numerous shadows in outer space held nails and fired at the target immediately. Thousands of special KP warheads fell on the nails of the electromagnetic gun like a crossbow and fell towards the surrounding area of the Marcus Fortress. The new humans in Yellowsod and Dion's army noticed that the nails had fallen from the sky, and an ominous premonition spread all over their bodies. It was only then that Yellowsod realized that he had been tricked. The energy storage such as Nyagama was just a cover, and the real ultimate move was in outer space. The special KP warhead penetrated the atmosphere, and the fiery red warhead fell straight to the ground to attack, like a flaming warhead from hell. When the troops that drilled out of the Titan's wall, many new humans immediately made evasive reactions when they sensed the crisis. For some warships that were too late to dodge, turning on the energy shield could not resist the special KP warheads of Gangding, and the warheads directly penetrated the warships and hit the ground. When all the special KP warheads of Gangding hit the ground, not only a violent sandstorm was set off, but countless rocks on the ground were directly lifted into the sky, and some of the ground was directly cracked like an earthquake. There are even places where the crust is wriggling. Those airframes that could not fly into the sky were destroyed by special KP warheads. When other airframes suffered serious damage on the ground, they were directly buried alive or caused serious injury by indirect damage. And in the airframe, the pilot watched what happened on the ground, and every pilot felt a sense of fear in his heart. This is the first time they have encountered such a terrible warhead. Thousands of warheads hit the ground, causing disasters on the ground like a magnitude 10 storm and earthquake. On the other side, various media war reporters used drones to conduct remote live broadcasts, and the scene was captured by the camera. The power of Gang Nail has been seen by everyone. A powerful weapon that has caused serious damage to the ground has made the leaders of all forces fear. Thick dust billowed around the Markarth fortress, and two of the three Titan walls became somewhat dim. Yellowshad looked at the current state of the fortress on the projection screen at the command post, and the current state of the Titan wall was very bad. It was only at this time that Yellowshad discovered that the primary target of Gang Nail seemed to be combat troops, but in fact the target was the ground and underground power transmission pipelines, which were the targets of attack. General Shrek saw the changes in the wall of Titans from the satellites in outer space. Second Poke Nail's launch. The second Bagong Nail dropped thousands of special KP warheads again. The airframe and other warships dodged immediately. The surrounding area of Marcus Fortress was hit for the second time, and a more violent sandstorm was set off on the ground. And 2 layers of the wall of titans disappeared. Yellowshad immediately ordered to prepare for the enemy's attack. General Shrek ordered the Argama, Diva, and GX 9900 to attack. The Super Mega Particle Cannon Beam Cannon, the Photon Destruction Cannon, and the Satellite Microwave Cannon are fired at the same time. Countless terrifying beams bombarded the last layer of the Titan wall. 5 seconds after the Titan wall was bombed, countless spider-like cracks burst out. In the 6th second, 7th second, by the 10th second, the wall of Titan was directly smashed to pieces. The Super Mega Particle Cannon Beam Cannon, the Photon Destruction Cannon, and the Satellite Microwave bombarded various locations in the Markarth Fortress. Mei Lan and the others watched countless beams of light blasting at different locations. It's a pity that there are a lot of beam cannons. They didn't hit important facilities. Stop talking nonsense. Now that the Wall of Titans has been blasted, let's contact our superiors to prevent them from hitting us by mistake. Everyone in the small circle network immediately contacted the Miao Wang troops to inform them of their location. After receiving the report from his subordinates, General Shrek ordered the outer space extermination troops not to accidentally injure the companions in the fortress when launching the spikes. The Marcus Fortress, which covers an area of more than 300,000 square kilometers, suffered a lot of damage from such an attack, but it did not damage its foundation. Yellowsod knew very well that the attack at this moment was not a real ultimate move, but the real ultimate move was the gang nail from outer space, and ordered the whole army to prepare for the gang nail attack. After the bombardment of the Super Mega Particle Cannon Beam Cannon and other beams, the outer space needles launched a third wave of attacks. Thousands of Special KP warheads bombarded the Markarth Fortress. The Special KEP warhead not only pierced through the hard surface of Markarth Fortress, but also caused damage to the underground layer. It even hurt the nuclear fusion power plant in the basement. Fortunately, Yellowsod ordered the shutdown earlier, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. The nuclear fusion power plant on the surface was not attacked by gang nail, because the Tiani mercenaries in the nuclear fusion power plant were destroying it. After the 3 fusion power plants were shattered in the Wall of Titan, Yellowshad ordered them to be shut down, and the battery operation was activated by backup means, so that the fortress could continue to operate for a period of time. Thousands of Special KP warheads caused severe damage to Fortress Marcus. Many locations became ruins or wasteland, and some locations were cracked like earthquakes. Moreover, many facilities and warships in the fortress were pierced by Special KP warheads and exploded, causing a sea of flames to appear in many places. Although the underground layer of the command post where Yellowshad was located was not seriously hit, the damage to the Earth's crust indirectly affected the underground layer. As a result, the command post was also severely damaged. Yellowshad was lying on the ground dizzy at the moment. The attack just now caused a strong vibration in the underground command post, causing the ceiling to fall in many places and hit people. There was a subordinate lying behind Yellowsod, because when the ceiling just fell and was about to hit Yellowsod, the subordinate immediately used his body to block behind Yellowsod. His head was hit hard by the ceiling stone and died. Yellowshad suffered head injuries from gravel. Some slightly injured workers immediately removed the stones, pulled the body to one place, and lifted Yellowshad to his feet. "Your Highness, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Those who are seriously injured should be treated first, and those who are slightly injured should check the current situation of the fort immediately. While giving the order, Yellowsod asked his subordinates to bandage his injured head. "Your Highness, more than 60% of the ground of Marcus Fortress has been destroyed, and more than 90% of the warships in the fortress have been destroyed. The current damage to MS and Mobile Fortress is still unknown." Another staff member followed up and reported, "Your Highness, after the fortress lost the Titan Wall, the communication and radar have been interfered by neutron jammers and men of particles, and they have begun to fail to function normally. We can only use wired communication to communicate. Your Highness, the troops of the Tiani mercenary group have already attacked our fortress, and we are currently counting and attacking our troops that are still alive on the surface." Yellowshad knew that Markarth Fortress had been devastated, and now he had no chance of retreating, and it was even less likely that he would surrender to the enemy. He is the crown prince of the Dion Empire, and he represents the will of the empire. He cannot retreat, he can only fight. How many troops in the underground can fight? Returning to your highness, in addition to the personal guard troops you brought, there are a total of 3 brigade-sized MS troops. Turn on the radio, I want to speak to everyone. My dear soldiers, I, Yelisod, was incompetent and caused the Makarth fortress to suffer a devastating blow. It was my improper command that caused countless brothers to die because of me, but I, Yelisod, will not retreat. I will not surrender to the enemy. I am the prince of the Dion Empire, and even more so, the prince, the emperor, the prince, or the prince and princess of the Dion Empire must stand on the front line in front of the gate of the country. The royal children guard the country, and the emperor swears to guard the country to the death. This is the rule established by the founding king of the Dion Empire. For the sake of the country and the people, the royal descendants of the Dion Empire will swear to the death to defend the country and the people. Today I will definitely not will retreat. Yelisod only died in battle and did not surrender. This is my realization. Soldiers, if you are willing to live and die with me, follow me to fight the final battle. For those who do not want to follow me, you can retreat or surrender to the enemy. I don't blame you. I just ask you not to stab your colleagues in the back who are fighting to the death. The staff of the command post shouted to Yelisod, "We are willing to live and die with your highness." When the Dion army on the basement heard the shouts of the staff, everyone's heart was moved, and everyone shouted that they would live and die together with his highness. Okay, I, Yelisod, am incompetent and unable to bring victory to the brave soldiers. If there is an afterlife, I am willing to serve you as a cow and a horse, and to serve you for the country. Now I will fight with the palace, and let the Tiani mercenaries. The regiment has seen the awareness of the soldiers of our noble Dion kingdom. The incomparably noble Dion army will only fight to the death against the enemy. Fight to the end. Fight to the end. Yelisod changed into a battle suit and sat in the cockpit of the exclusive holy machine, Holy Red Sun. The shape design is like an ancient Spartan warrior, especially the head looks like a Spartan warrior helmet, and the color is mainly red, 20 meters high. The name of the holy machine of Yelisod's personal guards, Crimson Wolf, looks like a Spartan warrior, holding a round shield in the left hand and a long rifle in the right hand, which can be switched between short range and rapid fire and single fire. There are 6 floating cannons in total. There are still surviving warships and machine bodies in Fortress Marcus, which are fighting stubbornly. The war reporters who are manipulating remote drones to shoot are now reporting live. It is only a matter of time before this battle ends. Suddenly, some of the undamaged underground gates opened, and countless holy machines emerged to launch a fierce attack on the enemy machines in the Marcus fortress. In particular, a holy machine that looks like an ancient Western warrior can cause more damage to the enemy than other mass-produced holy machines. Elishad drove the Crimson Sun, activated the spiritual booster, and a red spiritual airflow emerged from the Crimson Sun's body. At this moment, countless cameras were shooting at the Crimson Sun. I am Yelisod, the crown prince of the Dion Empire. In today's battle, we can only fight to the end. Either the enemy will die or we will die. Yelisod was assisted by a mental booster. Not to mention his father Fades. His spiritual power was not as good as that of the number 1 knight Julius who had died in battle. It was impossible to deter the Tiani mercenary group because their boss was also present. Crimson Wolf has to deal with the Knight series, mass-produced Bull Gundam, Delta Kai, Doom Type 2, 5 Gundam, etc. Long Fei was driving a Neo Gundam equipped with double floating fin cannons. Looking at the Holy Red Sun not far away, besides Neo Gundam were the heads of the 8 directly subordinate troops driving their respective Gundams to follow. Yu Yangchun drives the 00 Razor, Rika drives the heavily armed Seraph Gundam, Angelica and Alonso drive the Cherub and Fallen Angel, also behind Neo Gundam. The remaining aces of Marcus Fortress were dealing with other enemy aces and could not help their second prince at all. Yelisod shot down some production Gundams that were attacking him, but to no avail. Yelisod saw the U Gundam not far away and the other Gundams beside it from the screen, and Yelisod launched the floating cannon and charged at the U Gundam. Seeing the son of Shenghong rushing, Just as the other team leaders were about to make a move, Neo Gaoda raised his hand to stop. "I'll deal with him. You guys deal with the others." Long Fei gave instructions. The other Gundams rushed towards other targets. Neo Gundam only fired 6 floating cannons, and the special beam rifle fired one after another. The Red Sun didn't dodge at all. He only used the anti-beam shield in his left hand to block the beam, and the beam rifle in his right hand gathered energy, firing a beam no less powerful than the beam cannon. 3 of Neo Gundam's floating cannons opened their protective covers to block the beam. The 8 floating cannons of the Holy Red Sun scattered in all directions, trying to surround Neo Gundam from different angles. But Long Fei had already seen through Yelisad's plan, and even saw the trajectory of the floating cannon. The Neo Gundam's thrusters turned on to fly quickly and continuously dodged the beam attacks. The beams passed across the Neo Gundam's chest, back, and legs, and none of the beams caused any damage to the Neo Gundam. The Holy Red Sun activated the diffusion mega particle cannon on his chest. This move was also seen through by Long Fei. Neo Gundam's 3 floating cannons once again opened their protective shields to block the attack of the diffusion mega particle cannon. Neo Gundam's somersaulting action not only scattered the floating cannon attack of the Holy Red Sun, but also launched the rocket launcher from the super bazooka mounted on the back. A straight attack on the Sun of Holy Red. Although Yelishad is far inferior to Long Fei in terms of mental strength, he is very good at driving Ms. Although he is still not as good as Long Fei, the difference between the two is almost the same. Yelishad dodged the bazooka with excellent technique. The Holy Red Sun launches the cannon built into the shield in his left hand, which is the strongest energy weapon of the Holy Red Sun, just enough to penetrate the protective cover of Neo Gundam's floating cannon. With his keen perception, Long Fei knew the power of the cannon, and he had already responded by letting the other 3 floating cannons activate their protective covers to attack. The second layer of protective cover blocks the cannon. Neo Gundam made a 360-degree turning movement, and the special beam rifle fired 4 shots in succession, directly destroying 4 floating cannons. Hateful. Neo Gaoda then made a pilgrimage to the Red Sun and fired 3 shots in a row. After the Red Sun dodged the first and second shots, he could not dodge the third shot and could only block it with his left shield. Neo Gundam made a high-speed maneuver and flew over the Holy Red Sun at a high angle of elevation, while the super bazooka behind him fired continuously. Then, another 6 floating cannons were launched, attacking the Holy Red Sun below, and the floating cannons fired while flying. Although Yelishad tried his best to control the attack of the floating cannon of the Holy Red Sun, no matter how he dodged, the floating cannon could control his trajectory. Every attack was fired at the chest of the Holy Red Sun, forcing the Holy Red Sun to resist with the shield in his left hand. To make matters worse, the last 4 floating cannons of Holy Red Sun happened to be running out of power. Just as they were about to return to the body to recharge, Neo Gundam destroyed the other 6 floating cannons under Long Fei's mental control. Then, the 6 floating cannons also did not have much power left, and returned to the body to recharge. The other 6 floating cannons continued to attack the pilgrimage to the Red Sun. The beam rifle in the right hand of Holy Red Sun can fight back, but the gun body was pierced and destroyed by the beam fired by one of the floating cannons. The Son of Holy Red could only pull out the beam saber on his waist and rush towards Neo Gundam in a desperate way. The 6 floating cannons attacked the Holy Red Sun from different directions and angles, and the Holy Red Sun just swayed left and right to dodge the attack of the floating cannons. Neo Gundam launched the 3 missiles built into the shield in his left hand, originally 4, one of which was replaced with a beam saber, and 3 missiles rushed towards the Holy Red Sun. On the way, it was destroyed by the Holy Red Sun with a special beam rifle. At the moment of the missile's explosion, a powerful electric current flew out, which caused the Holy Red Sun who was close to it to be invaded by the electric current, causing some parts of the body to be overloaded. The Holy Red Sun lost his sense of balance, and the 6 floating cannons fired continuously, shooting through the legs of the Holy Red Sun who was still in midair. Yelishad didn't care about these at all, because he knew that the only tactic to defeat Long Fei was to use desperate tactics, and other tactics were simply impossible. The Red Sun moved away the shield in his left hand, and the mega particle cannon diffused from his chest counterattacked at Neo Gundam. This attack was not difficult for Long Fei, and Neo Gouda easily dodged the attack. The Red Sun continued to launch the diffusion mega particle cannon, even more closely chasing Neo Gundam. Come and fight me in an almost mad dog manner. The all-round performance of Holy Red Sun is still slightly inferior to Neo Gundam. When the Holy Red Sun was chasing Neo Gundam, the 6 floating cannons on the back of Neo Gundam were fully charged and activated again. In the current state of the Holy Red Sun, it is very difficult to dodge the attack of 6 floating cannons, let alone the all-round attack of 12 floating cannons. Yellowshad didn't care at all and continued to rush towards Neo Gundam. Long Fei has sensed the state of Yellowshad's mental power, and the mental amplifier has made Yellowshad's condition worse and worse. At this moment, Yellowshad has already lifted the restriction of the mental amplifier. Now Yellowshad is continuing to operate the spiritual amplifier at the cost of shortening his life. Long Fei clearly understood that Yellowshad fought him with the determination to die and had no intention of surrendering. Long Fei didn't want to continue fighting with Yellowshad. Continuing to fight would only make Yellowshad suffer more and more. Yellowshad's hair was turning gray at the moment. Long Fei decided to let Yellowshad relieve his pain and let him rest in peace. Neo Gundam took out the beam saber from the shield and rushed towards the Red Sun. At this moment, the Holy Red Sun was hit by 12 floating cannons in all directions. Although the chest diffused mega particle cannon continued to fire at the Bull Gundam, and the built-in cannon in the shield in his left hand wanted to fire, but the entire left arm was shot through by the floating cannons. The pusher behind it was also destroyed by the floating cloud cannon, and the whole machine lost its balance. Under the uncontrollable situation, Neo Gouda went around to the rear, and Neo Gouda directly cut off the Holy Red Sun with a sword in the middle. The Son of Holy Crimson, whose body was severed in 2 parts, turned into a ball of fireworks. As the second prince of the Dian Empire, the next emperor's heir, Yi Lishid, died in battle on October 3rd, 126, the first year of the universe. After Elisad died in battle, many Dian troops lost their will to fight and began to surrender one after another. There is also another part of Dian's army who chooses to fight to the end. An hour after the death of the severely damaged Marcus Fortress in Yellowshad, there were still parts of the fortress that were engaged in sporadic firefights. Most of the sites have been taken over by the Miaowang troops. Long Fei was in Neo Gundam's cockpit at the moment, looking towards one of the directions from the screen. General Shrek sent a communication report. I see, General Shrek, prepare for the next final battle, and the location is their capital district. Yes. Long Fei looked at the Holy Red Sun who had turned into a pile of scrap metal from the screen, and then looked in the previous direction. A communication from Rika at this time. Brother-in-law, why have you stayed here? It's okay. We are going to fight the final battle next. Take this time to rest well and be ready at all times. Okay, brother-in-law. I'm going back to the mothership now, brother-in-law. How about you? Go back. Before leaving, Long Fei looked in the direction just now, and then decided to return to the mothership. The direction Long Fei had been looking at was the capital area of the Dian Empire, because he sensed that Fardis had awakened. Fardis, who has been trapped in Long Fei's blue spiritual space and unable to escape, makes him more and more nervous and worried. Because Fardis was very worried that Long Fei would wake up earlier than him, and was even more nervous that he had been trapped in the blue spiritual space for a long time. Worried about whether those documents signed internationally will take advantage of his inability to take the opportunity to attack his empire. Although he was very at ease with the second child, what made him absolutely at ease was whether the third child, especially his matrilineal family, would pull the second child's leg at this critical moment. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar spiritual force. A red spiritual force broke through the blue spiritual space, and the red spiritual force turned into a rope to hold Fardis, pulling Fardis out of the blue spiritual space. It's you, second child. Could it be that a bad idea flashed through Fardis's heart? This force was his second child, and he felt that it was the second child who used his last life and consciousness to pull him out. The maid who was cleaning the emperor's bedroom heard coughing from the bedroom. The maid was startled. The direction of the voice was the emperor's bed. The maid immediately looked in the direction of the coughing. watching Fadis slowly get up from the bed. From the shock at the beginning to the calmness of the palace lady afterwards, Fardis looked at the palace lady. The maid immediately shouted, "His Majesty the Emperor has woken up." Then she rushed out of the Emperor's bedroom while shouting. The guards outside the bedroom immediately rushed in to take a look, and sure enough, His Majesty the Emperor woke up. One of the guards immediately contacted Princess Gulashina to inform the Emperor that His Majesty had woken up. After sensing the death of her second brother, Gulastina shed tears of sadness. At this moment, a guard broke into Gulasina's office. Gulastina, who was weeping sadly, immediately wiped away the tears on her face, glaring at the guard who barged in without knocking. "His Royal Highness, your Majesty has awakened." Gulashina stood up immediately in shock. Guli Sazina immediately rushed to the bedroom of the Emperor's palace. Seeing that the father is not as domineering as the Emperor in the past, but has a haggard face, like a loving father who is sad after the death of his own son, Gulastina immediately knelt in front of her father and cried, "Father, second brother." Before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted by her father. "I know that the second child is dead," and he used his last mental strength to pull the father out. Fardis looked at a certain place at this time and said to his daughter, "Tell the father everything that happened during the period when the father was in a coma." Fadis listened to Gulasina tell everything that happened during his coma. Fadis's expression went from anger at the beginning to helplessness and self-blame at the end. Fardis patted his thigh with a palm and said angrily, "Alexander is a useless boy. I spoiled him, causing him to do everything without distinction. Yili Xiao, I owe him too much for this child. I, the father, killed him." As he spoke, Fardis burst into tears, blaming himself very much in his heart. "Father, Long Fei is almost coming to the capital." "I see. Has the Scarlet Emperor been restored?" "Father, it has been repaired, and even the construction of the Scarlet Palace has been completed." "By the way, you just said that when Zhun and Long Fei were trapped in each other's spiritual space, his son who was still in the mother's womb exerted stronger spiritual power than me and Long Fei. Is this true?" "Yes, father. This matter is absolutely true." Fadis fell into deep thought, and finally shook his head and said, "Now you announce to the outside world that I have awakened, and I will appear in front of everyone, so that the defeated military spirit can be gathered back." After finishing speaking, Fadis' eyes changed, and he regained his usual demeanor as an emperor. "Yes." Gulastina stepped back and immediately ordered her attendants to spread the news of her father's awakening. Originally, when the news of the fall of the Marcus fortress came back to the capital, countless people fell into panic. Many nobles are ready to surrender, and many nobles are even preparing to run back to their fiefs. The remaining soldiers also lost their will to fight at this moment, because as one of their backbones, the death of the second prince, His Royal Highness Yeli Shaod, dealt them a serious blow. The whole army is broken. But soon came the news that Fardis had woken up. At first, many people thought that this was Gulasina's move to stabilize the hearts and minds of the army. Soon, Fadis appeared in front of the screens of the domestic media. Fadis delivered his personal speech, and even stated that he would never surrender like Long Fei, and would fight to the last moment of his life. The news that Fadis woke up and appeared in front of the media screen also spread throughout the world. Fadis is awakening, the entire army slack and regrouping. Although many people think that Fadis has awakened, still has no ability to turn the tide. However, there are also many people who think that Fadis has a chance to come back when he wakes up. Long Fei watched Fadis' speech in front of the media screen in his office. He clearly knew that Fadis would never surrender and would fight him to the end. So Long Fei decided that he had to kill Fadis. Once Fadis died, Dion Empire would come to an end and disintegrate. Shortly after killing Elisad, Fardis woke up. It seems that Elisad sacrificed his last spiritual power to save his father from my spiritual space. Moreover, the spirit of Fardis, his strength is stronger than that of the Great War at that time. But it is a pity that he is already old and his improvement is limited. If he's younger, his room for improvement will make his mental strength stronger, but no matter what the result is, Fardis will overdraw the rest of his life and drag me to die with him. Fadis, I don't know if your daughter told you how powerful my son's spiritual power is. Even if I die with you, There will be someone as powerful as my son in your empire to stop his revenge. At this time, a subordinate came out to report to Long Fei that Neo Gundam's new equipment had been completed. On October 5, 126, the first year of the universe, the Miewing troops immediately attacked the capital area of the Dion Empire within 48 hours after taking down the Marcus Fortress. If Fardis hadn't woken up, General Shrek wouldn't have ordered the troops to continue attacking in such a short period of time. The main reason is that Fardis is the spiritual symbol of the Dion Empire. The special forces that entered the capital area with the help of Erwuzi learned from the news that many nobles and generals who were about to surrender gave up their minds after Fadis woke up. Moreover, in less than 24 hours after Fadis woke up, he immediately cut through the mess and dealt with the traitors and the nobles and generals who intended to surrender. Many spies were also dealt with. Only a small number escaped from the capital area. Shrek and others could receive the news. It was the intelligence sent by the spies who risked their lives to rush out of the capital area. Moreover, many of the Dion army bases that were severely hit and prepared to surrender became very hardened after learning that their emperor was awake and would rather fight to the last one soldier than surrender. Therefore, after discussing with other general staff, General Shrek felt that it was necessary to take down the capital area and kill Fardis in a short time, so as not to have long nights and dreams. As long as Fardis dies, the Dion Empire will fall into disintegration. Long Fei said that if Fadis played, he would automatically fight, because only he can defeat Fadis. Long Fei is now wearing a Spartan battle suit Type 2, sitting in the cockpit of Neo Gundam with his eyes closed and resting his mind. At this moment, Long Fei wants to keep himself in the best condition to defeat Fardis. On the other side, Fadis woke up and dealt with a lot of things in just 48 hours, making many people think that with Fadis, all problems could be solved and even lead them to come back. Bad situation. In fact, many discerning people, including Gulasina, knew very well that under the current situation, the Dion Empire was doomed and Fadis was also helpless. As the daughter of Fadis, Princess Gulasina has long seen the state of her father at this moment. No matter how domineering and majestic she is on the surface, her father is just a very old man, and her life is coming to an end. Old man. Gulastina looked at her father sitting on his throne with his eyes closed. Gulastina looked at her father, the obvious crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, and her father's graying hair all showed that her father was getting old. Gulisazina thought to herself, Father, he is going to fight the last battle. Father will never surrender to Long Fei. Rather than live a meager life, Father would rather die in battle with honor, at least be a glorious guard of the country. And dead emperor. Gulasina. Fadis closed his eyes and called his daughter's name. My son is here. Come over. Gulastina came to the side of her father and stood quietly. Gulastina, if your father dies in battle, don't hate Long Fei and live well. No, I would rather live and die with my father than to surrender to Long Fei. Just let it go. Before the word stealth was uttered, Gulastina was stunned by Fadis, who opened her eyes. I was speechless. Fadis showed a fatherly smile that he hadn't seen for many years and said, Silly boy, my father has lost your 3 older brothers. My father must not let you die. You must survive. You are the last child of my father. Besides, father believes that Long Fei will not do too much. As long as you live obediently, don't think about avenging father. Long Fei will never hurt you. After finishing speaking, Fadis reached out and stroked his daughter's cheek. Father, the eldest brother's son. That child, the emperor has already arranged everything. Gulisazina heard the meaning of the father. The father is ready to die, and it is useless to say anything, so she can only ask the father, Father, let the son fight with you the last battle. Yes, but you have to promise father one thing. Father, please tell me. If you are defeated, surrender immediately and don't commit suicide. The emperor doesn't want to send a white-headed man to a black-headed man. After finishing speaking, Fadis's eyes were filled with tears because he no longer wanted to lose his last child in his heart. Dis no longer had the ruthless expression of the former emperor, but instead was an old man who had lost many children and was heartbroken. Father, Gulasina threw herself into her father's arms and cried. Fardis reached out and stroked his daughter's head. At this moment, Fardis doesn't think much about the last battle, let alone any state affairs. Now he just wants to spend the last time with his daughter at the last time. If I were the father of an ordinary family, such a warm time would be happiness. Unfortunately, as an emperor, such a warm scene is a luxury for me. Fadis felt that in the near future, he would not have this opportunity. On October 5, 126, the first year of the universe, media reporters from various countries are also conducting live reports at this moment. The content of the report is that the Dian Empire has begun the countdown to the end. Gao Wide led his team of Tianyin media reporters to report live. We have received some reliable information about why the Tianyin mercenary group immediately attacked the capital area within 48 hours after taking the Marcus fortress. It turned out that Fardis had woken up, causing many people who were almost unable to hold on and prepared to surrender. The base, after receiving the awakening of their emperor, began to actively resist, so the Tianyin mercenary group must immediately attack the capital area at this moment. If you defeat Fadis, everything will be solved, and the only person who defeats Fadis is Chairman Long Fei. Maybe we can see that battle again, and the two spirits will have another confrontation. But, no matter what, this battle represents a war between two new human beings with different ideas. Only one of Long Fei and Fardis can live. If it is Long Fei's victory, based on Long Fei's thoughts, the new humans, adjusted humans, and ordinary humans will coexist peacefully. If Fadis wins, ordinary humans will experience a catastrophe. Reporters from the media from all over the world are going to the capital area of the Dian Empire even more actively than the exterminating wing troops at this moment. All the war reporters are riding in their own small airships, looking for the best location to conduct remote live broadcast reports. The team of reporters and maintenance personnel are conducting the final inspection for their own drones. The drone is their remote camera and the safest way to shoot on the battlefield. The capital district, the last battlefield of the Tianyin mercenary group and the Dian Empire, will be recorded in the annals of human civilization. Historians called this battle the last battle of the Dian Empire, and it was later recognized by historians as the end of the first civil war of the new mankind. On October 7, 126, the first year of the universe, the final battle of the Dian Empire officially started. At noon on October 7, 126, the first year of the universe, the battle officially started outside the capital area of the Dian Empire. Fardis was wearing a driving suit and sitting in the cockpit of the Scarlet Emperor, ready to attack at any time. Gulisina was also wearing a pilot suit, sitting in the cockpit of the Scarlet Queen, ready to fight with her father. 1,000 Crimson Guards are always ready to follow the Emperor and the Princess to fight. Long Fei also sat in Neo Gundam's cockpit and waited for his opponent to play. The Angels of Doom followed the boss and prepared to play. Li Xiang and others also followed. On the battlefield, except for the Angels of Doom, all the other directly subordinate troops have appeared, even the Black Rabbit troops. In addition to landing troops for reinforcements, the Outer Space Extermination Force will definitely bombard targeted missiles, but the bombing location is outside the capital area. Most of the defenders in the capital area are fighting on the periphery, and only a small number are maintaining order in the capital area to appease the people and let them not worry. Many defense systems around the capital area are not only aimed at the enemy troops falling from the sky, but also against the missiles bombarded from the sky. A Dian destroyer was shot through the hull by Silver Thunder's Big Way Cannon 2. The hull was severely damaged and could not continue to float in midair and fell to the ground. Billowing thick smoke violently burst out from the damaged part. From time to time, a certain part of the entire ship exploded. Many crew members scrambled to escape, but no one came to rescue the battleship, because many people were in danger now. The 6 Kahar 2 MS of Inlay are surrounded by Inlay to protect the safety of Inlay. Inlay's Big Way Cannon 2 made Dion's warships overwhelmed. Although they were huge, they were fast, and from time to time they attacked from above and below in sky battles. Not only did the warships suffer, many MS and mobile fortresses were severely hit. In addition to the Silver Thunder that makes others feel headaches, the Black Rabbit troops also have the long-distance beam cannon of the final shooting version of TR Hazel Asla. The ultra-long-distance attack makes the enemy hard to defend. Even if the enemy found out, it was too late to react, and the beam cannon had already hit him. Whether it is Silver Thunder or the final version of Gundam TR Hazel Asla, it is a headache for the Dion army. As long as there are these MS, it will definitely cause heavy losses to the Dion army. However, fortunately, there are not many of these 2 MS, with 5 units each. Otherwise, the losses of the Dion army will be further expanded. Why doesn't Black Rabbit know more about Silver Thunder or Gundam TR Hazel Asla Final Shooting Edition? There are 3 main reasons. One is the problem of funds. The manufacturing cost of a Silver Thunder is equal to the cost of building a battalion-level fleet, ordinary troops of the Tianyi Mercenary Regiment. The second reason is that research and development also spend a lot of money. In addition to development, it is also necessary to study the original design drawings of the boss for improvement and improvement. The third reason is that you need explosive soldiers, not sharp soldiers. Whether it is Silver Thunder or the final shooting version of Gundam TR Hazel Asla, what you need is an excellent driver with high comprehensiveness or a certain specialty. But such pilots don't need too many, because there are not many of them, and the MS and mobile fortresses equipped with the standard are what they need. They don't need to find a particularly good driver to drive these standard-equipped airframes. Pioneers need to spend money and time to train, but general drivers can enter the battlefield after more professional training. So the Black Rabbit troop gets an annual appropriation that is more than the sum of the annual appropriations of several troops directly under Long Fei, so they don't dare to spend money recklessly. There are also other TR series Gundams from the Black Rabbit unit on the battlefield. Long-range sniper Jim is sniping the target at a long distance to cover the attack of his companions. After Li Xiuqing drove the EXS through several enemy mobile suits with a genie beam cannon, he contacted Salamanda. Salamanda, the equipment of the Black Rabbit troop, is really diversified. In the dark side, they are not only carrying out assassination and sabotage, but also a test platform for those new weapons. Many of them are more powerful than ours. Woolen Cloth. Don't complain, our MS have a lot of weapons and equipment, and they were handed over to us after they were tested in actual combat. Without them, our subordinates would not have so many weapon choices. That's right. Wow. Here I have a Gundam TR, 6 Woodwater Giant form that is the same as Mental Gundam. The 10-fingered beam cannons in Woodwater's giant form were launched, and the weapon cargo unit on the shoulders opened, and many cluster missiles flew out. The body of the missiles opened, and countless small missiles flew out from inside. Many enemy planes jumped around for a while, desperately dodging these small missiles. In addition to firing the finger beam cannon in Woodwater's giant form, the Primrose beam cannon fires at the same time. Li Xiuqing looked at the powerful firepower of Woodwater's giant form and said, "It is indeed a platform for testing weapons, and the firepower is really not covered." The two sides were fighting, and although Dion's army tried their best to defend and fight with the determination to die, they could not stop the Miao Wang's army from advancing step by step. Brother Bill 3 and the Viper lined up to suppress fire and advance step by step, and there were countless types of fighters disrupting and bombing in the sky. Coupled with men of particles and neutron jammers, the Dion army cannot use the drone control system, let alone give instructions to the automated MS. Dion's army was completely beaten back again and again. Although the Miao Wang troops gained an advantage, they also suffered a lot of losses. The defenders responsible for guarding the capital area are all elite troops in the Central Army. The casualty ratio between the Miao Wang army and the Dion army reached 1-3. If there were no unmanned aircraft such as Burgo 3, the casualty ratio of the two armies would be further reduced. Although Dion's army lost the top 10 Royal Knights, which caused them a lot of blows, the Emperor's awakening allowed them to recover from the blow. Relying on the tenacious will to resist, the central defenders caused considerable damage to the Miao Wang troops. Many Delta, F-90, and Cavalier series were destroyed. The overall quality of the central defenders is at least comparable to the elite troops of the Tianyi Mercenary Regiment. General Shrek watched the current battlefield situation with many generals and found that most of the pilots killed in battle were members of ordinary troops. General Shrek discussed with many generals and staff, and in order to prevent further casualties, he decided to let ordinary troops retreat to the second line. The elite and special forces are responsible for fighting the front line, and the ordinary department serves as fire support and sniper cover. On the other side, the leaders of various countries watched the live broadcast, and everyone understood that the Dion Empire was just struggling to the death. The balance of victory has tilted towards the Tianyi mercenary group. The leaders of all countries understand that they have fought against the Dion Empire for many years, and they have not gained any benefits at all, but have suffered heavy losses. On the contrary, the Tianyi mercenary group did not suffer much loss at all, but benefited from it. The leaders of various countries are making their own calculations. Once the Tianyi mercenary group takes over the entire Mars Circle, what should they do, how they should respond, and how to make a response plan is more appropriate. Your Majesty, the Crimson Palace is ready. Well, I know. Let's get ready to attack. Yes. Sitting in Neo Gundam's cockpit, Long Fei felt a telepathy throughout his body, and Long Fei sensed that Fardis was about to appear. Long Fei ordered all members of the Doom Angels team, Yu Yangchun and others to prepare to attack. Triver drove the AG-1 giant cannon, equipped with a foldable Titan destroyer on his right arm, and fired at the enemy's gray and somewhat bloated special holy machine. The power of the Titan destruction cannon surpassed the main guns of most battleships, and the bloated special gray holy machine wanted to resist it with a thick shield. But the driver completely underestimated the power of the Titan destroyer cannon. The power of this cannon directly penetrated the shield and the holy machine to destroy them, and countless sparks appeared where the Colossus destroyer cannon passed. Destruction cannon destroys. Triver couldn't help whistling. He didn't expect that the power of the Titan destruction cannon was beyond his imagination. How powerful is the small DODS rocket launcher equipped on the left arm? The AG-1 cannon-shaped left arm is connected to the canned energy accelerator behind the left shoulder armor. After pressing the button in trivet, the small DODS rocket launcher on the left arm released a high-energy cannon, which hit a monster and pierced it, and even pierced several machines in succession. Wow, the destructive power is comparable to the main guns of many battleships. On the other side, the frontline battle site between the two armies. At present, the Miaowang troops rely on the heavy firepower of MD Bilge 3 and the big poisonous snake to advance step by step. It is these MDs who bear the heavy firepower of the Dion Central Army to admit that more than 60% of the bodies of the Wang destroyers were destroyed, namely Bill Brother 3 and the Big Viper. It is these two airframes that suffer the heaviest firepower. The Dion Army has been developing countless electronic jamming technologies in order to deal with these two heavy-fire aircrafts. It's a pity that the effect is not ideal. At most, it just slows down the movement. There are countless destroyed bodies on the ground emitting thick black smoke. The Wang destroyers in outer space avoided the capital during the missile bombing. Because of the relevant information, countless citizens in the capital were unwilling to leave. They wanted to go to the last moment with the Dion Empire. The capital of the Dion Kingdom covers an area of nearly 40,000 square kilometers. At its peak, the population exceeded 60 million. Now the total population is less than 20 million. Among the 20 million people, less than 5% are adult males, and less than 5% of adult males are disabled, who are no longer able to fight. More than 95% are old and weak women and children, and widows account for 50% of this group of people. Even those women who have not lost their husbands are praying at this moment that their husbands who fought in the front line will come back alive. Suddenly, a violent explosion occurred in the mountains in the north of the capital. The area of the explosion exceeded 500 square kilometers. The thick dust and smoke not only allowed the Miaowang troops in outer space to see clearly, but also the Miaowang troops fighting on the ground. The troops found billowing dust and thick smoke. A huge crimson disk covering an area of more than 500 square kilometers emerged from the violent dust and smoke. The crimson disk ring has countless gun ports and missile ports, and there are many huge gun barrels on the back. The size of the gun barrels is bigger than the ring belt's gun ports, and even bigger than the main turrets of many warships. The gun barrel is 30 meters long and has a caliber of 450 millimeters. The name of the red disc. Around the Crimson Palace, there are Crimson Guards equipped with jetpacks and a mass-produced holy machine with a crimson head like a cross. The number of guards in the Holy Palace is more than 3 times that of the Crimson Guards. As soon as the Crimson Palace appeared, the commander of the outer space destroyer immediately shifted his target and blasted all the attacks to the Crimson Palace. The Crimson Palace emits a round wall of titans, enveloping the Crimson Palace. When countless mobile drill missiles hit the wall of Titan, countless fireworks exploded in front of the wall of Titan. Countless gun barrels on the back of the Scarlet Palace fired towards the sky, and countless huge cyan light beams rushed out of the atmosphere of Mars and attacked the battleships of the Wung destroyer force in outer space. Fortunately, every battleship is equipped with I-field generators, and the power is weakened due to the distance, so the I-field can completely resist it. Then, a device that looked like a satellite receiver appeared on the back of the Crimson Palace. The flat disk of the entire device seemed to be made of crystal. At this moment, the flat disk gathered violent golden energy, and Long Fei sensed that powerful energy at this moment. Looking at the Crimson Palace from the screen, Long Fei immediately contacted the Wung Slayer troop in outer space and the satellite camera in outer space. "This feels like an omen of death," Long Fei said, looking at the golden energy of the plain disk of the Crimson Palace's device. Sensing a bad premonition, Long Fei immediately ordered the warships of the outer space Miao troop to avoid immediately. When General Shrek received the photos taken by the satellite, he was about to order the outer space forces to evade immediately, but the boss issued the evasion order earlier. When the warships in outer space were evading, the superweapon of the Scarlet Palace launched a huge golden light with a diameter of more than 1 kilometer. The golden light soared into the sky, tearing apart the clouds wherever it passed. The golden light also crossed the atmosphere instantaneously. Where the golden light passed, once any battleship was illuminated by the golden light, it would definitely turn into a ball of fireworks and explode. Jean Chinxi's attack instantly destroyed dozens of warships of the outer space Miao troop. General Shrek couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat as he watched the troops photographing the power of the golden morning light from farther away in outer space. This power is too terrifying. If the boss hadn't informed earlier, the loss would have been even greater. Have the satellites in outer space been destroyed? Can this giant fortress still be photographed? Returning to the general, there are still some outer space satellites that have not been destroyed and can take pictures of this disk fortress. General Shrek was a little worried about whether the golden morning light device in the Scarlet Palace would shift its position. General Shrek ordered all the troops to disperse and asked the Diva to prepare to launch the Photon Ring Lane and the Yagama, GX 9900, etc. to prepare to launch super weapons. When the Crimson Palace came out to show its powerful power, it shocked the whole world. It seems that the Dion Kingdom took out their last weapon. The ring-shaped turret shot down countless incoming missiles. Even if a missile passed through the barrage of the beam turret, it still couldn't penetrate the Titan's wall. The color of General Shrek's shield from the wall of Titans looking at the Crimson Palace is less intense. General Shrek deduced that Jean Qingxiguang could not continue to emit in a short period of time and had to be charged for a period of time, and during the charging period, the energy required by the Wall of Titans would be sacrificed, resulting in a weakening of the Wall of Titans' defense. At this time, Long Fei sent a message to Shrek and wanted to discuss something with Shrek. "General Shrek, that huge red disk fortress is probably the Crimson Palace that we received information about. They rushed to complete the construction at the last minute." "Yes, boss, we must find a way to deal with this Scarlet Palace. Otherwise, the losses will definitely be heavy." "I think so too, General Shrek. I have a method. You can listen to it and see if it works." After Long Fei expressed his opinion, General Shrek felt that it was feasible. "I have to play, and that guy Fadis has also played. I have to fight this old guy again." Long Fei began to make final adjustments to Neo Gundam, the new equipment of Neo Gundam's long-range floating cannon. The newly equipped RX-93 Bull Gundam was renamed RX-93 FFN Bull Gundam. Long Fei RX-93 FFN Neo Gundam Attack. Pan Jinhua Regeneration Gundam Attack. Yangshan 00 Razor Attack. Yu Yangchun and others and the Doom Angel team followed Long Fei to attack. The appearance of the Scarlet Palace greatly boosted the morale of the Dion Central Army. The height of the Red Palace reaches 300 meters. The Crimson Palace flew over the capital while firing forward. The Crimson Palace attacked fiercely, firing beams and missiles, shooting down many fighter planes in the sky, and some aircraft capable of flying were also shot down. The Holy Palace Guard and the Crimson Guard are dealing with 7 other directly subordinate troops, plus a Black Rabbit troop, as well as other special Gundams, in addition to the Angel of Doom team. Neither Silver Thunder's Bigway Cannon 2 nor Gundam TR Hazel Osla's final shot version of the long-distance beam cannon could penetrate the Red Palace's Titan wall. The AG-3 standard Sigma-Sys rifle add-on component gathers powerful energy. With AG-3 standard data, many Holy Palace Guards are attacking towards AG-3 standard data. The Knights of the Shadow Mad Dogs, Zamzaza, and Livigero provided cover for the AG-3 standard, buying time for it to launch the micro-photon ring mine. The equipment of the Holy Palace Guards has weapons and equipment standards that exceed those of other mass-produced aircraft. A Holy Palace Guard is equipped with a pair of huge destruction cannons on its shoulders, which can penetrate the Luvigelu eye stand with power. The eye position of a Luvigero was pierced by the destruction cannon of the guards of the Holy Palace, and the remaining power of the destruction cannon hit the body of Luvigelo, causing serious damage. The guards of the Holy Palace are equipped with powerful weapons, and their defense is higher than other mass-produced holy machines, and their speed and mobility are relatively average. The overall performance of the Holy Palace Guard not only surpassed all the mass-produced holy machines of the Dion Empire, but also surpassed most of the mass-produced Gundams of the Tianyi mercenary group. After a mass-produced Gundam shot down a Holy Palace Guard, it was immediately hit by another high-speed beam spiral gun of the Holy Palace Guard. The floating cannon of the mass-produced Neo Gundam can't resist the high-speed beam spiral cannon even if the protective cover is opened. One cannon directly penetrates the machine body. The guards of the Holy Palace attacked from the Scarlet Palace one after another. Currently, there are more than 5,000 Guardians of the Holy Palace. The AG-3 standard Sigma-Sys rifle add-on component gathers the required energy, and Song Guowei presses the button to launch a miniature photon ring mine. The place where the miniature photon ring mine passed happened to penetrate several Holy Palace Guards, and a lot of fireworks burst out of the place where it passed. Although the miniature photon ring mine bombarded the wall of Titan and caused some traces of cracks, after the energy of the miniature photon ring mine was exhausted, the cracks formed by the bombardment instantly returned to their original shape. The news quickly spread back to General Shrek's headquarters. General Shrek and many staff members analyzed the Titan wall of the Scarlet Palace and estimated that it might be a new model or an improved version. Because if the wall of Titans is attacked strongly and cracks appear, it is impossible to restore it to its original state in a very short period of time. Now it can be restored to its original state in a very short period of time. It can only be determined to be a new model or an improved version. Otherwise, according to the previous Wall of Titans, it is impossible to have such an effect. General Shrek began to make some command movements, and the super weapons had to be fired at the same time. Only in this way can he be able to penetrate the improved version of the Wall of Titans in one go. Above the center of the Scarlet Palace stands the Scarlet Emperor, and behind him stands the Scarlet Queen. Fadis closed his eyes and meditated. A telepathy passed to his brain. Fardis opened his eyes because he knew Longfei was coming. Fardis contacts Lieutenant General Basri Delimlalai, commander of the Red Palace. Basri, what is the status of the Scarlet Palace at the moment? There is no problem at present. The new laser nuclear fusion engine inside can not only fully supply the energy required by the Wall of Titans, but also supply the energy required by all the equipment in the Scarlet Palace. How long will it take for Jean Chinsi to launch again? It will take another 60 minutes to return to your majesty. Well, okay, I see. Fardis actually knew that Jean Qingsigwang would replenish it, and the interval between launches did not need to take an hour. The main reason is that the completion value of the Red Palace is as high as 90%. The newly developed laser nuclear fusion engine has only been verified for a short period of time, and no final adjustments have been made, resulting in delivery and supply that have not reached the ideal stage. It takes a long time to recharge to cause the golden morning light. In fact, there are still parts inside the Scarlet Palace that have not been completed, and now the launch of the battlefield is to catch the ducks on the shelves. Lieutenant General Basilai was mobilizing his command, and his subordinates reported that the Diva was preparing to launch the photon ring ray, and the enemy frontline troops were already evacuating at this moment. Lieutenant General Basilai immediately mobilized all troops to hide behind the Scarlet Palace. Fadi's father and daughter immediately hid inside the Red Palace. The diva launched the photon ring ray to blast towards the Crimson Palace, and a huge, brilliant blue energy beam blasted towards the Crimson Palace. The Red Palace's new Titan wall is carrying the bombardment of the photon ring ray, and the two energies are wrestling. 10 seconds after the new wall of Titans hit the photon ring ray hard, the protective cover began to show cracks. In the 15th second, the crack gradually expanded, and the protective cover cracked like glass. In the 20th second, when the photon ring ray was about to run out of energy, the new Titan wall collapsed, and the photon ring ray blasted to the Crimson Palace with his remaining power. The Crimson Palace also has an energy shield, and it is a new type of energy shield, Zeus armor, which can bear all the remaining power of photon ring ray. Seeing this, Shrek immediately ordered the other two Quasi-Agama warships to launch super mega particle cannons, and GX-9900 and GX-BIT to launch satellite microwave cannons. One layer of Zeus armor can't withstand such an attack, but the defense of 3 layers of Zeus armor is no less than the new Titan wall. The Zeus armor on the first and second layers was broken through, but the third layer survived, and the energy of the main weapons was also exhausted. The Flying Wing Type 0 quickly rushed to the effective range of the destruction cannon in the form of a fighter plane. The double-barreled destruction rifle was paired with 6 dwarf sword stars, and the extremely powerful destruction cannon fired. The destruction cannon pierced through the third layer of Zeus's armor, but the powerful destruction cannon did not penetrate the Scarlet Palace. It turns out that every layer of the Crimson Palace is coated with an anti-beam coating, and some layers even have energy shields. Although it did not penetrate the Scarlet Palace, it also caused considerable damage to the Scarlet Palace. However, the Crimson Palace suffered major damage, but it did not affect its operation. Aviana drove the Wing Type 0, looked at the big hole pierced through the screen, and flew out of the Crimson Emperor, Crimson Queen, and a bunch of Holy Palace guards. Aviana thinks that she can't beat the group of MS in front of her, especially the Scarlet Emperor. Aviana knows very well that if she fires the destruction cannon now, the Scarlet Emperor can easily dodge and come to her immediately. It will definitely be killed. Aviana immediately ran away decisively. The Scarlet Emperor, driven by Fardis, should be called the Scarlet Emperor Kai at this moment. Although the appearance has not changed, the overall performance has improved. Fadis didn't expect the opponent to launch a series of super weapons, causing the Scarlet Palace to suffer a lot of damage. Although Fadis didn't want to admit it in his heart, the facts were in front of him. Even if the Crimson Palace was 100% complete, it couldn't withstand such a series of attacks. On the other side, General Shrek saw the success of the battle and ordered the outer space troops to immediately dispatch the leaked MS troops, ready to launch the gang nails. Your Majesty, the Zeus armor can return to normal in a short period of time, but the broken hole cannot be protected by the Zeus armor. The Zeus armor is the special Aegis armor connected to the Scarlet Palace. Once the Aegis armor is damaged, the Zeus armor cannot be protected. Cover damaged Aegis. I see. The troops will be dispatched to you. Yes, Your Majesty. Fardis radiates his red spirit aura to boost the morale of his soldiers. Long Fei followed by sending out waves of blue spirit energy. Reporters from various battlefield media at the scene are reporting. Dear audience, as you can see, the two strongest new human beings are fighting again. In the final result of this battle, will both lose as before, or will one win? The red and blue spirit waves collided. Long Fei and Fadis don't want to use any communication to sense each other, and at the same time, they can sense each other's emotional fluctuations. Both of them could sense that each other's mental power had improved, but in terms of the improvement rate, Long Fei was slightly better than Fardis. Fadis learned that Long Fei's son had stronger mental power when he was in the mother's womb than when the two of them fought. Fardis couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be if Long Fei's son was allowed to grow up. Fadis, what are you afraid of? You are afraid that even if I die with you, as long as my son grows up, he will avenge me and destroy your empire. If you think too much, even if you and I all fall, and so will your empire, then I will kill you first, and then I will attack your mother base. I will kill your son and strangle him in the cradle. Fades, do you think you have this chance? The two don't need to speak. They can communicate with each other only through telepathy. Neo Gundam and Scarlet Emperor Kai simultaneously launched special beam rifles. The moment the red and yellow beams collided, neither of them could suppress the other, and the output of the two beam rifles was equal. The Crimson Emperor changed to activate the Mega Beam Cannon on his chest, and Neo Gundam activated the built-in beam cannon on the shield in his left hand. Similarly, when the beams of the two collided, both thrusts were equal, and neither could suppress the other. Neo Gundam and Scarlet Emperor Kai continued to attack and dodge each other. The two figures attacked each other. Their trajectories intersected constantly, and the two engaged in a fierce dogfighting. The two also launched each other's floating cannons at the same time, and the red and yellow beams also intersected each other one after another. Both Long Fei and Fardis controlled each other's floating bubbles mentally, chasing and hiding, and hitting and dodging. The floating cannons of the two scatter, chase, and even dodge the opponent's pursuit or attack with high mobility. Falling leaves, cobras, high elevation angles, gliding and drifting, and the high maneuverability of floating cannons are under the mental control of the two, completing the superb technology of countless fighters. Superb mobility and the ability to dodge beam attacks. During the fighting between the two, the guards of the Holy Palace, Doom Type 2, and various mass-produced Gundams will join the battle from time to time. The armies on both sides want to help their emperor or boss, and help their masters to defeat the enemy. But the life-and-death battle between the two is not a battle that those elites can join. Even ordinary ace pilots cannot join. Yu Yangchun driving the 00 Razor can barely join the battle between the two. N Sword 3 slashed towards the Scarlet Emperor guy with a sword, and the Scarlet Emperor guy turned on the beam at the corner of the shield in his left hand to resist Jin Sword 3. Suddenly, two floating cannons with a diameter of 3 meters like a rose flower, and two huge beam cannons fired at 00 Razor like an X from different angles. 00 Razor dodged quickly, and two floating cannons that looked like roses fired at 00 Razor continuously. 00 Razor emits a rapid succession of flashing beam cannons like infinity cyan particle trails. Yangchun, let me deal with Fardis. You lead a troop into the Scarlet Palace for internal destruction. You can't let the Scarlet Palace launch the Golden Morning Light again. Learn. 00 Razor immediately stayed away from the battle between Neo Gundam and Scarlet Emperor Kai. After Long Fei saw the new weapon modified by the Scarlet Emperor, he controlled the new weapon mentally. Two long-range floating cannons launched mega beam cannons to attack the Scarlet Emperor Kai. The Crimson Emperor changed the protective cover function of 6 floating cannons to resist the mega beam cannon, and the power of the 2 mega beam cannons exceeded the threshold critical point of the protective cover function of the floating cannon. Fortunately, Fardis reacted quickly, and the Crimson Emperor dodged 2 mega beam cannons instead. Not to be outdone, Fardis used the 2 huge flower floating cannons to fight back. The 6 floating cannons of Neo Gundam also opened the protective cover and could not resist the beam cannon of the petal floating cannon. Neo Gundam also dodges, and one of the long-range floating flying cannons is connected to Neo Gundam's right arm, generating a beam sword and stabbing the Scarlet Emperor Kai. Fades didn't expect that the opponent's weapon could be used in this way, and the petal floating cannon immediately activated another function, activating the protective cover function to resist the beam giant sword. When another petal floating cannon was about to attack Neo Gundam, another long-range floating flying cannon launched the attack first, and Fardis could only mentally control the petal floating cannon to dodge. Then the long-range floating flying cannon connected by Neo Gundam, and the beam giant sword are used as boomerangs to throw attacks. Fades didn't expect the opponent to use weapons like this. When the Scarlet Emperor dodged the boomerang attack of the long-range floating cannon, several Holy Palace guards who were fighting were cut in half by the boomerang attack and turned into fireworks. Under Long Fei's mental control, the floating cannon in the boomerang state immediately stabilized. Then, he continued to attack the Scarlet Emperor. The floating cannons of the two just returned to the body to charge. Fardis looked at the instrument showing the status of the 2 flower floating cannons, and the power was less than 30%. Although the flower floating cannon can also be connected to the Scarlet Emperor Kai for charging, but this will affect the overall mobility of the Scarlet Emperor Kai. Fardus could only let the flower floating cannon return to the Scarlet Palace, and then ordered his subordinates to fire 2 more flower floating cloud cannons. Neo Gundam's floating flying cannon can also be connected to the back of the machine to connect to the power furnace, but it will also affect the maneuverability due to the increased weight. But fortunately, the floating cannon is equipped with 2 small furnaces, which has a long-term combat capability, and the charger carried by the air overlord controlled by Harrow can charge the 2 small furnaces inside. In terms of the new weapons of the 2, Neo Gundam's floating flying cannon can fight for a long time, increasing the advantages of Neo Gundam. Rika is driving the heavily armed Seraph Gundam and is killing the enemy with the Angels of Doom. His boyfriend Yu Yangchun drove 00 Razor into the Red Palace with Salamanda and a sword and shield troop. The Miawang troops headed towards the Scarlet Palace from east, west, and south. Now, the frontline troops of the Miawang troops have already entered the Dion Central Army formation, and basically the 2 armies have become one, and it can even be said to be a mess. The heavily armed Seraph Gundam shot down many enemy MS with continuous fire. Rika looked at the screen in the cockpit to lock the target, destroyed the cannons. The GN cannons on both shoulders were connected to the GN rocket launcher too, fired 2 GN cannons, and shot down some MS where the GN cannons passed. There are countless fireworks. Then, Rika turned on the face-shaped particle burst mode and the bombardment mode. 2 GN rocket launchers 2 combined into a GN double rocket launcher 2, and a huge GN destruction cannon beam ball bombarded a frigate. The GN destroyer cannon beam ball bombarded the target ship, and the energy shield collapsed after a few seconds. The GN destroyer cannon beam ball blasted into the ship's hull and opened a big hole. The frigate was directly blasted into serious injuries. Then Rika locked on 6 targets, fired 6 GN cannons, and 6 different MSs turned into fireworks. Hey! Li Xiang smiled, and killed many various MS by herself. Li Xiang looked at the screen on the left and said, "It seems that my brother-in-law and his opponent Fadis are on par, but I guess if we fight for a while, my brother-in-law might have the upper hand." At this moment, Rika sensed a crisis coming from the rear left. The heavily armed Seraph Gundam immediately moved forward, and a cyan light beam passed the position where the Seraph Gundam was just now. The one who attacked Seraph Gundam just now was the Crimson Princess. Gilashina killed many enemy MS during the battle, including mass-produced Gundams. During the battle, she sensed that many of her subordinates and the Holy Palace Guard drivers were killed. Many of the pilots who were killed were in a certain combat area. Galisi Xena immediately rushed over to check what happened, and found that the heavily armed Seraph Gundam had successively killed the Crimson Guards, Holy Palace Guards, and other mass-produced holy machines. Gilashina found that the combat style of the heavily armed Seraph Gundam was very similar to the combat style of the Freedom Gundam pilots at that time. Could it be that the pilot of that Gundam is Long Fei's wife, Tao Xiang? Gulastina decided to deal with the heavily armed Seraph Gundam. If it was Tao Xiang, then find a way to defeat her, and hold Tao Xiang to force Long Fei to retreat. The Crimson Princess launched 6 floating cannons to attack the heavily armed Seraph Gundam. In the process of dodging and counterattacking the heavily armed Seraph Gundam, Gilashina found that her fighting style was somewhat different from that of Momoka. The heavily armed Seraph Gundam had to use the GN position in the process of dodging to resist the attack of floating cannons. Tao Xiang's dodging skills can't be worse than in the last battle. Is this Gundam's poor mobility? But its shooting skills are better than before. Galishi Jina commented, controlling the floating cannon mentally. I found that controlling the floating cannon to dodge the GN cannon was more difficult than before. Gilashina felt that it was Tao Xiang again, but her intuition told her that it was not Tao Xiang. The Crimson Queen immediately rushed towards the heavily armed Seraph Gundam. The beam rifle in her right hand switched to giant beam saber mode and slashed towards the heavily armed Seraph Gundam. The heavy-duty armed Seraph Gundam pulled out the GN beam saber with 2 mechanical arms to resist the heavy beam saber of the Scarlet Queen. At this time, Gilashina was sure that the other party was not Tao Xiang, but the other party was very similar to Tao Xiang. So Gilashina asked the other party for communication. Rika accepts the other party's communication request. I am Gulastina, Princess Dion. What is your name? My name is Li Xiang. What's the relationship between Tao Xiang and you? Tao Xiang is my older sister. I see. No wonder I always feel that you are very similar. Since you are Tao Xiang's younger sister and the sister-in-law of Chairman Long Fei, I want to see if Chairman Long Fei will compromise for you when I defeat you and hold you hostage. Just give up on this. Brother-in-law will not compromise with you for me. It's hard to say. Maybe your sister will beg your brother-in-law to compromise. My sister is a person who knows the general situation, and she will not persuade my brother-in-law to give up the upcoming victory for me. Then I'll try to catch you and see if your brother-in-law will compromise for you. You can try it. Just when Gurishina was about to mentally control the floating cannon to sneak attack on the back of Seraph Gundam's other two mechanical arms pulled out beam sabers and stabbed the Scarlet Princess. Cut! Gulestina was a little annoyed, but she could only avoid it. The heavily armed Seraph Gundam's two GN bazookas were combined into a double bazooka, directly attacking the Crimson Queen. The round shield in the Crimson Princess's left hand opened the pointed cone protection cover, and the high-speed rotation dispersed the incoming GN rocket launchers. The Scarlet Queen immediately counterattacked, and the beam gun in her right hand switched to rapid-fire mode. In addition to Rika flashing the opponent's counterattack, 6 GN cannons counterattacked, and from time to time, she had to turn on the GN stance to resist the attack of the floating cannon. In addition to resisting the GN cannon with the shield in her left hand, the Crimson Queen also had to try her best to avoid the counterattack of the heavily armed Seraph Gundam. Guleshina has discovered that Rika is worse than her sister in terms of shooting skills, but not as good as her sister in terms of dodging ability. Guleshina decided to test Rika in melee combat. Scarlet Queen rushes to the target beam gun to switch beam saber mode. The Scarlet Queen dodges the opponent's GN cannon with the technique of rolling and rotating, and every attack of the GN cannon passes by the Scarlet Queen. Li Xiang adopts the strategy of fighting while retreating, trying to pull the Scarlet Princess away. But the Crimson Queen's speed is better than the heavily armed Seraph Gundam, and she quickly caught up with her opponent. The Crimson Princess used the shield in her left hand to charge towards the heavily armed Seraph Gundam. Seraph Gundam immediately switched the beam saber with both hands to resist the shield rush. 2 beam sabers blocked the protective cover of the shield tip, and the collision of the beam saber and the protective cover emitted bursts of electric lightning. The giant beam saber in the right hand of the Crimson Queen attacked the heavily armed Seraph Gundam. The GN cannon terminals on Seraph Gundam's legs transformed into mechanical arms and pulled out the beam saber, blocking the giant beam saber of the Scarlet Queen. Then, the GN cannon on both shoulders also terminally transformed into a mechanical arm, pulled out a beam saber, and swung it towards the Scarlet Queen. The Crimson Queen immediately backed away, and the heavily armed Seraph as many as 6 beam sabers attacked the Crimson Queen one after another, and a pair of GN cannons on her waist attacked the Crimson Queen. The Crimson Princess dodged left and right, and Guleshina mentally controlled the floating cannon to block further attacks from the heavily armed Seraph Gundam. Guleshina has already seen that Rika is actually slightly inferior to her sister in terms of fighting skills. If it weren't for that Gundam with 6 beam sabers, it would be impossible to resist the melee attack of the Scarlet Queen. Rika is driving the heavily armed Seraph Gundam and is killing the enemy with the Angels of Doom. His boyfriend Yu Yangchun drove 00 Razor into the Red Palace with Salamanda and a sword and shield troop. The Miawang troops headed towards the Scarlet Palace from east, west, and south. Now, the frontline troops of the Miawang troops have already entered the Dion Central Army formation, and basically the two armies have become one, and it can even be said to be a mess. The heavily armed Seraph Gundam shot down many enemy MS with continuous fire. Rika looked at the screen in the cockpit to lock the target, destroyed the cannons. The GN cannons on both shoulders were connected to the GN rocket launcher too, fired 2 GN cannons, and shot down some MS where the GN cannons passed. There are countless fireworks. Then, Rika turned on the face-shaped particle burst mode and the bombardment mode. 2 GN rocket launchers 2 combined into a GN double rocket launcher 2, and a huge GN destruction cannon beam ball bombarded a frigate. The GN destroyer cannon beam ball bombarded the target ship, and the energy shield collapsed after a few seconds. The GN destroyer cannon beam ball blasted into the ship's hull, and opened a big hole. The frigate was directly blasted into serious injuries. Then Rika locked on 6 targets, fired 6 GN cannons, and 6 different MSs turned into fireworks. Hey! Li Xiang smiled, and killed many various MS by herself. Li Xiang looked at the screen on the left and said, "It seems that my brother-in-law and his opponent Fadis are on par, but I guess if we fight for a while, my brother-in-law might have the upper hand." At this moment, Rika sensed a crisis coming from the rear left. The heavily armed Seraph Gundam immediately moved forward, and a cyan light beam passed the position where the Seraph Gundam was just now. The one who attacked Seraph Gundam just now was the Crimson Princess. Gilashina killed many enemy MS during the battle, including mass-produced Gundams. During the battle, she sensed that many of her subordinates and the Holy Palace Guard drivers were killed. Many of the pilots who were killed were in a certain combat area. Galisi Xena immediately rushed over to check what happened, and found that the heavily armed Seraph Gundam had successively killed the Crimson Guards, Holy Palace Guards, and other mass-produced holy machines. Gilashina found that the combat style of the heavily armed Seraph Gundam was very similar to the combat style of the Freedom Gundam pilots at that time. Could it be that the pilot of that Gundam is Long Fei's wife, Tao Xiang? Gulastina decided to deal with the heavily armed Seraph Gundam. If it was Tao Xiang, then find a way to defeat her and hold Tao Xiang to force Long Fei to retreat. The Crimson Princess launched 6 floating cannons to attack the heavily armed Seraph Gundam. In the process of dodging and counterattacking the heavily armed Seraph Gundam, Gilashina found that her fighting style was somewhat different from that of Momoka. The heavily armed Seraph Gundam had to use the GN position in the process of dodging to resist the attack of floating cannons. Tao Xiang's dodging skills can't be worse than in the last battle. Is this Gundam's poor mobility? But its shooting skills are better than before. Galishi Jina commented, controlling the floating cannon mentally. I found that controlling the floating cannon to dodge the GN cannon was more difficult than before. Gulasina feels that it is Tao Xiang again, but her intuition tells her that it is not Tao Xiang. The Crimson Queen immediately rushed towards the heavily armed Seraph Gundam. The beam rifle in her right hand switched to giant beam saber mode and slashed towards the heavily armed Seraph Gundam. The heavy-duty armed Seraph Gundam pulled out the GN beam saber with 2 mechanical arms to resist the heavy beam saber of the Scarlet Queen. At this time, Gilashina was sure that the other party was not Tao Xiang, but the other party was very similar to Tao Xiang. So Gilashina asked the other party for communication. Rika accepts the other party's communication request. I am Gulastina, Princess Dion. What is your name? My name is Li Xiang. What's the relationship between Tao Xiang and you? Tao Xiang is my older sister. I see. No wonder I always feel that you are very similar. Since you are Tao Xiang's younger sister and the sister-in-law of Chairman Long Fei, I want to see if Chairman Long Fei will compromise for you when I defeat you and hold you hostage. Just give up on this. Brother-in-law will not compromise with you for me. It's hard to say. Maybe your sister will beg your brother-in-law to compromise. My sister is a person who knows the general situation, and she will not persuade my brother-in-law to give up the upcoming victory for me. Then I'll try to catch you and see if your brother-in-law will compromise for you. You can try it. Just when Gilashina was about to mentally control the floating cannon to sneak attack on the back of Seraph Gundam's other 2 mechanical arms pulled out beam sabers and stabbed the Scarlet Princess. Cut! Gulastina was a little annoyed, but she could only avoid it. The heavily armed Seraph Gundam's 2 GN bazookas were combined into a double bazooka, directly attacking the Crimson Queen. The round shield in the Crimson Princess's left hand opened the pointed cone protection cover, and the high-speed rotation dispersed the incoming GN rocket launchers. The Scarlet Queen immediately counterattacked, and the beam gun in her right hand switched to rapid-fire mode. In addition to Rika flashing the opponent's counterattack, 6 GN cannons counterattacked, and from time to time, she had to turn on the GN stance to resist the attack of the floating cannon. In addition to resisting the GN cannon with the shield in her left hand, the Crimson Queen also had to try her best to avoid the counterattack of the heavily armed Seraph Gundam. Gilashina has discovered that Rika is worse than her sister in terms of shooting skills, but not as good as her sister in terms of dodging ability. Gilashina decided to test Rika in melee combat. Scarlet Queen rushes to the target beam gun to switch beam saber mode. The Scarlet Queen dodges the opponent's GN cannon with the technique of rolling and rotating, and every attack of the GN cannon passes by the Scarlet Queen. Li Xiang adopts the strategy of fighting while retreating, trying to pull the Scarlet Princess away. But the Crimson Queen's speed is better than the heavily armed Seraph Gundam, and she quickly caught up with her opponent. The Crimson Princess used the shield in her left hand to charge towards the heavily armed Seraph Gundam. Seraph Gundam immediately switched the beam saber with both hands to resist the shield rush. Two beam sabers blocked the protective cover of the shield tip, and the collision of the beam saber and the protective cover emitted bursts of electric lightning. The giant beam saber in the right hand of the Crimson Queen attacked the heavily armed Seraph Gundam. The GN cannon terminals on Seraph Gundam's legs transformed into mechanical arms and pulled out the beam saber, blocking the giant beam saber of the Scarlet Queen. Then, the GN cannon on both shoulders also terminally transformed into a mechanical arm, pulled out a beam saber, and swung it towards the Scarlet Queen. The Crimson Queen immediately backed away, and the heavily armed Seraph, as many as 6 beam sabers, attacked the Crimson Queen one after another, and a pair of GN cannons on her waist attacked the Crimson Queen. The Crimson Princess dodged left and right, and Gulasina mentally controlled the floating cannon to block further attacks from the heavily armed Seraph Gundam. Gulasina has already seen that Rika is actually slightly inferior to her sister in terms of fighting skills. If it weren't for that Gundam with 6 beam sabers, it would be impossible to resist the melee attack of the Scarlet Queen. It has been 30 minutes since the launch of Jin Shenxi's Light, and the armies of the two sides are fighting fiercely. The Miewang troops had the advantage, but they did not overwhelm the other side. The Red Palace currently has a new Titan wall that cannot be restored for the time being, and the 3-layer Zeus armor has been under attack, causing the first and second layers to collapse. The third layer of Zeus armor is struggling to support. There are 4 new laser fusion engines inside the Scarlet Palace. A laser nuclear fusion engine is responsible for supplying the energy needed by Jin Shenxi. Another laser fusion engine, responsible for powering the new Wall of Titans. Previously, when the new Titan Wall was breached, some of the operating devices were malfunctioning or damaged, and the operating devices had to be repaired or replaced. At present, the operating device has been basically repaired, and the new Titan Wall can be restarted, but the laser nuclear fusion engine needs to supply enough energy to start the new Titan Wall again, so it will take some time. The remaining 2 laser nuclear fusion engines supply the energy required by all facilities and devices of the Scarlet Palace, including 3 layers of Zeus armor. The Outer Space Wing Slayer troops arranged hundreds of leaks armed with spikes, ready to attack the Scarlet Palace. After the Flying Wing Zero-type destruction cannon once again blasted out of a hole in the Scarlet Palace, the last outer layer of Zeus armor collapsed. Hundreds of leaks in outer space launch gang nails. Hundreds of Deinsneves shot straight down from the atmosphere of the Martian sphere. All the new humans in the Red Palace since the crisis, Lieutenant General Basri ordered the members to prepare for the earthquake immediately. All Deinsneves hit the back of the Scarlet Palace, and the outside lost the protection of Zeus armor. Hundreds of Deinsniffs not only destroyed many beam forts on the back of the Red Palace, most of the Deinsniffs pierced through the armor on the back of the Red Palace. Many dynasties even penetrated several layers of armor inside the Scarlet Palace. If not for the many layers of armor inside, it would have the function of Zeus armor. More than 100 Deinsniffs might penetrate from the back armor layer of the Scarlet Palace all the way to the bottom layer. There are several Deinsneves running directly from the back to the bottom with 6 layers. Fortunately, the Scarlet Palace has a total of 9 layers from the top to the bottom of the back. Inside the Scarlet Palace, Yu Yangchun and his party felt intense vibrations during the battle. Yu Yangchun and his group saw part of Deinsniff penetrating from the ceiling and penetrating the next floor. Suddenly, there was a more intense vibration inside, like an earthquake, and even part of the deck was cracked. Even some of the lighting facilities are dim or flickering. Captain, their protective shields seem to have weakened. Previously, my mega long-range particle cannon used clustered mid-range shots to hit these decks with protective shields. More than 3 rounds did not cause any effect, but now 3 rounds it just penetrated the deck of the protective cover, and even killed the machine behind the bunker. A member of the Sword and Shield Troop reported to Salamanda. Salamanda frowned, reasoning that Dine's Neve just now might have partially destroyed a certain engine in the Red Palace. Otherwise, the decks of those Zeus armors in the Scarlet Palace could not have been pierced so easily by them. At this time, the guards of the Holy Palace were fighting with Yu Yanshun and his party when they were suddenly attacked by unknown people. The chests of some of the Holy Palace guards were pierced by unknown weapons. Then, several white knights and blue knights held compound special armors in the sky and fired from a distance. The heavy fire suppressed the guards of the Holy Palace for a while and could not fight back effectively. Yu Yangshun and his party teamed up with a team of the Shadow Mad Dog team to wipe out the local Holy Palace Guard team. I am the 3rd team under the 6th unit of the Shadow Mad Dog team. I am 2nd Lieutenant Ace. Hello, Captain Salamanda. Hi. Nice to meet you, 2nd Lieutenant Ace. Is there anything you want to convey to me? The Superior has an order. In addition to this team coming to support the leader of Salamanda, the Superior also ordered the team to obey the arrangement of the leader of Salamanda. Okay, I understand. The leader of your group, Li Xiuqing, has he also entered the Scarlet Palace? Yes, the head of the regiment also led other troops of the regiment into the Red Palace to find the target. In addition to the 2 large holes blasted by the Flying Wing Zero-style destruction cannons in the south and west of the Scarlet Palace, countless Dinesnivs also penetrated countless holes on the top floor of the back of the Scarlet Palace. Some MS and mobile fortresses invaded the Crimson Palace through these openings. Sister Zhou Yuri piloted the Pirate Gundam instead of the powerful Sonic and Phantom Gundam. The main reason is that the Pirate Gundam is smaller and better than the Sonic and Phantom Gundam in terms of flexibility and maneuverability. The Crusaders invaded the interior through the pierced hole on the top floor of the Red Palace's back. Rebecca drove the Corsair Gundam X3 with her left hand to launch the ice stance, rebounding the incoming light beam, and holding the mad knife in her right hand, she was cutting open the guards of the Holy Palace continuously at close range. Some Flints and F-90s with various equipment followed the Pirate Gundam to invade the Red Palace from different holes. During the battle, Fardis saw Dine's Neve, also known as Gang Nail, severely inflicting damage on the Crimson Palace. He remembered the video he had seen before. His second son guarding the Marcus Fortress was defeated by this weapon. Fadis really didn't expect that there were so many weapons in Long Fei's hands that could be activated. If there is another wave of the same number bombarding the same position, the Scarlet Palace will collapse immediately. Now, many enemy planes have begun to invade the interior of the Scarlet Palace. If they destroy the other engines, Jin Qingxiguang will not be able to launch another attack, and there will be no chance of a comeback. Fadis looked at the time on the instrument, and it would take 10 minutes for Jin Qingxi to start again. This fellow bacilli will hold out for 10 minutes no matter what, and activate the golden morning light again. On the other side, General Shrek watched the result of the whole process from outer space satellites and remote cameras. Although he severely damaged the Scarlet Palace, he was unable to destroy it. General Shrek secretly yelled that it was a pity. If it is really possible to directly destroy the Scarlet Palace, then the outcome will be decided and everything will be over. However, General Shrek found that the operation of some forts and missile ports in the Scarlet Palace suddenly weakened a lot, and some parts were even paralyzed. It is estimated that the engine inside was destroyed. General Shrek contacted the Outer Space Extermination Force. Do you still have the nails? Sir, the previous wave of nails is already the last batch. If we want to launch another attack with the same number of nails, we will have to give us at least 12 hours. The required materials and construction will take time. Okay, I understand. Let's build it quickly. General Shrek secretly yelled that it was a pity. When he attacked the Marcus Fortress before, he had already used up all his nails. General, I found that the Jin Qingxi light-emitting device is moving rapidly. The authority of the order is to be his troops, and the launcher must be destroyed no matter what. General Shrek issued an order. The Jin Qingxi light-emitting device is moving rapidly at the moment. During the battle, Long Fei had already seen that the Golden Morning light-emitting device was already on the west side of the Scarlet Palace, and was about to move to the south at this moment. Long Fei wanted to destroy the Jin Qingxi light launcher, but Fardis would not do what he wanted. The Scarlet Emperor Kaijing tried his best to prevent Neo Gundam from changing his location. However, they were not the only two on the battlefield. A two-man army is dealing with the Jinqing Zigwang launcher. One is responsible for guarding, and the other is responsible for destroying it. General Shrek ordered all fleets in distant places to pay attention and prepare for evasion. Gundam Florus and Gundam Simon Lividal each stepped on the flight pedals, and the two pilots were ordered to find a way to destroy the Jinqingxi light-emitting device. Both Gundams are equipped with Deinsniff, but both have only one chance. Gundam Fraus holds 120mm high-explosive machine guns in both hands, attacking and blocking the enemy's mass-produced holy machine in front of him. Gundam Simon Lividal also fights with drill guns and additional machine guns. Gundam Astaroth, Gundam Gomuri, Gundam Guzan Deep Reforged, etc. cover the advance of the first two. Mao Shila, as the pilot of Gundam Gomuri, was more daring in combat. From time to time, Gundam Gomuri would break away from the flight pedal under his feet and split the enemy plane in half with a combat anchor in his hand. From time to time, the wrist machine gun attacked the enemy planes approaching it, and then the thrusters on the back were turned on to slow down the landing speed. Then step on the flight pedal with both legs, and then look for the next target. Except that the two Gundam drivers of Taihuachuan received orders to destroy the Jinqingxi light-emitting device. The Gundams of other troops also received orders from their superiors to destroy the Golden Morning Light Launcher. The remaining ace driver of Dion's army drove a special holy machine, desperately guarding the Golden Morning Light Launcher. Angelica drives the heavily armed Angel Gundam, and Alonso drives the heavily armed Fallen Angel Gundam. Alonso used telepathy to give instructions to Harrow, who was controlling the archers. The heavily armed Fallen Angel Gundam takes the form of a fighter plane as a flight pedal for the heavily armed Angel Gundam. The Fallen Angel Gundam in the form of a fighter jet launched the GN missile container, and countless GN missiles shot out concurrently, spreading out like fireworks, forcing a small number of holy machines away. The Fallen Angel Gundam used the GN charge beam to attack the nearby enemy plane while flying fast. The heavy-duty armed Angel Gundam uses the GN Sniper Rifle 2 to fire at distant enemy aircraft. Angelica Unicom's Fallen Angel Communication. Alonso, can you hurry up? This is a bit difficult. There are countless mass-produced holy machines in front of us. By the way, can you use the GN rifle bits to attack the surrounding enemies, and use the GN shield bits to help resist the attacks of those enemies, so that I don't have to work hard? The dodge delays the pursuit of the target. No problem. The heavy-duty armed Angel Gundam launches GN shield bits and GN rifle bits. The cooperation of two Gundams, plus the bits weapon. At this moment, the Fallen Angel Gundam in the form of a fighter plane is no longer forced to dodge the enemy's attack and delay the pursuit of the target as before. Under the cover of GN shield bits, the Fallen Angel Gundam speeds up and ignores most attacks. The GN rifle bits are responsible for attacking directions other than the front of the two Gundams. Angelica and Alonso said that under the tacit cooperation between the two, the Angel Gundam of the Angel of Doom team was equipped with a repaired pseudo-solar furnace and used a GN sniper rifle to help G-Angel and Fallen Angel break through. The GN beam sniper shot down several mass-produced holy machines in a row, and the Li Angel Gundam repair model attracted the attention of some enemies. Part of the mass-produced holy machine beam guns and other weapons are attacking the restoration model of the Angel Gundam. If it were not for the scene, there would be Doom 2 and various types of Gundam blocking the front. Some mass-produced holy machines are ready for melee attack power Angel Gundam repair type. The Li Angel Gundam repair type uses the full GN shield to resist the attack of the beam, launches the quadruple missile launcher, and launches the GN missile to counterattack. The Golden Morning Light Launcher has been moved to the south of the Scarlet Palace, because Lieutenant General Basri believes that the commander of the enemy's Wing destroyer fleet is located. The main discoveries are 5 Gondwana-class MS motherships, FA Basur, Rebel battleships, etc., and a large number are all in the south. Lieutenant General Basri estimated that the commander of the Mie Wang force was in the south. Lieutenant General Basri asked the staff, "How much has the Jinqingxi light charge reached? How long will it take to launch?" Returned to the general, "The charge has reached 95%, and it can be launched again in about 5 minutes." Lieutenant General Basilai felt a little nervous, because looking at the current three-dimensional battlefield situation map, some Gundams had already broken through the defense line and were getting closer and closer to the Jinchengsi light launcher. Lieutenant General Basri looked at the situation map of the battlefield and found that the Flying Wing Type 0 could not go any further at this moment. He fired the second destroyer before, but now he was entangled by two special holy aircraft, and the Flying Wing Type 0 was dealing with the two special the pursuit of the holy machine. Although there were other Gundams to help, the other holy machines tried their best to block it. Seeing that the Flying Wing Type 0 was entangled and unable to go any further, Lieutenant General Basili breathed a sigh of relief, and the Jinchengsi light launcher had a higher chance of successfully launching it. The GX-9900 Xbit are unable to launch satellite microwave cannons again at this moment, and the battleships that mainly supply their energy are also replenishing energy at this moment. The Nyagama, Diva, etc. are also being recharged, and it will take a little longer before they are launched again. The charging has reached 98%, and there are 2 minutes left before the launch. Lieutenant General Basri remained calm on the surface, but his right index finger kept tapping on the table, which had already betrayed his extreme nervousness. General, the laser nuclear fusion engine responsible for supplying the energy of Jinchengsi's light-emitting device has been discovered by the enemy, and the guards are fighting fiercely with the enemy. Lieutenant General Basri was so angry that he punched the table. At this moment, his heart was very flustered. Once the laser fusion engine was destroyed, all previous efforts would be wasted. The south of the Red Palace is in fierce battle at the moment. A pair of ultra-long-distance electromagnetic launching railguns of Gundam Fraus are equipped with Dines Neve, and a pair of Dines Neve is launched. Some mass-produced holy machines blocked Dinesnif with his body, but the mighty Dinesnif pierced through these blocked mass-produced holy machines one after another. Some of the mass generators launched weapons in their hands to attack Dinesnif. The continuous hits of Dinesnif caused the trajectory to deviate, hitting the armor next to the Jinchengsi light launcher. Another Gundam Simon Lividal launched Dinesnev with a javelin in his hand. As a result, at the moment of launching, a guard of the Holy Palace with a broken arm and leg broke through the encirclement and hit the Gundam Simon Lividal. As a result, Dinesnev deviated and was unable to hit the Jinchengsi light-emitting device. Hateful. General, Jinchengsi's light charge has reached 100%, and it can be launched. Okay, go to hell, you damn Tianni mercenaries. Lieutenant General Basili was about to press the button. Just when the button was about to be pressed, a light beam penetrated the Jinchengsi light-emitting device. It turned out that the heavy-armed Angel Gundam and the heavily armed Fallen Angel Gundam in the 3 red states rushed to the scene. When Angelica was at a critical moment, the GN Sniper Rifle 2 aimed at the target and shot through it. The Jinchengsi light-emitting device exploded directly, and the powerful energy spread out, destroying the nearby bodies, and even injured the inside of the Scarlet Palace. Damn! 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 Lieutenant General Basili was so angry that he continuously pounded his fists on the table, but he didn't expect Chung Yaojin to be thrown out immediately. The Jinchengsi light-emitting device was directly destroyed, and the Jinchengsi light emission failed, which also damaged some devices inside the Scarlet Palace. Then came another bad news, that is, the laser nuclear fusion engine responsible for supplying Jinchengsi's light-emitting device was destroyed by the enemy. Lieutenant General Basri was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of old blood. Lieutenant General Basili really didn't know how to explain to His Majesty the Emperor. There are 4 laser nuclear fusion engines inside the Red Palace, 2 of which were destroyed. There are 2 remaining laser nuclear fusion engines, one of which supplies the new Titan Wall. At present, the operation device of the new Titan Wall has been repaired, and the energy supply is almost completed. In just 1 minute, the new Wall of Titans can be reactivated. The remaining laser nuclear fusion engine barely allowed the Scarlet Palace to operate, and part of the defense system could no longer function normally. Half of the Zeus armor cannot supply energy normally. Fierce battles broke out in many places inside the Red Palace. It was Li Xiuqing who personally led the team to destroy the laser nuclear fusion engine that supplied the Jinchengsi light launcher. EXS fired a genie beam cannon, pierced through the operating device of the laser nuclear fusion engine, and then the members of the Shadow Mad Dog team shut down other operating devices and the control room inside. This prevented the laser nuclear fusion engine from violently exploding. Previously, under the bombardment of hundreds of nails, Dainsniff accidentally hit and destroyed a laser nuclear fusion engine, causing a violent explosion, and the surrounding troops and buildings were turned into ashes. Serious damage was done to the interior of the Crimson Palace. The Crimson Palace, a fortress that drove ducks to the shelves, suffered serious damage within a few hours of its appearance. Fardis knew that the Golden Morning Light launch device was destroyed, and the Golden Morning Light could not be emitted, and the only way to turn the tables was in vain. Fardis knew that he had already lost, and he had lost completely. However, Fadis will not surrender. Let him surrender alive. He would rather die in battle. Fadis, you've already been defeated. It's pointless to continue fighting. Surrender. Long Fei said to Fadis in a spiritual exchange. Surrender? It's impossible. Even if I fail on the battlefield, then I will die with you. As long as you die, those greedy and inferior ordinary human beings in the world will definitely attack your Tianyi group and seize all your advanced technologies. I believe that your wife can't keep your group, especially your children. They will never let go. Hey, Fadis, do you think I didn't expect such a result? I've already done all these things. Don't bother you. If you want to drag me to die together, it depends on whether you have the ability. The two continued to fight. Long Fei would not want to be one-on-one with Fadis at the moment. Pan Jinhua joined the battle driving the Regeneration Gundam. Pan Jinhua clearly knew that his strength was not as good as that of his boss and Fadis. Therefore, Pan Jinhua fought on the periphery, using the large and small GN fin-shaped fangs of the Regeneration Gundam to attack the flower floating cannon of the Scarlet Emperor Kai. The fin-like fangs, under the control of Pan Jinhua, are responsible for surrounding or attacking the floating cannons from different angles. Fardis was a little stressed at the moment, and Long Fei had to concentrate his attention on the battle, and now another ace pilot was disrupting him. In normal times, Pan Jinhua's strength would not be able to cause even the slightest damage to Fadis. If Fadis wanted to kill Pan Jinhua, he would be able to kill Pan Jinhua in just a few rounds of fighting. It's just that now that Fardis is fighting Long Fei, there can't be any distraction, or it may cause unimaginable damage. When a flower floating cannon was destroyed, Fardis was distracted for a while, and Long Fei seized the opportunity. Neo Gundam's right hand is connected to the floating flying cannon to generate a huge beam saber, and the sword smashes towards the Scarlet Emperor Kai. Fortunately, Fardis had a keen sense of crisis and reacted immediately to dodge, but the shield on his right hand was cut in half by the huge beam saber. Fardis sensed a sneak attack from behind and immediately dodged. Anton drives the Gundam Barbatos Sirius with a flight pedal and holds a 300mm smoothbore gun in his left hand. Fardis frowned. Anton's strength was comparable to his number 1 knight, and in terms of driving skills, he was no less than him. Long Fei, are you planning to bully the few with the more? Just think of me as bullying the less. Anyway, this is a battlefield. There is only victory and defeat. There is no despicability. Huh. Fadis snorted coldly, without any rebuttal, because the battlefield is like this. Suddenly, the new Titan wall of the Crimson Palace opened again, forming a huge circular protective cover, and Long Fei and his party were all inside the protective cover. Long Fei didn't have any worries. He believed that Li Xiuqing and the others could destroy the engine inside the Scarlet Palace. Anton took the lead in the attack, and the Gundam Barbatos Sirius pounced on the Scarlet Emperor Kai with a sword and hammer in hand. When the Scarlet Emperor Kai dodged the attack, the Gundam Barbatos Sirius made a 360-degree turn, and the sword and hammer swept towards the Scarlet Emperor Kai. The Scarlet Emperor changed his left hand and immediately drew out a solid knife to resist the sword-hammer attack, and then immediately stepped back. The Regeneration Gundam launched the large GN fin-shaped fangs and fired continuously above the Scarlet Emperor Kai, forcing the Scarlet Emperor to retreat. Fardis wants to mentally control floating cannons to counter the Regeneration Gundam. Long Fei took the lead in mentally manipulating the floating cannon to attack the floating cannon modified by the Scarlet Emperor, and Fadis could only mentally control the floating cannon to dodge the attack. The Crimson Emperor Kai fires a mega beam cannon from his chest to attack Neo Gundam. As a result, Neo Gundam fired the built-in cannon from the shield in his left hand, and the energy of the two beams collided, unable to suppress each other. Gundam Barbatos Sirius fires the 200mm wrist cannon in its left hand. Fardis immediately switched the floating cannon to the protective cover function to resist the wrist cannon attack. The Regeneration Gundam transformed into a regeneration cannon, and 4 rounds of GN cannon bombarded the Crimson Emperor Kai. The protective cover can't resist the GN cannon at all, and the Crimson Emperor Kai can only dodge quickly. The regeneration cannon continues to fire the GN cannon for horizontal strafing in pursuit of the Crimson Kai. Countless fireworks burst out where the GN cannon passed, because Pan Jinhua calculated the trajectory of Fadis' dodge, and the GN cannon also hit many enemy machines. Although Fardis dodged in a bit of embarrassment, he still found the opportunity to counterattack the regeneration cannon and interrupt the continuous attack of the regeneration cannon. Before Fadis had time to catch his breath, Long Fei launched an attack. Neo Gundam's 2 floating cannons and 6 floating cannons attack the Crimson Emperor Kai. The Scarlet Emperor modified the 6 floating cannons just as the electric energy was about to run out, so they had to return to the body to recharge. The Scarlet Emperor Kai can only use the beam gun in his right hand and the mega beam gun in his chest to fight back. Fadis is now 1 against 3, completely suppressed. Suddenly, the new wall of Titans disappeared. An ominous premonition flashed through Fadis' body. The Crimson Palace feels a bit unstable and crumbling. It is estimated that the laser nuclear fusion engine inside the Red Palace was destroyed. Yu Yangchun and his team found a location for a laser fusion engine. Although there are nearly 100 Holy Palace guards in the local area, the number of Yu Yangchun's sword and shield team plus the Shadow Mad Dog team is also close to 80. Yu Yangchun and Salamanda are both ace pilots. 00 Razor was responsible for attracting more firepower, and Salamander led a small group of Sword Shield and Shadow Mad Dog members to invade the internal facilities of the laser nuclear fusion engine operation. 00 Razor threw a GN Sword 2 with his left hand and pierced the chest of a Holy Palace guard. In his right hand, GN Sword 3 cut open a Holy Palace guard with a single sword. GN Sword 3 immediately switched to rapid-fire mode and hit another target one after another. 00 Razor rushed to the guard of the Holy Palace with the GN Sword 2 stuck in his chest, pulled out the GN Sword 2 and immediately pierced through another guard of the Holy Palace holding a spear. At this time, Yu Yangchun received a communication from Salamanda. Lieutenant Yu, you are in charge of attacking some power transmission pipelines, and I will send you the location. No problem. 00 Razor immediately flew into the sky and fired a GN beam towards the target electrical energy transmission pipeline. On the other side, Salamanda, wearing a Spartan suit too and holding a rifle, entered the laser fusion engine operation facility with other members, shooting and killing some guards inside. In addition to shutting down some of the facilities, some power transmission pipelines were also found. In addition to handing it over to Yu Yangchun for destruction, another part of the power transmission pipeline was closed. This suddenly caused a problem with the suspension of the Scarlet Palace, and the entire fortress began to appear unstable. After Lieutenant General Basilai received the news, he had no choice but to make some adjustments to the laser nuclear fusion engine that supplies the energy of the new Wall of Titans, and transferred part of the electric energy that supplies the new Wall of Titans to the Crimson Palace for operation. This caused the new Titan Wall to suddenly disappear, and then appear unstable. The new Wall of Titan shield has been lightened in color. General Shrek looked at the condition of the new Titan Wall and roughly guessed what was going on. General Shrek originally wanted to order the Argama battleship to discover the super mega particle cannon, but he was worried that he might accidentally hit members of his own army, so he could only temporarily dismiss the idea. However, General Shrek had already let go of his worries at this moment. The Scarlet Palace could not emit the golden morning light, and Dion's army had no chance of making a comeback. Now, Dion's army is just resisting. As long as they don't make low-level mistakes, the result of victory will only be sooner or later. The Crimson Palace can barely function at the moment. Lieutenant General Basri transferred the defense forces inside the Scarlet Palace to the last laser fusion engine. The Cross Vanguard team, led by Zhou Yaji, happened to intercept a Holy Palace Guard team that was going to the last laser fusion engine. Pirate Gundam X-1 tied a Holy Palace Guard with a scissor anchor and threw it directly to another industrial building. A thermal dagger popped out from the sole of Pirate Gundam X-2's foot and stepped on the waist of the guard of the Holy Palace who had just been thrown into the industrial building, and then drew out the beam saber with his right hand, cutting off his hands and legs. F-90L shot down a Holy Palace Guard with a long-range sniper rifle. Flint pierced the head of the guard of the Holy Palace with a beam saber, and the 120mm high-explosive machine gun in his left hand continuously attacked the target's hands and legs. Zhou destroyed some of the guards of the Holy Palace, while the other part seriously injured the machine and captured the driver. After a round of torture to extract a confession, he learned the location of the last laser fusion engine. Zhou immediately tried to contact other colleagues in the Scarlet Palace. Zhou found that there was not much interference in the communication at the moment. Zhou guessed that other colleagues must have destroyed the enemy's internal interference devices. Zhou can still contact Salamanda, which is farther away. Major Zhou, don't cause serious damage to the last laser fusion engine. Just shut down or destroy most of their supply chain as much as possible. Once the Scarlet Palace loses all energy sources, it will immediately fall to the ground, causing serious injuries. More serious ones may hit the capital area of the Dion Empire, and at that time people will be devastated. I see, General. I will try to contact other colleagues to inform them. Sorry to bother you. Zhou then tried to contact other colleagues, told them where the last laser fusion engine was located, and even informed them of Salamanda's instructions. Li Xiuqing drove the EXS and led his team to the last laser fusion engine. On the Salamanda side, the laser nuclear fusion engine operates with a minimum of electrical energy. Not only the outside of the Red Palace, but even the Zeus armor inside can no longer function. There are only a few defensive guns left on the outside that can barely function. Salamanda discovered from the camera outside the Red Palace that the location of the Red Palace was just above the edge of the capital district. Some of the downed aircraft and warships fell to the edge of the capital district. The local people are desperately fleeing for their lives. The Crimson Palace continued to move forward, trying to leave the sky above the capital area. It seems that Fades doesn't want to hurt his people. On the other side, Li Xiuqing, Zhou and others rendezvoused to the location of the last laser fusion engine. More than 500 Holy Palace guards gathered locally. Li Xiuqing has only about 200 units here. Some of the guards of the Holy Palace were equipped with powerful weapons, and they were familiar with the local environment and location, so they suppressed Li Xiuqing and others. Fortunately, the overall performance of Li Xiuqing's MS is stronger, and they belong to the same elites as the guards of the Holy Palace. Although they are suppressed, they are still invincible. Brittany, try to contact and see if you can ask for support. Zhou told Brittany. Her body was not idle. She continued to drive the Pirate Gundam X-1, and the thermal dagger popped out from the sole of her right foot, stabbing into a Holy Palace guard. Chest cockpit. Help! Help! Our side is suppressed by the enemy's numbers and firepower. When Brittany called for help, there were blind voices on the communication line from time to time. Brittany looked at the radar. Dozens of her wingmen had been destroyed. Suddenly, there was a sound from the blind voice. I'm Thors, you hold on. I'm coming with the troops now, and I'll be there in a minute. Learn. In about 30 seconds, Thors drove Penelope Gundam, led a team of more than 100 mass-produced Gundams of a ferocious hound team, and rushed in from another location. The two-sided attack caused the guards of the Holy Palace to face suppression. Organisms have even begun destroying the electrical transmission tubes. The Red Palace gradually failed to function normally. Lieutenant General Basri watched the battle scene of the last laser fusion engine from the camera, and he knew what the next result would be. Lieutenant General Basri actually wanted to continue to mobilize troops to rescue, but unfortunately the internal troops were almost exhausted. General, the new Titan Wall is no longer functioning, and the Crimson Palace is also unable to function normally and has begun to fall downward. Basri, you can't let the Crimson Palace fall near the capital area. No matter what, you have to find a way to let the Crimson Palace fall to a distant location. Fardis gave an order to Lieutenant General Basri. In the end, the order will be obeyed. Lieutenant General Basri ordered the staff in the control room to increase the thrust of the thrusters in the Scarlet Palace. Let the Crimson Palace turn to another place, and the hole that the Crimson Palace was blown out drilled countless bodies of the Tiani mercenary group. The Crimson Palace took a tilted posture and fell towards the southwest of the capital district. Lieutenant General Basri ordered everyone to prepare for the fall and shock. The place where the Crimson Palace fell was more than 50 kilometers away from the Ru capital area. The moment it landed, a violent sandstorm erupted, and many huge cracks broke through the entire fortress of the Crimson Palace. The dust that exploded was like a mushroom cloud. The war correspondents who are reporting live have already begun to conduct commentary reports. The fall of this huge sky fortress also represents the fall of the Dian Empire. The Dian Empire may disappear in the entire world after today and enter history. With the fall of their sky fortress, this evil country has proved that they have no chance of turning around. After the Tiani mercenary group wiped out the Dian Empire, what will they do with the Martian Circle? No matter how they commented, all the war reporters agreed that the kingdom of Dian had been completely defeated and there was no chance of a comeback. Some experts are also commenting on the performance of the Tiani mercenary group. To their surprise, many experts believe that it may take several months before the Tiani mercenary group can wipe out the Dian Empire. On October 7th, 126, the first year of the universe, 00 had already won and lost. Many experts believe that it would take at least 48 hours for the two armies to decide the winner. The result was only about 4 hours. Dian's army is now continuing to fight, just dying. Fades still continued to fight. Fades would rather die than surrender. Now, Fades was besieged by Long Fei and Dong and Pan Jinhua, and the situation was very unfavorable to him. The Crimson Emperor switched to using the beam gun in his right hand and the mega particle cannon on his chest to destroy the large and small GN fin-shaped fangs of the regenerated Gundam. The Crimson Emperor Kai still paid a price. 2 floating cannons were shot down by Neo Gundam's special beam gun. From time to time, the Gundam Barbatos Sirius will rush towards the Scarlet Emperor Kai and attack the Scarlet Emperor Kai with melee combat. Fades is the most troublesome for Gundam Barbatos Sirius, because the nanolayer armor of Gundam Barbatos Sirius is immune to all energy weapons of the Scarlet Emperor Kai. Fortunately, the Gundam Barbatos Sirius has no levitation ability and can only rely on flying pedals for sky combat. If the Scarlet Emperor can shake off Gundam Barbatos, he can avoid melee entanglement. Neo Gundam uses medium and long distances to deal with the Scarlet Emperor Kai. Under Long Fei's mental control, the long-range floating cannon caused great trouble to the transformation of the Scarlet Emperor. The power of the floating flying cannon beam cannon is simply unbearable for the Crimson Emperor Kai. Even if the armor is coated with an anti-beam coating, a single shot of the floating flying cannon can not only evaporate all the armor anti-beam coating of the Scarlet Emperor Kai, but even can cause serious damage to the body. The last flower floating cannon was destroyed by Neo Gundam's new super bazooka when the power was about to run out. Galishi Jina is fighting with Rika and finds that her father is under siege and wants to abandon her opponent to rescue her father. Li Xiang will not do what Galisina wishes. The heavily armed Seraph Gundam's heavy firepower made it impossible for the Scarlet Emperor to rescue the Scarlet Emperor Kai. 3 of the Scarlet Queen's 6 floating cannons were shot down by the heavily armed Seraph Gundam. Seraphim Gundam's pair of GN cannons on his waist were destroyed by the Crimson Queen's floating cannon. Blazing Angel Gundam's pair of GN rocket launchers, 2 continuously fired at the Crimson Queen. In addition to using the shield cone protection cover and floating cannon protection cover in her left hand to resist the GN rocket launcher, the Scarlet Queen counterattacked with the beam rifle in her right hand and the beam rocket launchers on her shoulders. The heavily armed Seraph Gundam will also use the remaining 4 GN cannons to attack the target. Rika launched the bombardment mode of the face-shaped particle burst mode. 2 GN rocket launchers 2 combined into a GN double rocket launcher 2. And the GN double rocket launcher 2 emitted a huge GN beamball. Galisina didn't dare to take it hard. Even the sharp vertebral protective cover of the shield in her left hand couldn't resist. The Crimson Princess immediately dodged and Gulashina mentally controlled the floating cannon to circle around the back of the Seraph Gundam and fire. The GN position easily blocked the attack of the floating cannon. Blazing Angel Gundam suddenly did not pursue the Scarlet Queen, but instead attacked the floating cannon behind. Gulashina mentally controlled the floating cannon to dodge the attack of the Seraph Gundam. The remote control stick controlled by both hands, and the weapons on the Scarlet Queen's shoulders and hands continued to fire at the Seraph Gundam. Seraphim Gundam dodges the Crimson Princess's attack and uses the GN position to rush towards the Crimson Princess and resist the attack. You want to get close to me? Attack me with 6 beam sabers, so that I can't respond to the attacks of 6 beam sabers. Your abacus is really loud. The Crimson Queen relied on her speed higher than Seraphim Gundam to widen the opponent's distance. Suddenly, Gulashina felt a sense of crisis coming from her lower back. The Crimson Princess dodged the sneak attack by gliding. It turned out that Jitian Gundam used the GN Sniper Gun 2 to sneak attack on the Scarlet Queen. Angelica drives the Angel Gundam to continue to attack the Crimson Princess. For a while, the Crimson Queen was chased by Seraphim Gundam while dodging the sniper attack. Blazing Angel Gundam 4 GN Cannon Transformation Robotic Arm drew out the beam saber and slashed at the Scarlet Queen. Gulashina immediately activated the Scarlet Queen booster mode. Parts of the Crimson Queen's body were cracked, giving off traces of redness, and the Crimson Queen's performance was enhanced a lot in an instant. The Scarlet Queen dodged the attacks of Seraphim's 6 beam sabers with a single flash, appearing behind Seraph Gundam in an instant. Although Seraph Gundam turned around quickly, it was still a step slower. The moment the Scarlet Queen was about to fire, she was sniped by G-Angel. Blazing Angel Gundam continued to pursue the Scarlet Queen in melee. The Crimson Princess switched the beam sword with her right hand and made another flashing movement, instantly chopping off Seraph's right hand. Seraphim Gundam's remaining beam saber counterattacked, and the Scarlet Queen dodged the counterattack with another flash and cut off another mechanical arm of Seraphim. Rika, get out of the way first. I'll deal with her. Angelica communicated to Li Xiang. No, I have my own way to deal with her. Rika remained calm, with a keen sense of crisis, and discovered the opponent's attack. Seraph Gundam let go of all the beam sabers. Although the other mechanical arm was cut off by the Scarlet Queen, Seraph Gundam's left hand and the other 2 mechanical arms grabbed the Scarlet Queen. The face Gundam on the back of Seraphim Gundam suddenly separated from the body, and the face Gundam opened its hands and feet to form a heavily armed Archangel Gundam. Not good, Gulashina exclaimed, because the Crimson Princess was caught and couldn't move for a while. Rika seized the opportunity to control the Archangel Gundam, activated the Transam, drew out 2 GN beam sabers, greatly increased the utilization performance, and instantly circled behind the Crimson Princess, cutting off her arms and legs. The winner has been decided. Your Royal Highness, my sister didn't catch you at that time, but I succeeded, Li Xiang said proudly. Archangel Gundam then destroyed the Crimson Queen's propeller, and the Crimson Princess fell directly from the sky. During the battle, Fardis saw his daughter's defeat, and the body fell straight down. The Crimson Emperor Guy charged at the Crimson Queen with all his strength without hesitation of any attack. Fardis wanted to save his last flesh and blood. But in front of Neo Gundam intercepted, Neo Gundam's right-hand special beam gun fired beams one after another. The Scarlet Emperor changed his right hand to switch the beam saber and swung his sword towards Neo Gundam, and Neo Gundam also switched the beam saber with his right hand to resist the attack. The Scarlet Emperor Guy didn't have any love for fighting at all, and immediately threw off Neo Gundam and rushed towards the Scarlet Queen. Rika originally wanted to capture the Scarlet Queen, but saw the Scarlet Emperor Kaijing rushing towards her with all his strength. Rika gave up the target first, and the GN cannons attacked the Scarlet Emperor one after another. The Scarlet Emperor dodged left and right, avoiding the attack of the GN cannon, and counterattacked towards Archangel Gundam. The Archangel Gundam in the 3 red state avoided the counterattack of the Scarlet Emperor Kai. When the Scarlet Emperor Kai was less than 50 meters away from the Scarlet Queen, nearly 10 floating missiles bombarded the Scarlet Emperor Kai. The Crimson Emperor switched to launching the remaining 4 floating cannons and the beam rifle in his right hand to shoot down all the floating missiles. Koshi Gundam Mega Particle Beam Dual Shoulder Cannon fired continuously, blocking the Scarlet Emperor Kai for a while. The Archangel Gundam in the 3-red state quickly rushed to the half-destroyed Scarlet Queen. At this time, Neo Gauda fired at the Scarlet Emperor one after another. The Scarlet Emperor is getting out of the way instead. Fadi, surrender. You have no chance to come back. Long Fei, I will not surrender. I would rather die in battle. If this is the case, then I will fulfill you. Neo Gundam launched 6 floating cannons and fired at the Scarlet Emperor Kai. Koshi Gundam attacks at the same time. While dodging these attacks, the Crimson Emperor was slashed by the sword and hammer of the Gundam Barbatos Sirius. When the Scarlet Emperor changed the solid knife in his left hand to resist, the back propeller of the Gundam Barbatos Sirius was fully activated, and the Scarlet Emperor was directly pressed down from a high altitude. The Scarlet Emperor Kai managed to separate the Gundam Barbatos Sirius and regenerated the remaining large and small GN fin-shaped fangs of the Gundam to attack the Scarlet Emperor Kai. The large GN fin-shaped fangs launched a GN light beam, and the small GN fin-shaped fangs chased after the Scarlet Emperor Kai like a dart. The Scarlet Emperor changed his chest Mega Particle Beam Cannon to shoot down the remaining small GN fin-shaped fangs. Regeneration Gundam activates the GN beam gun. The Scarlet Emperor used the floating cannon protective cover to block the GN beam. XS also rushed to the scene and fired 4 cannons behind her, and Alice activated a pair of reflective wired anti-cannon units on her legs. The reflected beam made Fardis, who was under siege, not notice for a while, and was attacked from behind, causing some damage to the rear thrusters. The Scarlet Emperor Kai lost his balance for a while, and Neo Gundam directly kicked the Scarlet Emperor Kai's waist with his right foot. The Scarlet Emperor stalled for a moment and fell straight down. Koshi Gundam launched the last wave of floating missiles, attacking the Crimson Emperor Kai from different angles. Fardis immediately manipulated the remote control and stepped on the pedal. Although the Scarlet Emperor dodged most of the floating missiles, there were still several floating missiles that hit the Scarlet Emperor Kai. The Scarlet Emperor Kai suffered some injuries to his left thigh and left hand, and his movements and reactions became somewhat sluggish. Fardis looked at the back of the screen, and his body had landed in the center of the capital area. Countless people on the ground poked their heads from the building and saw that their emperor's car was being besieged by the enemy at the moment. Fardis tries to avoid crowds during battles. Long Fei also found the local people in the process of chasing. Seeing that the Scarlet Emperor Kai continued to dodge, it was not that he was completely suppressed and beaten, but that Fardis accidentally injured his people when he didn't want to fight back. Fadis, from the hearts of the people of the Dion Empire, maybe you are a good emperor, but in the entire world, you are a very dangerous neo-humanist. Neo Gundam's right arm is connected to a long-range floating flying cannon to generate a huge beam saber. While the Crimson Emperor was attacked by Gundam Barbatos Sirius and Koshi Gundam, he was forced to fly into the sky. Neo Gauda threw the long-range floating cannon towards the Scarlet Emperor like a boomerang. XS fired the Elven beam cannon. Alice used the wired cannon on her head and fired the wired cannon beam at the moment when the Scarlet Emperor dodged the Elven beam cannon. Fadis reacted quickly, and the Scarlet Emperor changed his right-hand beam saber to scatter the beam of the wired cannon. Fadis just solved a wave, and another wave came up. The long-range floating cannon like a beam boomerang attacked the Scarlet Emperor Kai, but the distance was too close. The Scarlet Emperor had no time to dodge, so he could only block it with the beam saber in his right hand. However, the beam boomerang of the long-range floating cannon is much more powerful than the beam saber modified by the Scarlet Emperor. The beam saber couldn't resist at all. The beam saber hilt couldn't bear it and exploded, and the beam boomerang hit the Scarlet Emperor directly. Although the Scarlet Emperor Kai tried his best to dodge to the left, the beam boomerang cut off the entire right arm of the Scarlet Emperor Kai. Although the Scarlet Emperor Kai was severely injured, he still retreated with all his strength, continuously firing mega particle beam cannons from his chest, and 4 floating cannons fired continuously. However, besides mentally manipulating the 6 floating cannons, Long Fei also used the built-in cannon of the shield in his left hand. Regeneration Gundam cooperates with Bull Gundam attack. The 4 floating cannons of the Crimson Emperor Kai were shot down one after another under the joint attack of Neo Gundam and Regeneration Gundam. The Gundam Barbatos Sirius, armed with swords and hammers in both hands, threw himself in front of the Scarlet Emperor Kai. Although the solid knife in the left hand of Scarlet Emperor Kai blocked one of the sword hammers of the Gundam Barbatos Sirius, the other sword hammer directly hit the mega particle beam muzzle on Scarlet Emperor Kai's chest, directly destroying it. The Scarlet Emperor changed his head to fire a 60mm beam Vulcan cannon, but this energy attack couldn't damage the Gundam Barbatos Sirius at all. Although the Scarlet Emperor Kai raised his right foot and kicked the Gundam Barbatos Sirius away, the Gundam Barbatos Sirius still broke the knee joint of the Scarlet Emperor Kai's right leg with the sword hammer in his hand. This time caused the Scarlet Emperor to lose his balance and stall. Long Fei seized the opportunity. Neo Gouda drew out the beam sword with his right hand, attacked the Scarlet Emperor guy from behind, and cut off the entire left arm of the Scarlet Emperor with one blow. Then, Neo Gouda kicked the Scarlet Emperor Kai. The Crimson Emperor guy was smashed directly to the gate of a building, which was the main entrance hall of Dion Palace. Neo Gundam's 6 floating cannons fired at the Scarlet Emperor Kai one after another, severely wounding the Scarlet Emperor Kai. The Crimson Emperor Kai suffered severe injuries and lost the ability to move. Fardis knew that he was defeated, and he was defeated thoroughly. Fardis suddenly aged a lot, closed his eyes, and waited to die. Gu Lisazina, who was captured by Li Xiang, watched her father's car being severely damaged from the screen and knew that everything was over and the Dion Empire was going to perish from today. Soon, many battleships in the Miaowang army were MS, mobile fortresses or fighter planes, and a stereoscopic projection video popped up. The content of the video was that the Crimson Emperor Kai was severely damaged and landed in the main hall of the palace. The Dion army, which was still stubbornly resisting, directly broke the defense. Their spiritual pillar, His Majesty Fadis, was defeated, which directly made the entire Dion army lose their fighting spirit. At the beginning, warships fired surrender signal flares, and then more and more warships fired surrender signal flares. MS and mobile fortresses stopped fighting and surrendered to the enemy one after another. Many war correspondents hurried to get on their own airships and headed to the capital area to get the latest news first. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.